How you doing? We got something a little different today. This is, I'm not sure how to pronounce it. It's kind of like Qollorette. I'm not sure. It's a Lithuanian company. Their boxes say mechanical 3D puzzle on the side. I have a few of these, and I actually feel guilty that I haven't reviewed any of them yet. And this one just showed up today. So, like, some other ones that have been in my closet for a while are still not reviewed, but this one, it's going to get reviewed tonight. And I looked online to find instructions, to load them to the iPad so we can, have them in the picture-in-picture, and I couldn't find them. But assuming there's instructions in the box, we can quickly photograph them, and then we'll have the instructions back on the screen. Anyway, let's just open this box and see what we got. It's the first time I'm doing a puzzle from them, which is amazing. I don't know how. I haven't done one of theirs yet, and now the one I'm doing just showed up today. By the way, I have on order a background that's full of trees, but I don't have it yet. So I put here, this is sort of the barn background, Texas barn, whatever you want to call it, Montana, Wyoming. It's basically a cowboy barn. There's a cactus there. Maybe it's Arizona. I don't know. Nevada. Anyway, it's some sort of barn. Not perfect for the timber truck. I also have I don't want to do any good cars puzzles until I get my Route 66 backdrop. All right, just opening it up, it looks a little bit like U-Gear's tires. The sheets are obviously much bigger. We got the wax just like U-Gear's. I don't want to compare it too much to U-Gear's. There's obviously some things in common, maybe not too much. So here's the instruction book. So I don't know why they couldn't put this online. If it's exists, but watch this. Actually, hold on a second. And then watch. So, just to give you an idea here. So now I just snapped a quick picture of that instruction book. So, that's the plan. I'm just going to snap a picture of these first two pages, and then they're going to come on the screen in a minute, and that's how we're going to do it. If I can get that lined up perfect. I don't think I got it perfect. Let me try again. Third time's a charm. See, this is why people got to put their puzzles online. Because they got to put their instructions online. Because me taking the picture, it's slowing me down, and plus it's just not as good. Alright, so we got instructions here. There's instruction 1. D5 and 2 D6s. But we haven't even unboxed this yet, so let's take a look. Here's the wax. And then we've got how many sheets in here? Yeah, the coloring looks different on different cameras, right? I gotta figure that out. I'm still I still don't even really have this set up fully yet. I have the microphone, which is the big thing I've been waiting for, and I've got the YOLO box, which is another thing. But I still haven't quite mastered how to use all these cameras yet. And the reason I need to master them is to get them to all look the same. I actually watched some videos of people, and they were and these are professionals who work in the industry, and they're like, oh, how do you get them to all look the same? Well, you buy 3 of the same camera. I don't have that. It's not my style. As you see in the gym, I buy every set of dumbbells is from a different company, and in this little desktop stage here, every camera's from a different company. That's kind of my style. So I'll need to learn how to set up cameras to get them looking the same. This one on right now, it looks like it's a little over bright. Let me see if I can, bear with me here. Let's see if we can work on the brightness right now. I'm not sure we can, especially with that overlay. I'm going to go to the version without the overlay just so I can see what I'm looking at and move that out of the way. Okay, there we go. So it's like too light, right? So what does that mean? How do you make it non-light? Oh, by the way, I could flip it upside down. Like, does that look better? Like, just to distinguish camera 1 from camera 2? Like, to make it upside down. That was actually suggested to me. But if I do that, then is the instructions going to be upside down? No, the instructions are fine. All right, let's try that. Let's try using this camera upside down. Just because then it'll look different from camera 1. Like camera 1 and camera 2. Because, like, let's say, let me just flip it back to, like, regular. So that's regular camera 2. And this is regular camera 1. And they look like different, like one's over the shoulder and one's overhead. But they also look kind of alike. Whereas if I flip this thing, this camera, why didn't it flip? Oh, there, we flipped the camera. Now it looks very different. Let's try that just for tonight and see how we like it. All right, we still didn't solve the color issue because I don't know anything about cameras. Does the exposure have anything to do with the color? The picture. Let's do that. Got to have something to do with the picture, right? The brightness, maybe? Like lower the brightness? How much lower? All right, let's compare that to 1. All right, now 1 looks better. All right, so that wasn't really what we meant to do. Contrast. What is gamma? I don't know. Hue. Oh, saturate. This is going to help us. It's going to... I'm not sure what it's going to do, but I think it's going to help. This is having no effect. All right, saturate wasn't the answer. Do we already do play with the brightness? I don't know. It's like getting brighter when I put the number lower. You would think higher would be brighter. All right, let's try that. Well, the other camera looks 100 times better. This one looks better. This one looks bad. Sharpness. I don't know. What do you think? I think that you can't even see these sheets. This is something is like over. Let's try the contrast. Let's raise the contrast. All right, there we go. So really we needed to lower the contrast. When it flipped over, that's when it started looking good. So where does it start looking bad? By 6, it already looks bad. All right. Okay, let's just try that for tonight. We can't work on this one thing forever. We're just like, we need to start the puzzle here. We haven't even fully unboxed the puzzle. All right, let's get back to work. It's enough fooling around. Wax, instructions. We got some instructions on the overlay. Got a bunch of boards. I see there's a gap in the boards there. You see that little gap? What's that all about? I don't know. Let's find out. There's a gap in the boards for some reason or another. So there's probably something in there. Well, there's the sandpaper. Oh, this is weird, seeing my hands reach in from the opposite direction. I may not be able to stick with this. I may have to flip this camera back. Or just not look at it. Just not look at the monitor when we're on this view. Because this is too weird. You know what? Is this breaking the 180 rule? Like, let me just see. All right, here's, let's say, I got my hand on the right. And then I go to HDMI, or I go to camera 1. Oh, my hand's still on the right. No, now the hand's on the left. I think we got to flip the camera back. It's too weird. We're flipping it back. Okay, experiment time is over. We're just going back to how we were yesterday. All right, so sheet 1 is tires. Sheet 2, am I working from the tires are usually last. No, that definitely says A on it. This is the A sheet, so the tires are first. All right, so sheet A, tires. Sheet B, I see some hood pieces. Sheet C, I see more hood. I almost accidentally popped one out. Sheet D, I believe this is where we're starting. Sheet D. Look, I see some side panels, and I see some crane pieces. Sheet E, more side panels. I popped a piece right out. Well, they pop out very easy, obviously. What are these pieces? Crane pieces, wheel wells. They could be wheel wells. This thing is, it's like what, like an 18-wheeler? I mean, I see 5 wheel wells, but if it's like the ones in the back are all doubled, I'm not sure. Sheet G. This is the crane. The where the crane operator sits. So what was that gap in the sheets? That was nothing. That was just a dark sheet. And then this is odds and ends. I do see some H's, which we were waiting for, but I also see C's and B's, and this is 8. Sheet 8. Which is interesting because, okay, yeah, sheet 1. So I was calling them A and B, which is consistent with the pieces on them. But in the upper right, they have numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. So we're going to get started. So we need sheet D to get started. All right, let's do it. Sheet D it is. We need pieces 2 6s and a 5. Right, 2 6s and a 5. That overhead is way over bright. By the way, that's another thing that just showed up, that camera. That's like a spy camera. It turned out to be. I didn't know it when I clicked on it. I was claiming it was all about live streaming, but when I see it, it's like spy camera. It has 4K picture, but it only outputs 1080. And the reason that is the lens like comes out of the front of it, and it's like has an 8-meter microphone, and then it has like a 180 field of vision, but then you zoom or crop or point, like it's a pan tilt zoom, but it does it all digitally. Really, it just has one huge field of vision that it just crops from that. A huge field of vision and 4K picture, and it just crops all of that. So I'm calling it a spy cam. But it's also good for the overhead cam because I wanted a bigger picture on the overhead so you can see everything on the desk. And you know, compared to like the regular view. And we've already achieved that, like right now, today, what you see. But really, this camera can go much wider. Like it's zoomed in now. Like if I zoom it out, you're going to see like the whole room. Which means that spy cam is seeing all that stuff right now. All right, we need the sandpaper already. You know, I was doing instruction and days, but I feel like, should I do instruction in pieces? Would that be more fun? I think I'm going to change that. Yeah, because then this will be 3 pieces. That's going to be more fun. I'm going to change the scoreboard right now. So instead of tracking day and instruction, I'm going to track instruction and piece. All right. Did that change? Yeah. All right. So this is instruction 1, but now we're up to piece 3. Right. It still calls it, it's weird. It's like still says team 2, but I believe it's, yeah, it's piece. All right. So instruction 1, 3 pieces. Okay. Have we sufficiently, you know... Okay, it's only been 16 minutes. It's not too bad. I'm just checking, does that jive? That doesn't jive with the YOLO box, which means I probably spent 7 minutes setting up the YOLO box, because YOLO box is saying 23 minutes. No, YOLO box is saying 17 minutes. I don't know where I got that. You know what? 23 is the time. Military time. Okay, there you go. Instruction 1, 3 pieces. That's done. All right, let's check out. Wait a second. Is this going to be one of those? Where's instruction 2? Oh, man. Instruction 2 is way down here. So this is one of those books where instruction 1 is really 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You know, I just have the picture open, but I need to get a Telestrator app, because then I can like circle this stuff, because you can't otherwise see where my finger is unless I point a camera at the iPad. So anyway, I got to get a Telestrator app, but it looks like there's an arrow here. So this is really like 1B. So we need D2 and D8. So that's going to be 2 more pieces. All right, D2 and D8. Where are those pieces? All right. Well, there's a lot of D2s. There's 2, 3, 4. There's like 5 D2s. And there's 4 D4s. Now, where is the D8? What is D8? D8 looks like a little button. A little, there we go. There's D8. All right. So let's see what we got to do here with this. I'm going to put the, you know what? We're supposed to get 2 each of these, because we got to do both sides. We need another D2 and another D8. Because we actually have to put it on both sides. And I don't know if it really matters yet. Like, I can't really, like, now it's, I can't tell which is, you know, there was like a middle piece and then we stuck 2 pieces on, but now they're together. I can't really tell which is which. And it's not just that I can't, well, in my hand I can tell this is the big piece and these are the 2 little. But in the instruction, I can't tell. So I don't think it matters. For example, in the instruction, the notches are pointing up, but up at this point is a relative term. So I think we just have to get them both pointing the same direction, and that'll sort of be up when we decide which direction is up. But for now, we just got to get both slots on the same side. I think that's my opinion. There we go. I got to do the same thing on the other side. So I got the notches. I'm going to do the notch on the same orientation on the other side. How many pieces is this puzzle? Do we know? Anyway, I don't know if we know the total number of pieces, but the fact that... Oh man, is that yellow? Where is that yellow coming from? Is that a reflection off of this? That's weird. My fingers aren't yellow. I don't know why it looks like that on the camera. I'm telling you, that overhead camera needs work. I'm not going to use it much tonight. We're going to do a lot of camera 1 tonight. All right, there we go. What's next? We're still on instruction 1, and we have to add 2 D4s, 1 on each side, 2 D4s. All right, here's the D4s. And I put 1 on each side. Did I have to? I don't think there's any direction to them. I think either way you put it on is going to work. There we go. This doesn't feel like it's, it feels like it's not staying straight. Like it's getting a little slanted. I think this wood is not as strong as the U-gears wood. I tell you, you know, everyone's doing U-gears. Nobody's doing this, these puzzles. This is Qollorette. I hate to say that, but you know, their instruction booklet is not as good. They don't have it online. And the wood is thinner. I mean, actually, the way I saw this, if you find this online, there's a lot of different companies selling it, and they'll even change the name, which means they probably have contracts where they can buy it and sell it as their own thing, which is not a great sign for the company. They're, you know, if they're not really too concerned with their branding. All right. Anyway, we're going to put on, it looks like 12 A2s right now. So we're basically going to give ourselves credit for 12 pieces here. I'm losing track. There was 7, and then we're going to add 12. So that's 19. So we're up to 19 pieces, but we're still on instruction 1. And the pieces are A's. So I got to punch them out of this board. Yeah, A2. There's the A2s. What I need is the golf tee. I don't think this came, the U-gears always comes with a tool. I don't think this one, Qollorette, came with a tool, but so when you're wooden puzzle doesn't come with a tool. You just use a golf tee. That's the tool. All right, so we need 12 A2s. All right, while I'm dealing with 12 A2s, let's grab a question. What is something you've done that your future self will thank you for? Besides what I'm doing right now? Let me leave that out. I think stability in my life, in my job, in my family. I think those are things that are going to pay off. Another one, I was thinking about this one today. And I sort of hate to say it because, alcohol companies have a right to sell alcohol. But I was watching this thing and they were talking about cognitive decline. And they were saying, like, Trump is sharp, Biden's not. And it's been said about other politicians. And I don't want to say, I'm not a doctor and you have a right to live your life however you want, but Trump doesn't drink. And I think that people who don't drink probably stay sharper and have less health problems. I don't think I'm saying anything crazy there. I respect people's rights. For example, with smoking, I think it's crazy that smokers have to go outside to smoke. I definitely respect anyone's rights. I think it's wrong to exploit people with excess, sin taxes for smoking or drinking. But when you're making your personal decisions, I think that drinking, it doesn't pay off. In terms of the fun you get from drinking versus the quality of life that you lose later on, I think later on my future self will be happy that my current self doesn't drink. And I have beer in the fridge right now. But the pace that I drink this beer at, I bought, I think it was a 12-pack of Bud Lights, Bud Light Orange actually. Bud Light Lime I like, but I just happened to get orange. They had it at Costco. I've had it for over a year. And in the middle, I might have bought some others. Like, for example, St. Patrick's Day is coming up, and I'm probably going to buy a 4-pack of Guinness. Anyway, here's the bottom line. I maybe drink 2, possibly 3 beers per month. And, maybe to some people that's excessive, but there's other people, I know there are other people who are drinking 2-3 drinks a day, and they don't think it's a problem. And it might not be a problem day to day, but it might be a cumulative problem over the course of a lifetime. I'm not a doctor. Consult your doctor. You and your doctor decide for yourself. But that's what I think. All right, so the instructions don't say anything about adding wax, but it's my policy that if you add a gear or a circle, you have to add wax because that's just how these puzzles work. They need wax. Circle, like gears, they're going to grind against other gears. Circles, they're going to spin. Like squares, they don't spin. They stay in place. That's a holding shape. A circle it can turn, 360 and then keep turning forever. Basically, you put a circle in a circle and you could turn it. So when a puzzle uses a circle, they're probably going to turn it. And if it's going to turn, you're going to want it sanded and waxed. See, there's a little line there. I might want to sand that. I'm not sure how that... because they had a slit in the middle, so they all kind of line up, which is good. It makes the spot that needs to be sanded. I should have sanded first before I started waxing, but better late than never. I'll just re-wax. So basically, there's like a spot on each side. You can see that line. Maybe you can, maybe you can't. That's where it needs to be sanded. But then it needs to be waxed completely. Oh yeah, when you do a wood puzzle, of course your desk is going to be full of sawdust. That adds to the breakdown at the end. The crystal puzzle that I did yesterday, that was like so easy. You know, you just it's basically your desk is completely clean when you finish it. There's nothing really going on. All right, let's look at the next instruction. Wouldn't you know it? The next instruction is a ×2. So we have to make another one of these. And then our piece total is going to go from 19 to 38. I'm not going to attempt to memorize the instructions. I'm just gonna go back to the beginning and do it again. So I'll try to do it quicker this time though. All right, so mostly I think we were working on the D sheet. So a D5 and 2 D6s. That's how we started. And that's what we're going back to right now. There's the D5. Here's 2 D6s. I already incremented the counting by ×2. I basically jumped from 19 to 38 pieces because everything from the beginning is now getting multiplied by 2. And because we're doing the instructions for a second time, I don't feel the need to comment. So let's grab the next question. What was the last time you felt truly alive? I feel alive every day. Is this a question for zombies? I mean, what is this? What kind of question is this? Felt truly alive? I mean, can they come up with some better wording? Like, what do they really mean to say here with truly alive? Do they mean like invigorated, like born again? Let's go with that, born again, because that's a real thing, right? That's like even in the Bible, people sometimes feel like born again, or not feel born again. It's like a real thing, right? Someone is like born again. So what does that mean? So I didn't want to answer feel alive, so I changed it to born again, but now I got to define born again. I just feel like it means at least something, you know? Like feel alive. I mean, I've checked my pulse. I'm alive. Born again, let's see, what does that mean exactly? It's some kind of purpose. It's not as simple as a confirmation, because you're like born and then you get confirmed, and then you're that's like your second what do they call that? You're born. Let's do it using the rites. You're born, and your parents baptize you. And then you go through your confirmation, let's say when you're 12, which is basically you confirming that, yeah, your parents were right to baptize you. You want to continue in the church. And then born again, that's something even beyond. It's, I don't think I'm an expert on this. I might be, what's the term here? Speaking out of turn. But it's some type of conscious purpose. Some type of what is it? I mean, there's probably a definition, and it probably says like wipe away your sins and commit to Jesus. That reminds me, has anyone heard this phrase come to Jesus lately that everyone's using? Because I can't figure out what it means. I've listened to a lot of examples of it. But maybe it ties in with this born again theory. I don't know. Come to Jesus? What does it really mean? I'm not sure. So I've now got two phrases. I don't know what they mean. Born again and come to Jesus. Anyway, let me just go back to there felt alive since I muddled up that question. All right, so you feel truly alive, whether you want to call it coming to Jesus or born again or feel truly alive. I would say it's when you choose and follow your purpose. So if your purpose is like, some of them are tougher than others. Like some people, they just pick a purpose that on the one hand, there's plenty of opportunity, but on the other hand, you're never going to succeed at it. I hate to say that, but let's talk about Mother Teresa. She was comforting people essentially in a hospice. They didn't have. There were people who weren't going to live. The doctors weren't going to work on them, but she was going to make their lives comfortable. So that was a little bit easier in the sense that those people had already been given up on by the rest of the world, and all she had to do was show up every day and make them comfortable. Now, she gave away her entire life to make comfortable people whose lives were already deemed over. So some people might think that that's like she's done nothing. To other people, it's the most purpose she could ever have. But, okay, so for her personally, deriving feeling alive, well, yes, she always had something to do. I think that there's a tougher one in that equation, and that's, let's say, the doctor who was, I don't know if triaging is the right word, but the doctor who was deciding it's time for those people to go to Mother Teresa because they can't be saved. That doctor didn't get the feeling that they could, let's say their purpose they chose in life was to save people. Well, they saved some people, but a lot of people they didn't save, and it's a losing battle. They never were going to save them all, or maybe they would eventually. I think that's, it's funny. I don't want to seem like too optimistic, but when they were doing those shots and telling people it's like for their own good, and then other people were like being sterilized by the shots, I always had kind of wondered what's going to happen when the earth gets to the point that the medicine can keep people alive much longer. How are they going to, what's going to be the system? And based on the past couple of years, the system seems like it's against new birth. But, I don't want to sound like something good is being done because it's not. I don't believe that anyone's, the oldest person's still 120. So I don't believe anyone's figured out how to go further. But even if they think that they're on the cusp of it, I don't think it's right to play God, as they say, and, sterilize people against their will. I'm not claiming that happened. I'm sure I'd be kicked off YouTube if I did, but just as a theoretical thing, wow, this discussion got really weird, but basically, I don't think that you can, I don't know what's the answer. If I don't think you can tell people they can't live, they can't be born, and I don't think you can kill people, which was Thanos' solution. The next solution would be colonizing Moon and Mars and wherever else. But if people start living thousands and thousands of years, how many planets are we going to need? At some point, it's going to become ridiculous. And then I don't even know how that works. That's just weird concept. This is becoming a scary talk. I don't know. So the people who had the medicine or the technique or the secret to making someone live 1,000 years, would they share that? Would they even take advantage of that? They probably would, honestly. It's weird, though. Weird topic. I'm kind of glad that we're at the end of this times 2, and I can get back to building the puzzle, because I don't know where I went. That was like very unstructured. You can just skip all that. All right, so we did the times 2. Now we have to go to instruction 2. Instruction 2, it looks like we're just putting these aside for the moment, and we're going to grab... By the way, there was... we haven't spun the wheel yet. You know that like wheel that we have? We haven't spun it because nobody's... what's the word? When people post in the chat, then then we spin the wheel and we give out like prizes if someone's name comes up. Just let me see if I can get that wheel to show up. No, it's not there yet. I'll tell you in a minute when the wheel shows up. Right now, it's like that blank screen is going to be a wheel in a minute. I got to get a better switcher. So right now, I'm just going to start popping out these wheels, which they want an A4 and then 3 A1s. And if you can believe it, there's a times 10. So this is going to get very repetitive. So let me just do the first one, kind of like feel out the procedure. And then I'm going to do, I guess we're going to chat a lot. This would be the perfect time to have like a guest call in, because we're about to make a whole bunch of wheels. All right. A3 times 6. That's just for one of them. So we got to get this number times 10. So what do we got here? 1, 2, 3, 4. And then the 6 is going to make this 10. And then the times 10, what's that going to do? That's going to make it 100. All right. So we're now going 138 pieces. Looks like that wheel doesn't want to come up tonight. Yeah, all right. I'm back to the instructions. All right, let me try one click. I think one click is supposed to be the wheel. Yeah, there's the wheel. All right. So, oh my goodness. The wheel is like touching. I gotta... The wheel was like touching the mic. I gotta remember to push the mic out of the way. Or I just gotta come up with a better system. So, there's the wheel. As I can see, it's frozen. So let me get off of that. Hope that I didn't crash my system and start building these things here. All right, good. Nothing crashed, and we're not going to do the wheel again until I get the switcher that works, because this switcher obviously doesn't work. This switcher was from the review program, and the next one I get is also going to be from the review program, but it's much more advanced. It has power, and it has 7 switching slots. But really, it's the power that that I think is going to make it work. It's going to make it work quicker and without error. All right, so just going back to the instructions. It looks like the pins go in from the back. And what I mean by that is the ink end is the last one that the pin goes in. Just kind of crazy, but that's what they want. So the pin has like a little thing on the back that's going to prevent it from going through. And that's not going to lock in the tire. The tire is going to be at the other end. So I'll just do the first pin. I'm just curious if this tire is even going to stay on, considering that the pin is like, all right, there it is. All right, the pin is here, and it does not come out the front. Yeah, well, there's 6 of them, so maybe because there's 6 of them, maybe it's going to work out, but for just one of them, it doesn't look that good. All right, so now we're going to build 10 tires, 5 on each side. We're just building all the tires right now on the first night. Okay. One of them will be easy enough. And we'll check out the first one when it's done. By the way, there's another difference. The worm's eye view camera 3. I think it's a little higher today. What do you think? Like it used to, no, you can still see the ground. I don't know. Feels a little higher to me. I don't know. Might have just broke that piece. All right, well, I still got 2 more pins to go. Am I even putting these in the right way? Maybe I'm supposed to do them this way? Does it matter or they go the same way? It goes in easier this way. So I put the previous one in the wrong way. Really, I put all of them in the wrong way, other than the last one. But I'm thinking if I pull this previous one out, maybe I could fix it. Nope, that thing is stuck in there. All right, I just pushed it all the way in. That's the other possibility. So I put the first 4 in like spokes, but they're really supposed to go in like following the curve of the tire. They go in better that way. Anyway, we found the problem halfway through the first tire, or almost halfway through. So now we got to do a whole bunch more tires. We got to do 9 more tires. So what are we going to talk about? What do you like most about yourself? My hair is pretty nice. Let me just go on to the next question. I just saw in some of these videos I've been making lately, and my hair looks nice. I mean, considering that I never have done anything to it, and I'll be 50 years old in a couple of months, my hair looks pretty nice. What trait immediately draws you to other people? I don't think I get drawn to other people. That's not a thing that I do. I'm going to start making stacks of these. So they're 3A1s and A4, and then 6 pins. I'll make the stacks of tires, and then I'll make the pins, and then I'm just going to slide everything through. Drawn to other people, that's a weird phrase. This whole deck of cards, I'm having argument with most of these questions. Like, are there people who feel drawn to other people? I mean, that sounds to me almost like a cult or something. I mean, I can say what makes like an actor believable, what makes a pitchman trustworthy, what makes you confident in your doctor, but drawn to other people? Are people experiencing that a lot? Like they feel drawn to someone, like a magnetism? That sounds like Jim Jones or Hitler or something. That doesn't sound like part of the modern world. I think people have more like discretion than that. You know what? We can't do this 10 times. We don't have enough. Oh, okay. There's 5 more on the next sheet. All right. So we can do it, I guess. All right. So there's 4, counting the one we made. So 2 more. 2 more of these, which are A1s. 1 more A4. And now we got our first 5-pack. Got a long way to go. All right. Yeah, I'm just going to have to make the question something else. Let's say, what would make you... All right. They're in the Physique 100 show on Netflix, which was this Korean show. It was sort of like... I don't know what it was like. It was sort of like Squid Game, but they were playing for real, and nobody actually got too seriously hurt. Anyway... The way they pick teams in that is that athletes voted for leaders. Then after the leaders were picked, the athletes lined up against who they wanted to be their leader. And then the leader took those people. But if there were more than 4, which is how many people a leader needed to make a team, then he chose the 4 from the people who lined up. So let's say I was in that contest, because... It's not purely going to be by athletics. The fact that all the games had like academic components or intellectual components, but even if it was all just athletics, well, no, we can't say that. All right, let's just say that format, but we're not talking about athletics. We're talking about like life. Again, I will not choose someone else to lead my life. I will lead my life myself. But, if you were playing that game and you had to pick, like, who would you trust? Well, someone, it's tough to answer because anything I answer, I feel like then someone will try to be that thing. And then as soon as someone tries to be that thing, I'll just erase that from the list of criteria because that's like one of the things you can't be is like to try to be that person. You have to like really be that person. And people should stop trying to be things that they're not. Like I feel like, and of course I feel like it's the party that I don't vote for, but I feel like a large number of those people in Congress are like, should not be there. Not simply because they're full of shit, money laundering criminals who work for big money rather than represent the real. That's not even the real reason. I just think that they're just like pathetic human beings. Like a lot of them. Like some of them are great. Some of them are like champions. So what makes a person seem like a champion? Probably they can explain what they want to do and they can stick with that thing. Like that's not the only, I mean, obviously there needs to be more to it than that. But maybe not much more because like at that point, after that point, that they can explain what they're for and why they're for it, and they'll stick with it. Now, after that, then it becomes, okay, well, what are they for? And then amongst those sort of qualified people, the followers will line up behind the leader that they agree with, but the leader has to have those qualities of like being able to explain what they believe, why they believe it, what they believe, why they believe it, and to be able to stick to it. So you probably can think of some people like that, and those people probably are successful. I remember getting accused when I was like in grade school of not being that person because someone would talk about their football team and I would agree with them, and then someone else would talk about their football team and I would agree with them. But I don't think I was doing anything wrong because I just didn't care. There's so many categories of things that I really don't care. I mean, if you're rooting for a certain team, yeah, I'll help you root for them because I really don't care. So, it's mostly like that. For example, I grew up in my family's house and they liked the Yankees, so I like the Yankees too. And then when I lived on my own, I grew up, I became an adult. For a while, I still watched the Yankees. But eventually I was like, well, I got better stuff to do. But if I go back, visit my parents or wherever and someone's got the game on, I'll watch it. I mean, and I'll enjoy watching it. But I'm not going to go out of my way to watch it because it really doesn't mean anything to me. But I'm not going to object to it because it's like, I'm happy to watch it. I'm genuinely happy. But I also don't care. And there's a lot of stuff like that. Like a lot of times people are like, should we get like vanilla or strawberry or like whatever? And I genuinely couldn't care less. Like sometimes with movies or TV shows, it's like, I want to watch this, I want to watch that. And my feeling is like, I want to sit on the couch, spend some time with you all. So whatever you're watching, that's fine by me. So there's a lot of categories where I would like seem like one of those weather vane people, but it wouldn't be the same categories that people are like voting on. Like I think that I would have, more consistent philosophy when it came down to stuff that actually mattered. Not to say that sports don't matter. If they matter to you, then they matter. By the way, I need to punch out 60 of these. Like we incremented our parts list by 100, and 60 of them are pins. 60 pins. I mean, I don't know how much more I can say about this question. Let me just grab the next question. See what that is. It's got a lot of words, I'll tell you that. The next question is, if there was something you could make everyone on the planet do in the next 24 hours, what would it be? Everyone on the planet in the next 24 hours. By the way, I see it's not updating, so if people were saying stuff in the chat, I wonder if that would have updated. Well, I don't see anything. Okay. So everyone's got to do something in the next 24 hours. It's difficult because not everybody can do everything. Like if I said everybody should sing a song, some people aren't comfortable singing. If I said everyone should listen to a song, some people are deaf. I'm not really sure. I swear, every one of these questions, I start off by talking about why I can't even answer this question. All right, so everyone on Earth is going to do something. I would say pray. That would be nice. And one of the nice things about prayer, which goes beyond the religious aspect of it, is the mental aspect of it. Like, I think some people will use the phrase power of prayer. It's like a sneaky kind of way to say, like, to some people, because it can be ambiguous what it means. Like, to some people, it's the power of the prayer. And to other people, it's the prayer that has power. But, even if you check the Bible, some people would say Jesus was a faith healer. And then but then Jesus would say, your faith has healed you. Does that mean the faith earned them like a ticket to healing? Or does that mean the faith literally healed them? Because there's many examples of people, going into remission and getting healed and that kind of thing. I actually feel like, of course I do sort of believe in miracles, but at the same time, I don't like healing always being written off as a miracle, because that's like saying that the doctors or the establishment of doctors or the orthodoxy, the current orthodoxy of the medical field knows for sure that this person is in this state and only a miracle would save them. So they're like, you have to do this $500,000 worth of treatment, and if you don't, you'll die. And you don't do it, and you don't die, and it's like, oh, it's a miracle. I mean, I don't think it's, not so fast there. Maybe they got some sunlight and some, ate some oranges, and I don't know. I mean, maybe there was some other reason they healed. You can't just assume that it's like they buy your medical services or only a miracle will save them. Like even that Miracle Max in The Princess Bride, I mean, he was making that like tablet and he used that like air pump thing. I mean, he was doing some sort of medical procedure. It wasn't purely a miracle. I mean, there was something in that huge pill that they had the Man in Black take, if you're familiar with that movie, The Princess Bride. Anyway, the reason why I would want everyone to pray is not only would it remind everyone on earth that, we're all together here and living under God, I also think that power of prayer thing, it helps people to train their minds. I just want to count how many I have. 6. So I need 4 more. So if everybody would pray, then everyone would know what their goals are. I worry that a lot of people go through life without stopping to think like what their goals are. Like, what are they doing with their life? Are they just getting up every day and following a schedule on without thinking about why they're following it? Or do they have purpose in their life and they know what they want to do, and that motivates them to find what's the next thing that's going to help them with their goal? And their goal could be helping someone else. Their goal could be building a garden that's going to feed the community, or building a bridge that's going to enable commerce. I mean, the goal could be anything, but the point is that, you say it in your prayer, and you ask for help, and I think you're probably going to get it. I don't think, I don't think you're going to say, maybe not the first night, but if you say something in your prayers every night over a period of time, I mean, something's going to happen. You're going to get some sort of results from those prayers. It's not going to be you're not going to stay exactly as you are. Something's going to happen. Probably something on the way to your goal, if not complete acquisition of your goal. There were books about this, the power of positive thinking. And oddly enough, these books were right before the Great Depression, the Roaring 20s. This was like a thing that was going on. People were writing books, and they were like, all you got to do is like think and grow rich. I think Napoleon Hill, I think was his name. I think that was the title of his book, like Think and Grow Rich. And it's kind of like that. It's not exactly like that. But if you lived in the 1920s, which came right after the 1910s and right after the 19th century, and so many people just lived with their nose to their grindstone and they never looked up, well, at that time, yeah, you the power, just setting your mind to not being greedy, but your own self-interest would quickly pay off. I mean, that's like kind of the world that they lived in. And I almost feel like that Great Depression was threw quite a wet blanket on that. And that sort of thinking didn't come back into favor for a while, because it was not only the Great Depression, but then it was World War II, and then people didn't need to even think about their own self-interest, because there was a while there where everyone had like jobs, cars, pensions, like everything was going good, like almost too good. It's like that expression, like, hard times create strong men, and strong men create good times create weak men, and weak men create hard times. It was kind of like that. It's like the people started exploding with productivity in the 20s, and then they got kind of doused with the 30s and the 40s, and then they got some good times, which doused them further. I don't know. That kind of like that. If I say it like that, then it seems like, well, then how come the hard times of World War II didn't pay off more? Well, they did, but they paid off so universally that people forgot that it took work to get there. I'm not saying it takes World War II, but it takes some sort of effort. Like, you can't just be so comfortable. Like, that's not going to work. Okay, so the question was, what would make you, what would you want everyone to do? And my answer would be pray. And I think that it would work because not only would, like, potentially God feel like, oh, wow, everybody prayed. I should work with these people. They're not completely useless. But also, I think all those people praying, they would have something the next day to do. Because if they prayed for it, that's like the first step in like achieving it. But then the next step is doing something, because God helps those who helps themselves. So I think if everyone prayed, the world would be a better place the next day. And then it would get better the next day, and then the next day. And I think, I don't want to say forever. There could be at some point a backlash, but, I don't think it's going to hurt if everyone did it today. And I think it's going to be even better, the next day and the next day. I think for a while, it's going to work pretty good. All right, just a reminder, the pins go in the back, the ink goes in the front. So I'm going to flip them over as I complete them. I really, though, I feel like tonight's show is over because I'm not going to do anything after the tires tonight. And I don't know how long the tires are going to take, but you've already seen what's being done here, and all I'm going to do for the rest of the time is like answer questions. It would be like a really great time for people to have like questions in the chat, or like maybe just anything so we can like spin that wheel and play something. But I guess I'll just keep building tires and answering questions, until such time as that happens. I don't think we need to even look at the instructions anymore. It's just a times 10. What we do need to do is remember where pieces we left off on. Oh, you know what? This is instruction 2. That was one thing I hadn't advanced, right? This is instruction 2? Yeah, instruction 2. So we're going to be midway through. No, that's the whole instruction 2. The tires, the entire instruction 2. So tomorrow we're going to be on instruction 3. Sorry if you couldn't see that. I'll just bring that up on screen here. So we're doing instruction 2, which is a times 10. And then the next is instruction 3. So that's where we're going to pick up tomorrow. All right. What's the next question up? What is an unexplored interest you have? That's a good one. Well, I've mentioned before I would like to learn to draw. But I'm not sure I want to take the time that it would take to learn to draw. You see the distinction there? It sounds, in theory, it sounds great. And I sure wish I'd done it sooner in life. But, and I might do it. I'm going to be retiring in, I don't know, sometime in the next 10 or 20 years. I'm not really sure. I guess I'm like 9 years from being like legally able to retire, but I might work longer because, I don't know, I might. Or maybe I'll switch to part-time, at that point. I don't really know. I think my company would be, depending on the work levels, could be fine with part-time because It's like they don't have to pay for they basically would only pay when my hours are billable. They wouldn't have to pay like 6 days or sick days or days off or just slow work days. It would be like, you got work, I'm there. You don't have work, all right, good. Then I'll do my own thing. Like basically once I can already access my pension, I might as well just like have some flexibility. So when I have some flexibility, on the days when my company doesn't have work, I can start learning about drawing. I'll tell you though, it's something about it. I may never be able to draw because like I was able to program computers like the first time I tried. Like there was never any issue. Like I never had to, like I majored in computer science. I took computer programming courses. I read books, but really I didn't have to. I mean, I would have had no problem programming computers with no training. There's like, it's not really necessary. And there's a lot of things that I don't know about sport, but the sports I did, they didn't really take a lot of training. They took a lot of practice and a lot of like physical training, but they didn't take a lot of like learning how to do them. So the fact that I can't draw, it may not change if I learn. And in fact, I'm not sure I would even like the result because I've seen some people who draw using like methods that other people taught them. And if they follow it all the way through, like they do all the steps and they erase all the sort of shapes that they did along the way and all the like triple and quadruple and quintuple lines, and then they do their inking and their shading, it'll end up looking like a good end product. But I don't think it's the same thing as the person who just likes to draw and they just sit there and they can draw all day and it's good and anyone would like what they draw. The person who like learns from the textbook, I mean, you can tell. There's like, it's just not the same. And I think that's just, drawing is just not a thing that's ever going to happen for me other than in the textbook way. And why do I need to do that? Like, there's a lot of other things I've been able to do. I did, the computer programming, video editing. I'm making these puzzles and voiceovers. It's a lot of stuff I can do that just feels like natural to me. Drawing doesn't. So I'm making a comic book. I'm using 3D models. And you can tell. I mean, I have some good ideas. I have some good poses. I have some things that I want to do, but you can tell that I'm not drawing them and it's not the same. Like, I don't like my comics as much as I like Frank Miller's comics. He draws comics. They're really good, and I wouldn't even say that I'm jealous. I'm like happy that such artists exist in the world, I hope someone's happy with whatever I bring to the world because, I'm not jealous. I mean, the guy can draw, and I'm glad that there's people who can. My wife, by the way, can draw very well. It's a skill that she has. I don't have that skill. All right. I don't even remember what that question was, so I'm going to go on to the next question. Which qualities of yours would you want your children or future children to have? Oh, okay. Paul's got a question. All right. Let me just bring this up here. If I can remember how to do it. So, can I bring up two questions at once? All right. Several of these are large puzzles. What is your plan for them? Where are you going to store them all? Can't really rebuild them like Legos or a puzzle, kind of like one and done. Yeah, that is a huge issue with the wooden puzzles. So some of them go to Salvation Army. Some of them go to my dad, who then usually gives them away to other grandchildren, like his grandchildren, my nieces and nephews. But the wooden ones, right now, they're all in a shelf in my house. And I had planned to have a bonfire and burn them, but I don't think I can do that now because two houses on my block burnt down. And I just think that now it's in bad taste. Like I can't, you know, like I can't, like I, first of all, I just really feel bad for those families. But second, it just doesn't seem right. Like to use fire for entertainment while there's like, it's really it's a bad situation. I mean, the people are fine. Everyone got out okay. I don't think there's, as far as I know, I assume that their insurance is covering it and there's no problem. But it's a weird thing because the houses are sitting on the block, like still, I mean, they're working on them every day, but I don't know for how long they're going to look like they were obviously burned, you know, and, I mean, I'll still have barbecues, but like the bonfire of these puzzles that I was planning, I don't think that can happen. Not while these houses look like this. Like, even if everyone's emotionally past it, it's like still going to be wrong, I think. So, all right. So that's the answer to that. Can you rebuild them? You definitely can't rebuild them. Oh, so the question, what qualities should the children have? I think I just broke this pin, by the way. Yeah, that one's done. I don't know if there's extras. There probably are, but I'm just gonna push it in all the way. Yeah, there we go. That's good enough. All right, so I like to think of myself as a hard worker. Like I had a paper out when I was in high school. Before that, I used to go to the grocery store and bag grocery for tips. I don't know if that's still like a legal thing to do, but you know, in the 70s, I guess it was legal. And then in the 80s, I had, you know, paper out. And then in college, I worked all through college, mowing lawns, working at a grocery store, working as a security guard. I told some stories about that before. And then midway through the 90s, that's when I started working in Manhattan, and I've still been working ever since. So the idea of just getting up and going to work every day and being productive, I mean, hopefully it also pays the mortgage, but that's what I want for my kids, and I think I need to work on that. I think I need to make them do more jobs. Like, you know, the temptation is there to just do the work yourself because, you know, as I said, I like to think of myself as a hardworking person, but I'm kind of like taking something away from them by not assigning them work because I'm taking away that like work ethic that they need to develop. You might see there's people like on I don't really go on Instagram, but I heard about other people who go, and it's like called Rich Kids of Instagram or something like that, and it's basically these kids of celebrities that they just completely waste their lives. All they do is they buy fashion clothes and they go on vacations and they go to big like Hollywood parties and they spend money and this kind of stuff, and none of them do anything with their life other than just brag about how great their life is on Instagram. There probably should be a balance. You probably should have something that you do. Like, I know that people make fun of the Oscars, like that people show up the Oscars to all like compliment each other. But I actually think that even though I don't personally watch it, I think it's a good thing because it's a party. Yes, they're wearing like suits and ties and they're giving each other awards, but it's an industry party. I mean, it's the people that they work with, it's the way that they work. They're talking about what was the good work this year. I mean, it's not a bad thing. And you don't have to work in Hollywood. You could have whatever your industry is, or whatever your company is, or whatever it is that you do. You know, maybe you do karaoke night, or, you know, open mic night, or, you know, whatever it is that maybe you've got a stream on the internet where you put puzzles together at midnight every night. I don't know. Whatever you do, you know, you do something. So I want my kids to do something, and I don't want it to be video games unless they're going to work for a video game company, or they're going to do a Twitch stream, or it's in some way going to be like productive. And I'm not saying that just for the monetary reasons. I just don't want them to be, the video games to just be a way to like follow someone else's script, you know, because if all you are is a video game player, you're not really doing anything. I know that sounds like unfair to say, because it is like kind of an education the first playthrough. I mean, maybe if you're playing like roller coaster tycoon or some game like that, maybe you're learning something. The first couple of plays through of Madden, you're probably learning something, but at some point you're just following someone else's like to-do list when you do a video game. So part of being productive should be making your own to-do list. And you could follow someone else's list at your like 8 hour a day job, but then you're going to go home and there's going to be something that you're going to be passionate about. Maybe you coach pee-wee football, or maybe you, I don't know, maybe you do paintings or something like that. Like I'm just like grasping here to see what the thing is, but you know, you can probably think better than me what your thing might be. So I think, am I still answering the question, like, what do I want kids to do? My kids to do? I want my kids to be workers. They don't have to be hand-to-mouth workers. They could have, like, money-in-the-bank workers, but I want them to have some sort of work ethic. I think that's important, like, aspect of life that people overlook, especially nowadays. A lot of people are like, let the robots do the work. I'm just going to, you know, chill out all day. That's not how you live your life. Life doesn't work like that. You're not going to find happiness and reward, and it's just not how humans are meant to be. You can't just... they've done experiments with in the animal world where they just give the animal everything it needs. It doesn't work like that. Some of those animals end up jumping off like cliffs. Like, can you imagine that? Like, an animal can't find purpose in life because humans gave them too much food. It's not always like that. There's actually even, I shouldn't say this, but there's an element to it. For example, there's a raccoon whisperer. And this guy in Canada, he feeds raccoons. They come on his porch. Retired police officer. And the raccoons are all either females or their children. So the male raccoons don't show up. So I don't know if that sounds like a dig, but somehow it's less of a problem when a woman does that, because I guess raising kids then could be the vocation, but, and I suppose it could be for a male too, but there needs to be some vocation. It can't be just getting up and getting food. It needs to be there needs to be some other purpose. If you're getting the food and sharing it with your family, that could be the purpose. But if you're just getting it and laying back, somehow that's not enough. One thought, maybe put together one of those escape room puzzles, put it together and work on the solution. We've done a few. They're good fun. Yeah, I should do that. I had one of those once. It was supposed to be like a way to give someone a gift, like a gift card, and they would have to solve the puzzle. So I did do one of them, but yeah, I should do another one. That's kind of like a high pressure one though to do on a stream. You could fail. But I've failed on even just these assembly puzzles. So yeah, I should do one of those one night. I definitely should. I guess what would be embarrassing is if it takes me if it says it has a par of 40 minutes and then it takes me 10 hours. But I'll do it. I'll try. We'll see what happens. All right, I'm on the last tire, and then it's going to be the end of the tonight's stream. And then I'm going to hopefully figure out how these cameras work. I can't guarantee I'll have time. I still have a full-time job. Today I had time. I basically, after 5:30 today, nothing came up at my work. But that's unusual. It's not usually like that. Usually you're lucky if I'm done by 10. But today was, I don't know, it was Monday. I don't know. It was a pretty easy day. All right, we're almost done with these pins. Man, this camera looks bad tonight, huh? This camera too. I can't look at it. It's so bad. Got to work on that camera. That might just be a bad camera for this purpose. It's a good camera for surveillance, probably. Wide field of view. Everything is bright. But it's not relaxing to look at. And also it doesn't help that it only has the desk. I'm just going to go back to that camera a minute. So all you get, first of all, these white sheets are super reflective. This is obviously overlit. I mean, they don't even look yellow like they're supposed to. But here's the other issue. All you've got is the desk and the pieces. From camera 1, you've also got the background. You don't have that much of the background, but you've got some. And it's some type of art that somebody spent a lot of time getting right. And it's like an anchor, It's like on a basketball team, you need a quarterback. On a basketball team, you need a point guard. On a football team, you need a quarterback. And this is like, this backdrop, I don't know, it's something. I guess today, this one is better. How's it going? I can't see. There's something wrong with the YOLO box. I was thinking to reboot it, but I didn't bother. Basically, it's not showing the levels on the mic. So I'm going to assume that there's a microphone, but if it goes out, please let me know. So we're going to start here, day 2 of this timber truck from Qollorette. So we only got through 2 instructions yesterday, but that was somehow 138 pieces. Just to sort of refresh your memory, you can see the instructions here. Oop, they're gone. Okay. So instruction 2 was all these tires. So it was 10, like 1, 2, 3, 4 like tire pieces, and then 6 pins, and then it was times 10. Oh, that was cool. So I could highlight by clicking it. I don't know how I did that. Try to do it on purpose. I can't. Anyway, there was 100 pieces in section 2, and I guess there were 38 pieces in section 1. So now we're going to move on to section 3. I was thinking about scanning this book. I didn't get to that. If it goes to a day 3, and if I have time, I'll scan it. I just there isn't a PDF online, so I have to take pictures, and rather than everyone having to take pictures, I'll scan it. I have a scanner because I also do comic books, and I'll make a PDF, and then the world will have access to a PDF. I'll put it in the description, although it doesn't exist yet. Well, anyway, for now, we're moving on to instruction 3. And we're opening the box to take a look at what we've got there. Still a little too bright on the overhead camera. I'm not sure what's going on with that. I gotta figure that out. Anyway. And I've also still got, I mean, you can't really see this, but I don't quite have the cameras set up the way I wanted. I had them earlier in the day, and then I lost it, you know. Had it, but I lost it, so we're back to sort of the old school way of doing things. Not completely old school, but actually it's the same as yesterday. I just wanted to do something better today, but nope. It's same as yesterday. All right. So instruction 3, it starts off with looks like 2 B20s, 2 B19s, and 2 C8s, and then 2 C4s. So is it really 4 B19s? I think it is. I think it's really 4 B19s. All right, so let's do this. Sheet A is pretty much done. Just put that in the bottom. We may not even need that anymore. So, B, 2 B20s. Oh, we need our golf tee. All right. There were 2. No, those are 18s. We need 19s. Anyway, here's the 20s. It's a fairly big piece. So what do you think this is going to go to? The shape of this B20. Anyone have a guess on what part of the vehicle that's going to be? I don't know yet. And there's the 4 B19s. They're right next to the 2 B20s. So that's 2. And after I get the 4 B19s, that's going to be 6. I'm just counting this so I know how much to increment the pieces counter. 2, 3. Oops, almost knocked the B12 out. All right, that's 6, but we still need. All right, those are the B19, B20. B19, might as well keep it in order, right? And then 2 C8s and 2 C4s. So we have to go to the next sheet. 4 more pieces. 2 C8s, 2 C4s. Wait a second. Why is this the D sheet? Where's the C sheet? A. How do I... Oh, what? How did the C sheet get below the D sheet? Anyway, it somehow happened. Here's the C sheet. So 2 C8s and 2 C4s. What are the C4s? Are like a curvy piece? Yeah, there it is. Like an accordion, I sometimes call them. Basically, they're very tricky pieces. I might break them just trying to get them out of the sheet. So you can see the C4 piece. It's like, it like curves, you know. I don't see any connectors on this piece, which is weird. Oh, is it going to go inside of here, and that's why it doesn't need connectors? That's interesting. Okay, we'll get to that in a minute. C4. We also need 2 C8s, which is how many C8s we have. 2 C8s. All right. 2, 4, 6, that's 10 pieces. So we got to increment our counter. Just to give you some backstory here, I've got to learn to work this YOLO box left-handed because that's just the way it is. Like if I work it right-handed, my hand goes in front of the screen, but if I work it left-handed, I reach over camera 3. So I'm just trying to do more left-handed YOLO box work. All right, anyway, that's just some little extra information for you if you're following along with my constant efforts to get this live streaming desk set up. It's a desktop stage, basically. It's just the desk in my room, and I added 3 truss pieces to it, although I think I'm going to add 2 more because the over-the-shoulder camera, it's like using these clamps to clamp to the desk, and it just would be easier if I did the truss. Like I have an L-shaped desk, I might as well do an L-shaped truss. Right now it's just like an H or whatever you want to call it. All right, B20s now. Another thing is I cropped the image on the instructions because the iPad is like a different shape. And when I did that, it had the offer to create a new like setting or to create a new one or to alter the original. I should have picked alter the original. I picked create a new one, and that created this situation where it's now like one off screen, like you hit the ribbon of all the video inputs and it's like slightly off screen. So like it's an extra tap to go back. Not for all, just if I go to the overhead picture in picture, which is if you can't guess, it's this camera. But as you see, it takes me a while to switch in and out of that one because that's the one that got bumped to the second screen when I cropped the instruction view. Well, tomorrow I'm going to crop it. Today, the cropped one is an extra view, and I just don't need that extra view. There's no point to it. All right, so now we're up to this curvy piece. And I think what we're supposed to do is like, so we put a couple of the B19s here. So they're like backstops. So we're going to put this through the like cutout here and then put more B19s on this side and they'll act like backstops. I think it's brilliant, actually. Assuming this works. I mean, if it breaks halfway through, then I'm not going to think it's brilliant. But just looking at this concept, it seems like a good idea. But this is all going to depend on whether this piece will actually go in or not. If it goes in, then it's brilliant. If it doesn't, then I guess it's lame. Or if it breaks while it's going in, what is that? What are we going to call that? User error? I'll tell you. I'm already thinking I'd rather slip this off and put in just one side because as you can see, I'm so far not able to get it in there. But, you know, maybe it would be even worse to try to stick the end on, because you might force it and break the accordion. Whereas if I'm trying to get the accordion in there, then once I finally get it in, it should be smooth sailing. Let's see. Let's see if that's true. I'll tell you, it's not easy so far. Let's see here. Not on. That's my reaction to that. Okay. Let's try pre-curling it. All right, 2 hands. One hand working the back and the other hand working the front. Let's see if that works. Well, I think I have to take away my opinion of this being brilliant, because I can't do it. I feel like I can't even get it started. I guess once you get it started, it'll be easy to push it the rest of the way through. Is that what we're thinking here? Because all I'm thinking right now is one false move and this piece is going to break. All right, let me spin it around. I doubt that's going to make a difference, but let me try that. Not going so far. Oh my goodness. Nope. Did I split this end? No, it's not split. But it's also not in there. I wonder if other people watching this are just doing this no problem. Like, who are following along with their own copy of the puzzle, because I'm having a little trouble here. All right. Should we start it and then try to wiggle it in, or do we line it up and try to get it in one shot? I've been trying to start it, and so far that's not working. But somehow I think trying to get it in one shot will be even worse. Oh my goodness, it felt like it was in for a second, and it's obviously back out. All right, we're going to start at the other end. See how that goes. Maybe. What if we put the middle in first, and then try to get the 2 ends at the same time? Well, that's tricky, because you're kind of guessing where the middle is. But if you get it, well, you can slide it a little bit. That's like so close to getting in there, but it's not in there. All right, it started at least. I feel that it started. I don't know how accurate that is. You can see it in there. It's definitely somewhat in there, but I'm not sure how to get it further without breaking it. Oh, that's working. Okay, so once you get it started, it is pretty easy. It slides right in once you get it started. All right, so we did it. Now I got to get the other end in. I thought that was going to be automatic. I'll tell you, it is easier. It is easy. It's not automatic, but it's quite a bit easier compared to starting it. Yeah, that was pretty easy. I mean, to start it took, I don't know, let's call it 3 minutes, whereas to finish it took like 10 seconds. All right, so we can put the cap on now. And then it's going to be nice and snug, right? The cap being the B19. All right, I got to get it on before it's starting to come out. You got to get it on before it comes out. Otherwise, you'll be pushing in with it out, which will almost certainly break the accordion piece. Oh my goodness, come on. All right, it's done. One side is done. Feels pretty strong. I think that worked. Now I got to do the other side. All right. What is it that we did that worked? I think we put the middle in first. Let's see if we can do this side quicker than we did the other side. Oh. Close, 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 close. Got it. Oh, man. Did I get it or not? Yeah, there we go. That's in. So we definitely, that little bit of experience paid off. We did better the second time. What have we here? Come on, come on. You can do it. Just line it up and get it in there. During the tires yesterday, when I was answering a lot of questions, I should have set it to auto director. Like at that moment, I should have switched it to auto director, because the last like 20 minutes of that show, I was just doing the 10 tires. And I should have switched the camera to auto director because there was really nothing to add. There was nothing. It was all going to be repetitive, and there were going to be 10 tires, and you might as well set it. Like, I don't want to do that, like, you know, permanently, but we could do it just for fun one night, do the whole show auto director. But definitely when you're going to spend 20 minutes building 10 tires, you might as well set it to auto director. Auto director means it changes the camera angle, either by a set pattern or a random pattern or whatever. I pulled it out. I gotta redo this second one again. Basically, while I was putting on the little B19 cap, I somehow managed to pull this accordion piece out, and this is no good. I'm now in the situation of having to put it back together and hoping that I don't break the piece. All right, slide the piece on, then go down here, make sure it's in. Is that gonna work? Let's see. Wow. Yep. This thing, that was bad. Don't let that thing come out after you get it in. It's no good when it backs out. it's tougher to do the second time. But I'll get it. All right, let's get that pin on. Or nut, whatever you want to call it. I think I got it. All right. That's it, right? So I'm not sure still what part of the car the truck this is. It's got to be something external, right? If they use these accordion pieces. I'll tell you, the only thing it looks like is this gas tank, but that doesn't make sense because there's two of them. Yeah, it's a mystery. I don't know what we just built here. We'll figure it out eventually. All right. What's the next instruction? I guess instruction 4, right? So, we've built a lot of stuff, and we're going to put it all to the side for a minute. So instruction 4 is building, I believe that's a wheel well. It's one of the back two, right? Because it's a 2-tire wheel well. Is it maybe going to have like a ×4? No. There's a left side, a right side, and then another left side, and another, presumably right side. So F3, E6, F1, F1, E6. So they're different. They're a little bit different, these things. F3, E6, F2. The other one's F1. Yeah, they're all a little different. You got to be really careful. They come from the E and F pages, and they're a little crazy. So E and F. All right. Here are the E and F sheets. And the pieces we need. I mean, you can't mass produce these wheel wells because they're all. Each one of them has a different configuration. So the first one is, well, they probably all have E6 in the middle. I probably could punch out all 4 E6s. Let me just confirm that. Yeah, all right. They all have E6 in the middle. So I'm going to grab the 4 E6s. All right. So, oops, almost popped out an E7. They're tricky pieces. They're like accordion. Again, they're like accordion on both sides, and then they've got something in the middle. Not an easy piece to get out. But we'll get it. So we need 4 E6s. We got to take all 4. I already marked them on the scoreboard, the piece tracker, whatever you want to call it. This one says, oh, they all say stop. Okay. That probably indicates that it goes to the back. The fact that it has lettering means it's outward facing. And then that it says stop, that's like in any puzzle, if there's ink, it's an outward facing piece. You wouldn't do ink on a piece nobody's going to see. But on the wheel wells of this truck, the outs must point backwards, right? Like so that someone following the truck would see that where it says stop, and presumably they would stop. All right, so there's the 4 E6s. So we can put the E sheet down for a minute. And instruction 4 needs F3 and F1. So there's 2 F1s, 2 F2s, 2 F3s. No, there's 4 F3s, but there's 2 F1s and 2 F2s. And what we need right now is one F1 and one F2. Okay. No. Did I say F1 and F2? No. F1 and F3. And F3 is an outward facing piece. Basically, the outsides of the wheel wells are all the F3s. So it's going to seem like we're doing the same thing 4 times in a row, but I guess the F3 and the E6 are the same all 4 times, but the other piece changes. In this first case, it's F3. So let's do that. What were we saying about the stop? The stop goes towards the back. But how do I know which end is the back? Or does it become the back based on how I put the piece in? All right, this is the outside. This is the back once I put it in. So you put it in the left so that the stop shows up in the back. Like that's how it becomes the back side. It's based on how you put it into this other piece. Wow, 5 connectors. It should be pretty secure. And it looks like that stop kind of hangs down a little bit, like a mud flap. Yep, hangs down like a mud flap. So this is F3, this is E6, and this is an F1. I presume there's only one way this goes on? No, this looks pretty symmetric. I think you just slip this right on. Yeah. Yeah, it's this symmetric piece. Let's get each piece kind of started before we start pushing them all in. And then hopefully we don't break anything. Although they're kind of falling out, I think I gotta push them in to get them to stay in, but that's gonna make them tougher to get them to go on the next piece. Wow. Yeah, all right. You can't start them all. You gotta secure one and then start moving down the line, securing them all. All right, there's the first wheel well. I don't know which one it is, and I feel like I should write left side on it. Okay. I wish it would say, it just says left side. I wish it would say like left side front or left side back. All right, anyway, I'm going to put it in front of my left hand. That way I know it's left side. And the next one is right side. I'll put it in front of the right hand. So actually it's going to be really obvious because the only difference between 4 and 5, which are left side and right side, it's the same 3 pieces. It's just the order that you put them together. So actually it's pretty easy. So we're moving on to instruction 5. So there's 2 more pieces there. All right. So those pieces are this again, an F1 and an F3, but this time, well, the F3 goes on the outside both times, but the outside is in a different place, whether you're doing the right or the left. I think I've made this point clear. All right, So I think let's start with the outside piece, the F3. That makes sense to me somehow, because you can see this is the outside, and then you know that this is the back, because that's like has the word stop there, so it must be the back. So let's just go through here, click this together. This puzzle's going so well so far that I'm definitely feeling guilty that I didn't open my other Qollorette puzzles yet. Maybe it's because such a weird name, Qollorette, and had a non-distinct box, and I don't know. This box at least has a picture on it. A lot of the others don't, and this is, I assume, like their newest one. So maybe they've learned that if you put a picture on the box, it makes the more people interested in the puzzle. So hopefully, I mean, I'll go back and do more Qollorette puzzles. I've got them. Just gotta do them. All right, so we're doing our first right side wheel well. It's instruction 5. We're up to 156 pieces. I don't know how many pieces there are total. The sheets, how many sheets were there? Like 8 sheets, something like that. We're through one of the 8 sheets. So what's that, like 12% on the way there, and a few other pieces, so at least 13%. Anyway. These back pieces are coming out while I'm getting the front pieces in. Actually, these are the front pieces. Based on the direction that they go on. Okay, there we go. Right side. So 4, 5, moving on to 6. Now, 6 is a left side, but it's a little bit different. We use an F2 instead of an F1 for some reason. All right, so that's instruction 6. And we're now up to 158 pieces. All right. So the pieces we're looking for, well, F3 as always, and F2 is now going to go with it. I'm just curious, how different are these F1 and F2 pieces? Like, are they really different? They don't look... Would you see a difference? Oh, the F1s have attachments on them, and the F2s don't. Well, I can tell you by looking at the box, the F2s are the back. As you can see the attachments on the... You can see the F1 piece right there. And you can see this one does not have that piece. You also, I think, are getting an idea of the scale of this puzzle. Just... by looking at this piece. So this size on the box is smaller than the reality. What would you say? It's not half the size, but it's like maybe 2/3 the size or something like that. I don't know. Let's see. Anyway, these two are the front ones. Next. All right, F3. Let's put this together. It's going to get the F2. There were some features I wanted to test as far as we're on tonight. What were they? Oh, test running video with audio and mic over from files on chip. Well, I didn't get any. Well, also from iPad. All right, I didn't put any files on the chip. You can like select audio from the a chip. You can put like an SD chip into the YOLO box, and it could have video files on it. And I wanted to test if you can speak over the mic when you're playing the audio. But here's what I'm going to do. It's going to be 2 tests in one. I'm going to launch like 10 seconds of a YouTube video from my iPad. And that's going to test 1, if the sound comes through from the iPad. And 2, if I can speak the microphone over the iPad. I think the sound is not going to come from the iPad unless you're mixing audio. And you know what? I think I can do that. In fact, it's going to determine the way I set it up today. I have the third camera on USB and the iPad and HDMI, and I didn't want to do that, but it wasn't loading. But now I'm thinking that was a blessing in disguise, because you're not able to mix the mic with the USB, but I have the iPad in an HDMI. I know it's a lot of nonsense. If you never worked with a video mixer, it sounds like I'm speaking French. But anyway, here's what I'm going to do. So I've got the iPad is here. The instructions are on the iPad. I'm going to go into the audio mixer for a second, and I'm going to see if I can turn on HDMI 3. I can't, because there's a reason why. Remember how I said you can't see the microphone input? That's part, you can't see it, and the audio mixer is frozen. So you can hear the microphone, I assume. But the audio mixer is basically unavailable right now. And if it was available, I would turn on the microphone and the HDMI 3, which is the iPad, and I would test talking over video. But I don't think I can do it because the audio section is frozen. That I really should have rebooted this before I went live, but I had spent like 10 minutes setting it up, and I didn't want to do it twice. I don't know. It's kind of a lame excuse, but that's the reason. All right, anyway. Instruction 7 is, I guess it's going to be an F2 and an F3, even though the instruction's kind of cut off. But it has to be that, right? So instruction 7, 2 more pieces. We got F2 and F3. So those are the pieces. Let's do this. F2, F3, and of course E6. And this is going to be a right side piece. And then the other 2 things I had like on the list for wanting to test today. One was if overlays can be animated. But I didn't put any animated overlays on the SD chip, so I can't test that. What was the third thing I wanted to test? I have it written down here. The third thing I can't do, I wanted to calibrate the color across all the cameras, but I need to either print out or basically I need something to calibrate to, and I don't have that right now. I didn't get to that. I didn't get to anything really. I'm up to episode, what am I up to? 208, and so far every episode I've just plugged in the cables a few minutes before I hit go live. I've not really done any pre-production. On the weekend show I'll do some. That I'll have some time then. I work a full time during the day, so I don't really have time. But once I teach myself during the weekend, then I can do it really quickly during the week because I already know it. I already know what needs to be done. But the things I have now, they're all like testing. Like I don't even know what this YOLO box can do yet until I test it. So those are the 3 things I wanted to test. mixing iPad sounds with microphone, doing animated overlays, graphic overlays, and what was that third one again? I just said it. Oh, the color calibration. All right, that's not a test. That's a separate thing. That's a like do it once and take a picture to remember how the setting, and that's it. That's it forever. I definitely need to mix because the microphone and video, because then I can play clips. You know, that would be cool. I can like play clips and then talk about them. All right. Let's see here. So I didn't scan the instructions. So I just kind of still got them printed out, the printed copy. So it's time to go to the second, sort of, I guess, third and fourth pages, which are instructions 8 through 15. So I have to quickly take a picture of those pages. So bear with me for a minute while I do that. All right. What did I say? 8 through 16? Doesn't really fit the shape of the thing, but all right, let me see here. It's also getting like bad, harsh shadows on it. I definitely should have scanned this stuff like earlier in the day. So just to show you here, I just took a picture of the instruction book 3 and 4. And like, look at those harsh shadows. Yeah. Anyway, I should have scanned it during the day. So now we're up to instruction 8, and that involves a times 2 of, it looks like a ladder, like the ladder. Maybe that goes into the cab, maybe one for each side. Let's see if that's the case. So a ladder for each side. That's 4 pieces, 2 C5s, a C6, and a C7. So that's 8 pieces total. So we're up to instruction 8, and that instruction 8 is 8 pieces, bringing us to like 160 pieces total. By the way, I think the audio just unfroze. Can you believe that? I hope you can still hear me. So now I can test that mixing. Unbelievable. I said, so do we want to do the 8 pieces? All right, let's do instruction 8 because I already said I'm going to do it, and then we're going to test mixing the audio. Maybe because I used the iPad, maybe that caused it to become unlocked. Anyway, 4 C5s, 2 C6s, and 2 C7s. That's what we need to build the 2 ladders. Right now I'm just looking for the C sheet. Here it is. Is that the grill of the truck? So that definitely gives you an idea of the size. That's the grill of the truck. All right. So we need all of these C5s, all 4 of them. 1. What? Come on, get out. 2. 3. That's 4 C5s. And then the steps are apparently different sizes. Yep, the smaller step is, the lower step is smaller. I assume that's accurate. I haven't gotten into any big rigs lately, but I assume that's accurate. All right, let's do this real quick so we can move on to testing the audio, but not so quick that we mess up. So the only thing we need to remember to not mess up is that this tab thing, this how do we describe this? This is like a shape, and then it has like a tab on the end, and the tab is at the top. And what at the top means is that's where you connect the big piece. That's all the top really means in this context. All right, that's pretty snug fit. And then the smaller step goes at the bottom, and then we put the other side on, line it up, and that's it. That's how we do the stairs. And you can sort of see how this is going to attach to the vehicle using the tabs. There's tabs all over these pieces. This is obviously the way Qollorette makes their connections. It's like no question here. So there's the little staircase. All right, let's do another one of those. Did I face the stairs the right direction? Yeah, I did. Okay. So yeah, this the top, the tab sticking out is at the top, and then the step that you connect faces like out in the opposite direction from the tab. All right, that's in. Okay. All right. That's done. I'm just going to start on the puzzle. All right, let me see. I got an email. In 10 minutes, I'll be on the computer. Okay. So in 10 minutes, we're going to have Kostas Pantoulis, Greek comic book artist. And at that point, I'm going to learn how to use headphones while broadcasting, and we're going to learn how to invite guests through the YOLO box. So I already invited him, but what I didn't do is I haven't had any guests yet through the YOLO box, so I just realized it's going to need to, I'm going to need to wear headphones or I won't be able to hear him. And I was just testing it, and yeah, it's not easy because there's a little like delay. It's a slight delay, but there is a little delay. I could do the direct to monitor from my own like microphone, but for Kostas, I'll need to hear him through the YOLO box, which means there's going to be like a second delay. So I guess I'm going to learn how to speak through, listen through broadcast headphones tonight, because I don't have experience with that yet, but I will soon. I'm not even sure if I'm going to, like, if YOLO Box is going to tell me when he shows up. I have it so that he should... also, YOLO Box updated their software today. Like, I turned it on, and I see things are different. Like, a lot of stuff is different. So I'm still, like, learning how it looks. So the fact that I don't know what it used to look like when a guest would join doesn't matter, because now it's a new software. But I don't know what it looks like, so I'm just going to try to keep an eye and hope I don't miss that. And in the meanwhile, let's get started here on the puzzle. So I got the instructions there, but I've been photographing the instructions and following them, from my iPad. I got a picture of the instructions on my iPad, and that's how I follow along what's going on in the instructions. So we finished instruction 8, which was through 168 pieces. So now we're going to move on to instruction 9, which, as you can see there, instruction 9 we're going to be adding the seat. The seat, I don't know if that's the seat to the truck or the seat to the crane, but we're going to be doing something. Well, I'll tell you. Okay, I was already lost there for a second. The scoreboard interface changed, and it went to default, went to the style rather than the. I'm basically all out of sorts with this new interface. It's kind of good that Costas asked me to go on an hour early because I started setting up an hour early, and I ended up only getting online like 40 minutes early because I had to do the install. But basically it's not even 11 yet, and I'm learning the new interface, and we're up to 9. All right, how many pieces are in 9? There's two C1s, a C2, that's 3 pieces. A C3, that's 4 pieces, and then it's times 2. So we're going to add 8 pieces here. So 176 we're going to be up to when we finish 2. Oh, one nice thing, I guess I could have done this in the past, but I didn't realize, is the monitor. I used to have the monitor show what's on the YOLO box. I should detach a camera to show you what I'm talking about. Maybe I'll detach the iPad. That seems like the simplest thing. So the iPad is where the instructions are, and I'm just going to go out of the instructions for a second so I can pick up the iPad and show you. So the YOLO box has like the interface, but now I have just the output on the monitor. That's like new. Apparently that choice was always there, and I just didn't know how to activate it. But anyway, now I've got that. So I hope you don't mind hearing updates. It's part of my, like, this channel, it's here to make you fall asleep while I put puzzles together. So I figure whether I'm putting puzzles together or I'm putting a desktop stage together, it's roughly the equivalent, unless you happen to be following along with the puzzle, in which case I'm kind of wasting some of your time. Sorry. If you have your own copy of the puzzle. All right, so I need all 4 of these C1 pieces. I definitely feel better with the monitor showing me the same thing that you're seeing, because I can already see the YOLO box on the YOLO box. What I want is a clear shot of what you guys see, and I now have that. All right, 2 C2s. And 2 C3s. Yeah, there you go. So basically, this corner of the C sheet was the seats. So we're going to snap the seats together. Do we know if Costas is here yet? That would be weird if he was here and I didn't know. I probably should put the headphones on right now. That way I hear him when he shows up. Okay. All right, now I got the headphones in. Oh my goodness. I turned my head to look at the instructions and the cord went in my mouth. So I have a lot to learn dealing with headphones. Okay. Is the cord on the screen? No. Okay, good. So I got to take the 2 sides of this seat and connect them. No, the 2 sides of the chair and connect them with the seat. That's the plan. All right. Is there a front or back to the seat? I mean, this is the top because it has ink. What I don't know is the curves. I think the curves should head towards the back. I think that makes sense. And then the side, it doesn't matter. I don't think it matters which side it goes on the left and which side goes on the right. So we're just building 2 chairs for instruction 9. Actually, testing this microphone is going to sound weird, but it reminded me of, it was sort of a, I don't know if you'd call it a nightmare, but it used to wake me up when I was a kid. And it was exactly the way this microphone sounds. It's like you start the word and you hear it with your ears, but then you hear it on the microphone, and you have this tendency to want to connect it, which you have to shut out. But when you first do it, it's tough to shut it out. And if you can believe it, that was a recurring nightmare I had as a kid, was exactly that pacing of speaking, which led to some weird thoughts of video game respawns and simulation theory, but then some crazier thoughts of like some sort of programming. I mean, I've seen some paranoid conspiracy videos where they do some feedback loop to someone and they force them to, I don't know what they do, but they have headphones on when they're doing it. So I don't know exactly how it works, but it's definitely a weird feeling. If you haven't tried this yet, do it, just to see how weird it is. Alright, I don't think I quite got that right. No, I guess I did. One side is in, one side's out. Alright, let's inspect the other one. So it's 2 chairs, so that's got to be the truck cabin, right? Because if it was the crane cabin, there would only be 1 chair. That's my theory. I guess we'll find out soon enough. So 9 is done. Instruction 9 is done. Let's go to instruction 10. While we also looking out for Costa showing up. Alright, so instruction 10, that's that like exhaust pipe on the top of the... Wait, is it on the top of the truck? I'm just looking at the picture and I don't see it on the top of the truck. The picture here. Like, does anyone see that exhaust pipe? Oh, is that? That's not it. That's something much bigger. I don't know. It's definitely, when you look at the instructions, it looks like an exhaust pipe, but I don't really know. And it's another times 2. So it's C12 and C14 times 2. So that's 4 pieces. So we're up to 180 pieces. Okay. So C12, C14, 2 of each. I just took... We took the chairs from C. What the hell did I do with it? I lost the C-board. C-board? It sounds like something like not what it is. Alright, for some reason I put it on the bottom. Anyway, 2 C12s and 2 C14s. That is instruction 10. Because it's a times 2. The C16 is like, which is the hood of the truck. I mean, you can see it. It's like, look at the little markings there. You can see that that's the hood of the truck, but we're not up to it yet. So, and then C12 in the instructions, why does that look like a cylinder? That doesn't make sense. There's no cylinder pieces. Anyway, I guess we're gonna find out. Are we? I can't find C12 on the board. You know what? At the end, there was a board with pieces with all different letters. So I have to find that. I'm also going to check my email, see if Costa's having any tech problems. He hasn't mentioned it. So, I'm going to do something. Just give me a second. I'm going to go into the YOLO box and send, like, to myself a link to, not that I'm inviting myself, but in case he didn't get the invitation, there's a button, send link to me. So I'm going to send the link. Alright, let's go back in here. Alright, bear with me. I'm looking for the C12 piece, but I'm also going to send this link. You've been invited. Accept invite. Copy link. Send. I'm emailing Costas. You should have received this link. Hopefully it works. And then I paste the link. Wow, why does that keyboard sound so loud? I gotta do some, like, what's the word? I only want my mic to sound loud, not the keyboard. I guess I just need to get a quiet keyboard. I don't know. Alright, so this is the F board. I know somewhere there's like a mixed board that has pieces from all different letters, because I don't see C12 here. So I think it's on that, like, mixed board, if I can find it. That's the F board. H board. No, this is the mixed board. This board has not only H's, it also has C's. And there's more C14s. So I got some C14s here, but there's more of them. Sorry, you were missing. Or were you? No, you weren't. I don't know why I imagined that. Alright, C14. Where is C12? This board is labeled spare parts, which makes me think I should go back to the C board and look for C12 again. Anyone else? Oh, this is C12. Okay. So we need to stack like 100 of them. Oh my goodness. They don't show how many. Alright. Let's just count them up. I guess you just put as many as you feel like it. So for counting purposes, I counted as 2. But they give you, let's call these 3 extra, and then we'll split these in half if it's an even number. 5, 5, 25. Alright, let's put 12 on each side, which means we're going to add 22 to the count here. So what's that, 202? Right, yeah, we're going to add 22. So we're now up to 202. Alright, and let's just get to work here. Well, it's going to be a boring work. We're just going to be popping out C12s for a minute. I was looking for, I don't know, I was thinking it was a piece like that looked like in the instruction, but what they're really trying to say is drop like a lot of them. So we're going to do 12 on each side. That's the plan. First I gotta get the splinters off of this. Alright. Oh, another thing. I was looking through. Let me see if I could find it here. All photos. Hopefully nothing embarrassing there. iCloud has not been updated. Who cares? Where's the instructions? Okay, here it is. If you look at these instructions, there's instructions on the cover. Here's the cover of the book, and there's instructions written on the cover of the book. And one of them is, well, first it says use the sandpaper, and then it says use the wax, So like we knew that, but it doesn't say it inside the book. It just says it generally once at the beginning. But look at this. Use special tool for removing parts. This is the tool. Like we were saying earlier, like where's the tool? Well, there is a tool. We just hadn't read the cover where it told us about it. And the tool is, looks like it says H10 on it. So here it is. Here's the tool. So we're going to start using that right now to punch out all these C12s that we need. It looks like it can do some other stuff. I haven't used this tool before. I'm not familiar with it. This end looks like I can use it to punch pieces out. Let's do that, and then we'll figure out what these other, can be used for. This looks like when there's a tab and you need to like push something on, and these are like small. They're like 3 different sizes. It looks like a cool tool. As we go along, we'll figure out what it's used for, I guess. This is going to be repetitive. Let me grab a question for while I'm punching out 24 of these. If you could go back in time, which day of your life would you want to change? Well, I think we're done with this this stack. We read that question before, so we've gone through 3. During these 209 episodes, we've gone through 3 packs of cards questions. I have more packs. I'll grab one in a minute, I guess. But for now, I'll just I just had something that popped into my own head, so I'll just answer that. I was thinking that maybe Costas would bring it up, and that is why am I doing puzzle streams instead of comic book streams? Because the first streams I did, like the first few streams I did, were looking at comic books. And then the first time Costas was on, we were looking at Electromagnet, which we worked on together. And I'm still working on Vin Duty. I worked on it a little bit today. That's my current comic. Costas and I are still working on Sharks on the Train. That's going to be finished at some point. All right, so we got 8 of these. We need 12 more for one side and then another 12 for the other side, the C12 pieces. So we're still working on the comic, but I just heard a voice. Is Costas here?
Yeah, Tom. Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you go on YouTube and see if you could hear you? Okay, so, you're a blank
Yeah.
screen. Do you have an option to put anything else, like a screenshot of one of your comics or something like that?
Yeah, let me check the settings.
I'll tell you why I say that, because then I could test out splitting the screen. So I was in the middle of
Yeah.
answering a question that I asked myself, which was like, am I still making comics? And the answer is yes. But I'm also doing this, but because this is newer, do you notice difference in the show since last time you were on? I'll do
Yeah,
some. Are you looking
the
through the
setting is
screen right
different.
now?
Oh,
So
you're
I have,
changing the cameras. Oh, nice.
right, I have like overhead camera. I have down below camera. I have like instruction book camera. I have overlay with the instructions.
Huh,
I have this regular view, and the microphone
nice.
should sound better. By the way,
Yeah, it
can
sounds it's awesome. It looks
can
much more
you
pro.
hear yourself on YouTube?
Let me check. Uh, okay, use your channel.
By the way, I got one more camera for you. Oh, you
Then,
can't see
yeah.
live. You're seeing the 20-second delay.
I see the. This is a wheel. Win.
This is a wheel. Yeah.
What you do?
Oh,
You betting?
well, what I do is
Nice.
I'm going to post something in chat right now. I'm going to say in the chat, hi. Now, because I said in the chat, I get to add my name up there. So if you post something in chat, then we'll add your name. And then we could spin. You know what? I got to do this like right-handed. I was doing it left-handed. Let's pretend post something in chat, but I'm just gonna write Costas here. So the idea is, if we ever get 12 people on the stream, we're gonna start giving out prizes, like cash money prizes. But for now, it's just for fun. So let's just spin it.
Yeah.
Yeah, nobody won. So that's how it's been. I think the most names we've had up there is 4, but it's like Russian roulette. We never,
Yeah.
somehow, nobody's won. You know, in all these like, and look at this. It's in the picture in
It's
picture.
like 5% of luck to win. I think it's
What's
like
that?
for. It's like 5 to 10% to win.
Right. Well, if we get
Yeah.
12 people posting in the chat, then it's 100%
Somebody's win.
someone will win.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Let
So
me
that's
check
that's
the
what I'm
sound.
hoping. Um, but at the same time, I don't know. You know, I'm marketing this show as you can fall asleep listening to it, so I don't know if that wheel really fits, but it's like something that I'm trying.
That's a nice idea.
Yeah.
I check my voice from the YouTube channel, and yeah, I can hear myself.
Okay, good. I'll tell you what's the only problem. I currently don't have the instructions showing up. Uh, let's see.
I cannot put something
Screen.
on my screen.
Well, I could
Is it
test it
okay if I
even with
leave
the
it like that and I have only the voice,
No,
the mic?
it is. It is. I mean, we know that the voice comes through. Well, let me ask this. How did you connect? Like, I sent you the link, and then what happened?
You send me the link, and uh, I went on a screen that asked me to join and write my name, and I
Hmm.
did,
Hmm.
and I'm here. Yeah,
So you did it from a
I push
phone
join
or a
the event.
computer?
I'm on my iMac on my computer.
And it's your computer microphone? That's how you're speaking?
I have my headphones, and my headphones they have a microphone. It's like the ones that they use for
Like a
video
headset.
gaming.
So
I
it's
use
like
that for
plugged into
teaching
the.
cartooning.
All right, I'm going to go into the levels. You won't see what I'm doing, but I want to see
Yeah, yeah.
if I can see your level.
I think I'm louder. Yeah.
You think so? Okay, let's see. Let me see if I could find that here. Um, Mic in, Costas in. So you sound louder?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think I sound a little bit louder than you.
Okay, I'm
I
gonna try
think.
something. I'm gonna try. Uh, I don't want to sound too loud. Um, all right. Now listen. Wait. In 20 seconds, you gotta listen. You know what's weird? Are you hearing me on your computer before on the YouTube?
I hear you from the YOLO Live website, and I
Mm-hmm.
muted my YouTube so I don't
Mm-hmm.
have that double echo because
Okay.
in the YouTube live it takes
Mm-hmm.
some seconds
It's at
after,
least
you
20
know.
seconds
It's
behind. So
yeah.
anyway, how about now? Are we the same volume now?
Let me check. Uh,
Check one, check one. Now you say something.
I think yeah, we're closer. We're
You're
closer.
yeah, you're
Can
still a
you give
little
me
louder.
just
I
Just
can
a
lower
minute
yours a
to
little
take.
bit.
Yeah,
Let me
great.
see here.
Can you give me just a minute? I want to take something to help me with my headphones. I will be right back. Sorry.
Okay. All right. Check one. Check one. Yeah, I'm somehow not hitting the same volume as Costas. All right. How many of these things did I punch out? 2, 4, 6, 8. That's on the second one. I already got 12 on the first one. They actually, most of these things break on the way out. See that like thing in the middle? So we got this tool just in time. It's exactly the width to push that out. Two, four, 6, 8, 10. All right, last one. You know what's interesting? It only shows one person, even though Costas and I both have the YouTube open. Okay, and now it's not showing the chat. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with this YouTube. I also see the instruction is kind of cut off compared to what I see on the monitor. What I see on YouTube is like tighter trimmed. I have to keep that in mind. Alright, I'm going to start putting these pieces on. So it's definitely a good time to chat about comic books or whatever. Are you there, Costas?
Give me a minute. Sorry.
Okay.
I was trying to find uh, a, a spare headphones
Okay. So
that will help me
I got something for
with
you.
how I hear you from the computer. Yeah,
Yeah.
I did not
In the
find, but
future, I'm going
found
to
it.
start saving links so I can pull these up. You see how I have this little like window with the instructions? That's just my iPad. So like I saw a tweet someone made and I want to talk about it, but I don't have it saved. In the future, I'll do that. So anyway, someone made a tweet and it was from a comic book. I forget if it was Marvel or DC, but it was one of the big ones. And they looked at it and they were like, the comment was something like, "So this is the level of art we've been reduced to," and it was a character where it was just basically just an outline. It's almost like, you know how I do the 3D model renderings, but I like completely render them. This was like someone just traced
Yeah,
the outline and then maybe put one more line separating the arm from the torso. It basically was no shading, no rendering, no anything. And the colorist didn't pick them up. I know sometimes an artist will do like very simple pencils and then the inker and the colorist will pick them up. But in this case, it didn't
yeah,
happen. It was just incredibly weak pencils, and the ink were just as weak, and the coloring was flat. And it led to someone posting on Twitter like, "This is the level of art we've been reduced to." And I kind of agreed with them, although I don't want to force you, and maybe you don't want to be on public record criticizing Marvel and
Oh, I don't
DC,
care.
but well,
I
do you
don't
have
care.
any thoughts on that? What's going on in the industry and the art level lately?
Well, the last 3 to 4 years, the from what I know, uh, the per page rate is getting lower and lower, even in the big two.
Right. Yeah,
And
that's a good point.
it's it's this thing with Marvel. They're always going to have great talents, right? But after they've been bought by a big corporation, there are many people there that they they don't really realize their job. You know, they're not that good at their job, and they just working on a big corporation that is Disney. They don't work at Marvel. They work at Marvel, but they think that they work in Disney, and they're going to go up the ladder of Disney, so they don't care about it.
Yeah, and there's no
And
pride.
to be honest, yeah, to be honest, it's like I think because I've seen some things that sometimes they will just take people and bring them to draw comics that they just hang out with them and their friends. Seriously,
Yeah. That would have never happened in the 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, and 90s. I think the
yeah,
90s was some of the best work. I know that that's considered past Comics Prime, but they were people who grew up watching passionate people, and they were super passionate,
yeah,
plus had technology, plus had funding. You know, and I know that it was a little gauche, and they were new at some of the digital work, and it was a little overboard. But I'd rather that than what we see today, which looks like people don't give a shit. That's really what it looks like. Like there's no pride in their
yeah.
work. Like you're gonna do better on
They
Kickstarter with independence.
agreed, but they don't give a shit because they have money from the rooftop. It's like
Hmm.
somebody opens the rooftop and there are money there, and they use gravity to come to them. But back in
Hmm.
the 60s, 50s, if they did not deliver, they were out of business. It's the same thing with every corporation, every company when it becomes established.
Hmm.
Um, People that they don't have a spirit of entrepreneurship, uh, they go there and they work
Hmm.
because it's something very very stable. When you have a big corporation taking care of you under the wings,
Yeah.
uh, yeah,
I also have a bone to pick with the comic fan base. I understand some of it's like automatic. They're subscribed to certain comics and they're never going to stop. And those comics do get better attention from the publishers and they're more quality. But it's not really that. It's not really what they're buying. It's what they're talking about on YouTube. So on my YouTube channel, I've had a channel for like, I don't know, at this point it's close to 20 years, however long that YouTube's existed. But I've done maybe
yeah,
25 comic videos. So like, less than two per year. But I don't think any of them are Marvel and DC. I think they're either my own comics or other independent people's comics. I did one on Watchmen, and I'm not. And it's not that I'm not shy to do independents. I have no interest in doing Marvel and DC because they're so big and they're covered on mainstream, and there's no point for a YouTuber. But then I see these other small YouTubers. They only have 150 views, and they're doing in Marvel and DC just like hundreds of other YouTubers, and I'm thinking like, what are you getting out of this? Why would you
yeah,
not? If you did independence, you could talk to the actual people who made them. You could give an opinion about something other people didn't already see, aren't already familiar with it. Why are the fans covering Marvel and DC? What's wrong with these people?
exactly. They don't realize that they are a part of a microcosmo
Hmm.
in the micro small world of independence comic books, and they don't want to realize it and understand who they are. It's the same thing when you have a very small business and the
Hmm.
owner wants to promote it like it's Adidas or a big corporation. It's not like that. When you're small, you promote it. You promoting it like you're small. They don't have that authenticity, I think, and they don't realize where they are. I mean, Marvel and DC, they don't care about them. They want
Yeah.
to get streams, but yeah, or get the attention to have a lucky day once, and maybe they will see them and give them something. I don't know,
Oh my
which does
goodness.
not make any sense. Yeah,
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense to
yeah,
me.
because you can give all that energy to your staff or to build your community to make independent comic book stronger, as you did with reviewing. But in fact, you review all those comic books back in the days. I
Hmm.
remember the videos, and you make in a way you make connections with those people.
Yeah.
Like it's a part of your ecosystem. If they do the same, you
Hmm.
start winning altogether. You getting your ecosystem stronger.
Yeah. You know, one of the first people, I can't remember the guy's name. It was Captain something. And he was like the first person to review
Sorry, I
Electromagnet.
want to ask you something.
Yeah.
Sorry for that. If you are doing a track, this is for taking parts of wood and building houses from wood.
Who's doing that?
The toy that you are creating with
Oh,
paper.
yeah, it's going to be a truck. You can see a picture.
It yeah,
Hmm.
is the one that takes wood uh, trees. Making houses from wood. Is that the one?
I don't know.
I see it from the
This is
clip.
a Lithuanian company, and I don't really know
Huh.
their story. I should look into it. Um,
Yeah,
yeah, I don't really know.
really
I'll
good.
look into it. I'll find out.
Yeah,
So anyway, that
sorry.
Captain whoever, he was like the first YouTuber that I sent Electromagnet to, and he was the first one to review it.
Uh,
And he deleted the video like 6 months or a year later. But here's the thing: he's one of the people who's credited with starting not exactly Comicsgate because I know that hashtag has been exploited and distorted,
yeah.
but the basically demanding more from Marvel and DC. He's like one of the people credited with starting that movement. And I sent him Electromagnet a couple of years before he started that. So I feel like at the time I didn't think anything of it, but maybe we infected his brain with some ideas to expect more from the people who want to be
I
leaders,
hope so.
whether it's of industry or politics or religion or anything. Just accept more from anyone who's going to pretend that they're in charge. If you're going to pretend that you're in charge, then you're going to also have to accept the complaints from the people that you're pretending to be in charge of that aren't happy with the job you're doing. And it comes with the territory.
True. And the in what situations you see it more often in your life,
Hmm.
that thing?
What's that?
I mean, in your area, or if you can talk about it.
In what situation? I missed the question. In what
Yeah, yeah.
situation? What?
Not on in what situations? Not only in comic books, you see that
Hmm.
people they are in charge only for the title, you know, and they are incapable of doing the work. They just did the connections and
Oh
they.
yeah, oh yeah.
Uh,
That's rampant everywhere. And it seems like the
yeah,
more important the job, the more infested it is with incompetent people because they. It's the people who have a skill at getting the job get the job, not the people who have the skill at doing the job. And you have to hope that they hire the right people if they care about their reputation, but maybe they're just going to hire their friends and it's going to get worse and worse. I don't know. By the way,
Yeah.
I switched to your screen for a minute. I'm going to try to split the screen with you, even though I don't know if that even makes sense. All right, let's just do a side by side. So is it going to be me and you on different sides? So let's say my desk view camera
This thing,
and your blank
yeah,
screen.
this thing with the cameras you did, it's crazy, man. You have cameras everywhere.
Oh, I got more on the way. I'm just getting started. Wow. I don't know what I'm doing here. I
John,
tried to
this is a
select the
show.
you and I, but
Yeah.
it didn't work. That was a fail. All right, so this is supposed. Oh no, it did work. There we are.
The
You and I are side by
delay.
side on the screen. The problem is it's
Yeah.
very like reduced. I thought it was gonna like center. I'm gonna try it again. I'm gonna do another side by side.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna do another side by side. I'm probably gonna break the YOLO box at some point, but I want to do one that's like centered, and I think maybe I could do it if I play with this thing. Border thickness. Okay, side. That's it. No, it stretches. I don't want it to stretch. All right, I'm just saying words that mean nothing to you, so I'm
Oh, I
just gonna
understand.
cancel this.
It's like the picture.
I tried to set up the side by side, and I want it. You know what I have to do? I probably have to create cropped versions of you and I, and then put those side by side. So I'm
Yeah.
gonna have to play with that another time. Not now.
Yeah.
For
Yeah.
now, I'm just gonna go back to regular, ordinary camera views, and you're just gonna be voice only for tonight.
Yeah.
All right. Um. So yeah, I got a bunch of wooden, pieces here, and I'm gonna turn them into a timber truck. That's the plan for tonight.
How many hours did you work on the track?
Today's day 3, so at least 3 hours. Um,
Great.
do you hear a lot of feedback? I wonder if I'm gonna try muting you for a
I don't
second
hear
just to see if
feedback.
it goes away.
Yeah.
How do I do that? So if I turned you off, yeah, it was you who had the feedback. There's some feedback or something. I mean, don't worry about it, but there's definitely something causing
Are you
that.
good with the sound now?
And there's definitely some feedback, but it is what it is. I don't know how to filter it
Give
out.
me, give me a second. That's the
Hmm.
reason why I was trying to find a pair of second
Okay.
headphones because I have
Well,
something.
go ahead.
Just a second. I think I can fix it.
Well, my
Just a second.
son
I'm
is going to
coming.
learn how to work all this production stuff. He's already done it a few nights, and anytime he has time, he'll learn more. We're both still learning. This is like I haven't even been using this YOLO box for a week yet, so it's amazing that I'm even having the first guest.
John,
Yeah.
you still learning, and I came here and you have like something like 6 cameras. It's like this is a TV show, right? It's like
Right.
keep.
It's not really as many cameras as it looks like. I'm kind of simulating it at some points, but yeah.
Yeah,
I
you
mean,
need
this
the
one
logo
camera. Yeah.
of a TV station.
Yeah, I'm going to do a video that shows the generations because the first generation was the single piece of equipment that hold the phone and a light. And then the second generation was that thing as a light, a second light, and then an arm that held my iPad. And then the third generation was the iPad as a mixer and these 3 wireless cameras with a microphone. That setup's now in my gym. And now I'm on the 4th setup, but I wouldn't call it the 4th one yet. I would say that I'm still tinkering with it because there's a couple of things that I haven't integrated yet that I want to. Um, like for example, I might even have the Roku feed in there. Not that I would repost anyone else's content, but I might flip through screens, make some comments, um, do like
Yeah.
play trailers, maybe stuff like that. I don't know. And then I also could go on the web and I could play clips and I could comment on them. So I don't think I'm going to get rid of the puzzles, but there might be a lot of other stuff coming in. And then when I'm done, maybe I'll edit a video of just the puzzle. So maybe it takes 10 days to do the puzzle, but I'll go through those videos and take only the puzzle parts and take out all the, playing clips and talking to people and whatever. And there'll be so there'll be the stream, and then there'll be a separate video that's just the puzzle.
It's
I got
crazy,
a
man.
lot of
I
ideas.
really like it.
Thank you.
Yeah, you can do shorts, you can do everything. Give me a second. I am here immediately. Yeah. Do you hear me now?
Yeah, it's still got the feedback, but whatever.
Huh.
So, what comics are you working on these days?
Right now, I'm working on two projects,
Hmm.
and I haven't sent new pencils for Sharks on a Train because
Yeah.
I have to have a crazy, crazy, crazy deadline this month.
Okay.
I want to message you about,
Hmm.
um, but your message came sooner.
You
And
mentioned before that page rates are low for Marvel and DC. Do you happen to know what they are? I mean,
they
I'm sure
used
they're
to
different from
be,
person to person, but
yeah, they used to be like 5, 6 years ago, from what I heard and I see on articles. It used to be like minimum uh, like $300.
that's pretty good
Yeah, yeah, it was really good.
if you can do a
But then
page a
I hear
day.
that yeah, I
For
hear that
just
it
pencil?
went closer to, yeah, and I hear then that it started going down to the hour level, independent,
Oh my goodness.
like 100, 150. Yeah,
Well, that's
yeah,
actually the high end in the independent. There's people who do pages for $10. There's
yeah.
people do them for $15, $40. I mean, I shouldn't tell you other people's rates, but there are. I mean, you redid.
I know. I'm checking out
Yeah,
everything.
you redid the Michael chapter in Electromagnet. I think the first time that was done, that was like a $10 page guy, and I've seen pictures of that guy at tables and Comic Cons. I don't know how many pages he was doing per day for how many clients. It's insane. Sorry. Yeah,
And
tough business.
sometimes, if you want to get the price when you're starting, when you want to get the price lower, you lower the scale. If you are fast with this with the script, you lower the scale of the page, the size of the page.
Hmm.
Uh, and on the other hand, when you're doing DC and Marvel, you have the when you're doing a splash page of Superman or Spider-Man, the page rate is getting up. because you are drawing one of the
Right.
main characters
And
on a
yeah,
suit.
like doing
Yeah,
Batman or Spider Man or something like that.
yeah,
Well, that's what's going on. So you have people on Kickstarter who they're making the profit themselves, so they're willing to put in whatever it takes to be competitive. And then you have Marvel and DC and some of these other companies reducing the page rate, but somehow Diamond is putting their stuff in the stores. And the fans are thinking that's the legitimate. Like people learned in like politics and academia and medical advice in the last couple of years. They've learned like not to
yeah,
trust the mainstream. They don't have their best interests. But somehow that news didn't reach the comic book world. Not completely. People are really dug into their favorites. And I mean, I could understand it to an extent, but their their favorites are not putting the effort in they did decades ago when comics were worth what streaming is worth now. Um,
yeah,
you're not going to get the passion there that you would get from an independent, but for some reason the independents can't get in the stores, and therefore the stores are closing. I don't know why. I want to blame Diamond, but I know that I don't want to say that. I'm not supposed to mention companies, but they didn't do the industry any help by saying, "Oh, you need a big marketing budget to get in the stores." Well, then you're only going to get comics that are trying to sell movies, trying to sell streaming channels, Amazon that's trying to sell its books and other products, and they're in the stores. I mean, come on. Amazon's got like a dozen
yeah,
titles in the comic book shop, but we can't get Electromagnet in. Come on, ridiculous.
yeah. I know it's a monopoly.
Hmm.
It
Yeah,
start to break the monopoly, but it needs time. I
yeah.
think.
Well, most of the world is like that, so I'm not gonna like worry too much. Wow, some complex section coming up here. I don't know
Yeah.
in the instructions. Mm.
What you said about people that they are uh, not in the highest place, but they are working on the lower levels of a corporation, and they are the ones that they are solving everything, and they are working all
Yeah,
the time.
right.
And the guys that they are CEOs, they are just good with people, and they don't know exactly what is happening, but they are there without knowing what they are doing actually many
Hmm.
times. And is then you have the entrepreneurship that some of the people that they work on those lower lower uh, not class, and when they're working the problem solvers of the corporations, when
Hmm.
they flee the corporation or they getting fired, they start their own thing, they struggle, and they find a way to be the antagonist when something is getting very boring actually. When you have a
Hmm.
corporation and it start being boring and used to be excited,
Yeah,
I'm thinking
the
about
workers, you mean, or the products?
the products, because the CEOs and the people that they are up there, they don't
Hmm.
care that much about it. It's not like
Yeah,
the old days, right?
right.
So uh, then you have people that they work in those places, go do their own thing, and if they make it, they are the new antagonists. You know, if you are not thirsty for something, you
Yeah,
cannot be good at it.
true.
Because if you are thirsty, you can handle everything, all the pressure, all the no's that you are going to hear, all the difficult things on the
Yeah.
start that they are going to happen. But when
Well,
you're going on a corporation to be a CEO
hmm,
and everything is ready and set, you don't have something to worry about
see,
after many, many decades.
that makes me think about something that you can't bring up, which is quotas in hiring. Because if you think
Hmm.
about a sports team trying to win a championship, there's no
Yeah,
quotas. They're trying to get the best guy who can make them win. And when it's a hungry
that's true.
corporation trying to establish itself in the world, it's the same thing. There's no quotas. It's that everybody's trying to do whatever it takes to succeed. But somehow, when the company succeeds, then everyone starts saying, oh, you need to hire this, you need to hire that. And it's not to say that those people aren't qualified or if they couldn't, like, recruited them sooner or whatever. They should have. I mean, in a perfect world. But in the imperfect world we live in, competition is the best arbiter of talent. If you want to hire that person, they must be good. If they can bring you money and they can bring you customers, that's the person you need. And if another person knows that they're there because they fit some sort of like quota requirement, they're not going to work with that same passion. They feel like, well, I'm safe. They need me. I check all the boxes. I'm
Yeah,
not saying that person wouldn't have got hired under any circumstances. I'm saying the motivation would have been different. They would have motivated themselves to be good at their job, not to be good at meeting some sort of quota requirement. I don't know. I'm going really crazy with this speech, probably getting myself in
no,
trouble.
you're right.
But there's something about it.
Oh yeah, yeah,
And it's like, even these comic books we're talking about, they're like, well, we're doing the title that everybody knows. We're from the company that everybody knows. We don't have to do good work. What do you mean you don't have to do good work? Everyone's got to do good work.
yeah.
You got to do good work if you're like putting a puzzle together on a live stream. Everybody's got to do good work. Nobody's excused.
It's like when look at history. When you have an empire, right?
Mm-hmm.
You have the birth of it, and then you have the fall. I mean, not every emperor is a good one.
Mm-hmm.
Good one. That depends because it's a different thing. But yeah, you can compare it the life of a corporation. You can compare it also to the life of a human. Somebody is young, from 20s to 30s. They're trying stuff. In 30s to 40s, they are getting good at something. From 40s to 50s, they are making a lot of money. And from 50s and there, they just want to get rest and retired
Mm-hmm.
slowly.
It sounds like the fourth
That's also
turning kind of thing, if you're familiar with that concept. Like the strong
yeah.
men
It's
create, no, the hard times create strong men, the strong men
yeah.
create good times create weak men create hard times. It's something like that.
It's a,
And it's fourth turning, and it's in that same like 80-year span of a human lifetime. I don't know.
yeah.
Does that
It's
sound
in
like?
everywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like when you. It's even in nature when you having a tree, a young tree that start, from the ground up. At first, it's going in a very fast and rapid way, but then it stops and goes slowly. When it's been established
Hmm.
and goes to the limits of it. That's why you have to have something new, to rebuild.
Yeah. So, what's your plans
That's
for tonight?
yeah.
You want to have, you want to be on, or you want to, you already got to get to anything else?
For me, right now it's morning. It's 6:30, close to 6:30 in the morning, and here in Greece. And
Hmm.
I will go and make my coffee and start drawing some stuff, do some
Okay.
other work. But I have time.
Actually,
I
I
don't know
have a
how
question
much time
about
do you have.
Greece.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah, yeah.
actually, this guy's in Turkey. There's this
Yeah.
guy. He has like a fat belly, and he tastes food.
Mhm.
And there's a song like "Do Do Do," yes, 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 no, no. Have you seen this guy? Do they have him on YouTube in Greece?
No, um,
Let me see if I could
no, I
find
don't.
that guy on YouTube.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try to do it right now. So let me go to the YouTube screen. Why can't I find it? It's like obviously exists. It's in the small version right now, but I can't find it. So this
Is it?
picture in
Yeah,
picture
yeah.
is the YouTube is the iPad, but somehow I can't find the full like screen of it. I don't know where it went. See, I'm not perfect. Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's not perfect at running this yet, but I'm gonna try to find this this guy. It's Dom something like that. I think you have to search, and then this guy's gonna come up, and then I'm probably gonna get a strike for playing someone else's music, so I'll only play it for a second. Here's the guy.
No, I haven't seen him. Don't play the music to not get the strike.
Yeah.
No, I haven't seen
Okay.
him. I don't know it.
Let me play the music, but just for a second. I think I think I gotta turn you off for a second. I think this guy's on. All right. Let's see if we hear the music this time.
Dop 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 yes yes.
All right. Did you hear it?
Yeah.
Is that guy on YouTube in Greece? Have you seen that guy before?
Uh, never. No.
He's from Turkey, but
Yeah.
it's very popular. Maybe it's not as popular as I think it is, but I've certainly seen it plenty. Um,
It's like a viral thing.
yeah, yeah, something like that. It's
You
he's
know that we
usually
are enemies
sampling food
with
from
the
restaurants.
Turks. Yeah. And he's doing reviews.
No, he just dances, and people feed him food. If you can call that a dance, you
He
know.
make himself into a cartoon.
Yeah, basically. You know, I'm always worried about people who their when their comedy is based on like being out of shape. That's like not a good
Yeah. Influence.
yeah, yeah, like Chris Farley and John Candy and a lot of these guys they died because it's not healthy to be that weight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's true. Uh, is it fun? His videos
They're just
as a
15
comedian.
second videos, always that song, always him
He does.
dancing, and always someone feeding him
Nice.
food. I was just curious if it was on where you were. Um,
No, no, no.
I mean, it must at least be on in Turkey if that's where he's from, but maybe not. You know, maybe I'm just like being thinking it's more popular than it is because I saw the video and then I told my kids about it and they've seen it, and then my wife watched it and she thought it was funny. So I don't know. Maybe I just think it's funny and it's really not.
Maybe
Uh,
it went viral in New York area. You know,
maybe.
because sometimes the viral videos they became viral only on some areas.
Well, apparently there's people who like imitate it. They put like they fold up a hoodie and stick it under their shirt, tuck their shirt in, and then they do that dance. Like with faking having a belly. Can believe that.
They want to get food. That's
What's that?
what they do. They want to get food.
Yeah,
That's what they're doing.
yeah, I
Yeah.
guess. Yeah. Well, this section of the puzzle, I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do. It's supposed to be, yeah, I think it's supposed to be inside of these posts. I was like trying to get it underneath, but I think it's inside.
I think what you said before is we talked about it. It's in that period of time, in the Western world. We said that before. We are in a way of a decline, something like that. We will say. But yeah, we are an established comparison to. I will say something that maybe you don't know it. Uh, Greeks, we we are not 100% Western. You
Mm-hmm.
know, we don't feel Western. Um, we've been connected with Europe, and through uh, our history and other exchanges.
Mm-hmm.
But it's I think that cultures, when we're talking about tradition and culture, uh, you can judge it how close a culture is to another one. And I'm
Mm-hmm.
going to go back to what you said about the guy through food, through the cuisine.
Yeah.
Okay, so when when I go and eat on an Arab's restaurant or
Mm-hmm.
Armenian food or more Balkan like Slavic food. When I was in Ukraine, the food they have there in Slovakia, it's closer to Greek food.
Yeah.
But when I was in France or Germany, it was not close at all. And the
Mm-hmm.
same thing it's with culture. The closer you are to the food and the flavor, the closer those two cultures they can be. That's a really weird metric that I was thinking. And also, when you start going deeper on it, it's like also the clothing. Back in the days when people they were more traditional. If you see the Greek way, the way that people were dressed in Greece, like 100 years ago,
Mm-hmm.
it's closer to people from Armenia or to people from uh, I don't know, Bulgaria, Albania, and it's much different than Germans or France or British.
Yeah.
Um yeah, that's my two metrics. When I see two civilizations and I want to know if recently their culture is very close, I'm seeing
Mm-hmm.
that. For example, with the Italians, we are very close,
There's this expression
and actually
Greco-Roman.
also, yeah, and actually from the DNA. The cuisine, it's not that close. The
Mm-hmm.
flavor it is, but the clothing, what people used to wear 100 years ago,
Mm-hmm.
and the structure of the family, Italian
Yeah.
and Greek family, it's very close. It's like, yeah. And then another thing, how you use the language. The Italians, they talk loud, they're using their hands. we do the same thing. Right? I remember when I was in Europe and I was talking to somebody in Germany, I thought that I was kind of offensive because I was expressing myself,
Mm-hmm.
and they look kind of scared sometimes because they were more quiet, you know.
Yeah.
Some of them, not the others. So yeah, it's those things. Uh, in Greece, we don't feel like we are Westerners.
Yeah.
We don't even feel that we feel more like we are Balkans.
That's
I
probably
don't know if
better
you
off
know.
that way. I
Yeah,
often, not often, maybe recently, the Balkans. Think a lot about it. Like when I see track meet competitions from there, I'm thinking it looks like paradise. I'm sure that they have their issues, but compared to living in the U.S., it looks like a good deal. The Balkan Peninsula.
and the food, as I said before, in US you have a different stability. US, if we compare the people from the US, okay, the citizens of the US, and the people from Europe, the Westerners,
Mm-hmm.
they are also much more different. In New York, that I've been 4 times, the people, the New Yorkers, they they are very close to Athenians, you know,
Yeah,
in the way they're
I'd see it.
talking.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, yeah. Anxiety, things that they want to do, everything. Maybe they go faster than that, right? And people that are not from California, that they visit Athens, they felt like home because we are more chill because of the sun. You know, we're drinking our coffee. We have that period of time we are chilling, and then we go back to work. But I felt more like home when I was in New York, uh, rather than when I was in France or Germany or in the UK. Like I was having that feeling.
So I also don't see the scoreboard. Let me just check here what's going on. All right, looks like we left off at instruction 15. Did we finish instruction 15? Yeah, I think we did. I think we finished instruction 15, which was basically building this cabin. So before I can move on, I got to take a picture of instruction 16 so we know what we're doing. I also got to take the stuff out of the box. So if you need to get a cup of tea, you've got a chance. All right. I don't know if we're going to get to putting this stuff together yet today or not, but I'm going to get it out as if I'm going to line it up as if it's like we are going to get to that point today. I'm also keeping track. Siena is playing Niagara right now. They just tied it with Michael Ealy tipping. So I should probably. I wonder if I can. No. I'm on it. If I had it on the tablet, I would be able to put it in that little box like silently for 5 seconds. I think that would be fair use, but I'm not going to do it. So anyway, I'm going to focus on building this puzzle. I'm not going to show the game, but I can just tell you it's happening, and I'm following that as well. I'm trying to get all these pieces. We got a lot of pieces put together for this game, for this puzzle, but they're not like clicked to each other. It's like we built like 10 tires and 4 wheel wells and 2 step ladders, and we built the cabin, and we built 2 like bucket seats, but nothing's like clicked together to anything else yet. So I don't know if that's going to happen tonight or not. Let's see. We're just going to do whatever the instructions say. That's what we're going to do. Whoops. Okay, that was a reaction to the game. Ely just had the ball into the basket again, and he got bumped out of bounds. I'm not sure if it was a foul because I now have the volume off. It looks like it. Looks like he's heading to the line. All right, there's the wax. There's the instructions. The reason I mentioned that is we did instruction 15, which was, I guess, at the end of... yeah, so on the next page, we're going to start snapping the truck together. We're very close. So 15 was actually here. Why on my book, on my picture, are they showing 15 at the bottom of this page? So 15 continues. For whatever reason. So we do 15 at the bottom of this page, and then we do some more 15 at the top of this page. So we're going to add 3 pieces. So bottom line is I need to now photograph this page. And then we'll continue building. All right, let's get the photograph going there. Get all of the page. Does it look like I got it all? I'm not sure. Looks like it's twisted a little bit. I don't know why I'm having such a hard time photographing this piece of paper. I think I'm not holding it straight. I'll try holding it from the top. Yeah, that's going better already. Still not there. Alright, got it. Alright. So now we got the new page. So 15 continues. And the way it continues, it's got 3 more pieces. So we're now up to 236 pieces. We finished one of the sheets. The A, it was called sheet 1. It also had the A pieces on it. That was finished. By the way, yesterday we had a call-in guest. We still haven't done a video in guest yet. Hopefully over the weekend we do one. But anyway, the call-in guest, I kind of messed up the audio. So I'm working on that. Part of it I was fouled up by the same night that I was doing the first call-in guest. YOLO Box updated their software like that. Like I turned it on to start the show and they have a software update. So that didn't help. But anyway, so we finished sheet A. Hopefully the audio is better today, and hopefully next time we have a guest, it's better still. So the pieces we need here are all from the B sheet. We need 2, looks like 2 B17s and a B22. We're going to assemble something and put it on the top of the cabin here. So that's the plan. We just got to find the pieces. Well, before we find the pieces, we got to find the B sheet. It looks like that's the next sheet is the B sheet. No, that's the mix sheet. Well, which it could be on. I don't know. I think it's here. I see 2 B17s here. And the other piece is a B22. Alright, so there's the B17s. Alright, B17. And where's the B22? Is it on this sheet? B2. It might be, there it is. So these are like lights or something, right? Like lights or sirens that go on the top of the truck. Let's see. Kind of put these pieces in my own way. Okay, Siena is up by 1 right now. I don't know how they did it. They showed McCollum cheering. I'm going to guess he hit a 3-pointer. All right, so how does this go here? It looks like this piece goes here, and then these pieces go on the side. I don't think they even like click together. I think they don't even touch each other. I'm going to put this one in first, but really I'm not sure if it matters which one I put in first. I just get it in there. So Siena was down, I believe, 10 at halftime. Now there's 8 minutes left in the game, and they're up by 1. This is in the MAC tournament, and the 10 and 11 seeds, it's an 11-team conference, and the 10 and 11 knocked off the 2 and 3, which left the 1 seed Iona. They made it through, and then the 4 and 5, that's Niagara and Siena playing right now. So the teams left are 1, 4, 5, 10, and 11. So whoever wins this game plays Iona next, and whoever wins that game plays the 10 or 11. And the 11, or is it the 10? One of the teams has Marist. One of the 10 or 11 teams that won is Marist. That's actually the school that I went to before I went to Siena. Went there for a year. Basically was 1 year MVP of track at Siena, 1 year MVP of track at Marist. And I only used 2 years of my eligibility. So that's it. 1 year at each school, MVP both times. At Siena, I officially got a plaque. At Marist, I just scored the most points at the conference championship. So I just kind of assigning myself the... Let's say I was the highest point scorer. I led the team in scoring. I don't know if I was officially the MVP or not. I don't even remember there being an awards dinner. Anyway, the reason I bring up Marist winning is that they have a guy, I think his name is Patrick Gardner, and he's like 6'11". He shoots 3-pointers. He drives to the hoop. He basically looks like an NBA player, and I don't really understand what he's doing on Marist. But the team before that, apparently he played Division II last year, which makes even less sense. Like, what was he doing in Division II? What's he doing at Marist? You know, normally you would think that they would give, you know, the refs and the conference would want Iona to go to the tournament, but who knows? If it's Iona versus Marist in the finals, maybe people are going to want to see Patrick Garner play in the tournament. You know, let's see what happens. St. Peter's was the MAC representative last year, and they're, I believe, still in it. They're going to be playing Marist. They're in that 10-11 game. If you recall, last year, St. Peter's won. They made it to the Elite Eight in the tournament. What is that, 3 wins? They basically were winning a lot of games. They were like the Cinderella of last year's tournament. That was the MAC representative team. By the way, Niagara's up by 2 now, 54-52. So I'm keeping like... Normally I would have my monitor on, but today I have the game on. I believe it's tied right now. Well, maybe not. Maybe it was a missed shot. I don't know. I was looking at the puzzle. I saw them change direction. I assumed they score, but looks like they didn't. All right, so that's the end of instruction 15. Now we're moving on to instruction 16, and you can see it here. It's kind of crazy. It's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's really like 8 instructions, or at least 4, depending how you want to look at it. There's like multiple panels here. All right, that game I was commenting on is now a disaster. It's now 7-point Niagara lead, but let's see. Anyway, let's start with the first panel here on 16. B1, 2 B8s, and B23. So we're up to instruction 16, and just for this first section, we're going to add 4 pieces. So we're up to 240 pieces. All right, B1, 2 B8s, and a B23. So B1 is this huge piece. And then B23 looks like a fishbone. You can see the piece here. This fishbone sort of piece. So B1, B23, and now we need 2 B8s, which are right here. 2 B8s. By the way, there's the steering wheel. B7's the steering wheel. I guess we'll get to that in a minute. All right. Now, how do we put these together? I think it's maybe these 2 pieces. Like right in the middle there. I got to super zoom on this to see. It's hard to see, but I'm pretty sure it's those 2 locations where these 2 B8s go. So let's get those in there. All right, Jared Billups just got a dunk, but Sienna's still losing, so I don't know. Let's see how it goes. Stormo's not in the game. He was like star of the team when they were winning, but now lately they haven't been winning, and he hasn't been playing. Middle of the year, McCollum wasn't playing. They actually beat Iona when McCollum wasn't playing. That was odd. All right, anyway, there's the first step of instruction 16. All right, the next section, we're just adding 1 piece, and it's B21. So we're up to 241 pieces now, and we're adding B21. Kind of looks like a gear shift, which makes me think maybe this is the floor of the cabin. Maybe we're going to be attaching chairs in a minute, and I think we're basically building the cabin, because doesn't this look like maybe gearbox or something? Or maybe it's a crane operation, though I think the crane operation would be in this little cabin here. I'm not sure. There's also some gears here. I don't know if the crane is actually going to function. I see that there's wheels, like there's gears here, and there's like knobs to turn with a human hand. In 2 locations, it might be raise height, extend crane. There's another gear here that probably changes the angle. There might be a third knob on back. I'm just kind of guessing. I haven't seen what this puzzle looks like built. Anyway, B21. We need another super zoom to see where this goes. All right, so did we even assemble this previous part correctly? We didn't, because it goes there, but that hole needs to be up here. So we need to flip this piece around. Kind of messed it up. I see that my stream appears to be frozen. Now it's unfrozen. What is going on? Have I been just doing nothing this whole time? 16,241. Okay. Well, my stream was temporarily frozen, but now it's not. I don't know why it was frozen, because I have Ethernet plugged into the YOLO box, so I don't know why that froze. But anyway, it seems like it's working again now. All right. It's like, am I not supposed to watch the game while I do this? Well, I don't know. The game's almost over. But I'm watching the game on the computer, and then the YOLO box is streaming, and they have 2 separate Ethernet cables that do go through the same router, but it's hardwired. There's a wire going through the walls to the router in the basement. So I don't really see why there would be a problem. Anyway, if you see the instructions, this piece, now we have this circle in the right place, and this piece goes in. I'm not sure how deep it should go in. I put it in maybe too deep. I don't know. Anyway, it's there. Didn't really show how deep it should go. Okay, the next instruction, the next part of instruction 16, the next two parts, there's no new pieces. Basically, we're going to take this floor. We're going to add these two chairs to it. And then we're going to add the roof to it. And I got to tell you, there's another mess up here. I have the roof facing the wrong direction. Oh, what a coincidence. I'm trying to follow a game while doing a puzzle, and I made 3 mistakes in 10 minutes. Well, let that be a lesson about multitasking. You're not yourself when you're doing 2 things at once. Okay, so how do these chairs go in? Maybe these spots? They don't look like they're lined up. You know, I don't see any spots that look right. I don't know. Let me do another super zoom. The super zoom is not really helping us in this case. I can't really follow where those lines are going. So we've got to, oh, okay. I see. It's here and here. That's probably going to attach. There's going to be a connection underneath the seat. I guess that's going to go, it's how the floor is going to attach to the truck or something. But the chairs, they go like into the floor here. Like there and there. That's where the chair goes. Well, Sienna needs some buckets or their season's going to be over. Down by 6 with 3 minutes to go. They just got a bucket. I don't know if it counted. They didn't put the points up yet. What's going on here? Having trouble getting this piece in. Looks like they did not count the bucket. Should have been an end one. Instead, the shooters at the foul line hit the first shot. All right, and I got the first chair in. Let's get the second chair in. If I can get it in. All right. They got the ball down by 4, 2.5 to go. Well, I don't know what happened, but they don't have the ball anymore. All right, chairs are in. Okay. Now we got to get the cabin, or the roof of the cabin, onto the floor. It looks like there's 2 pins on each side. So 4 pins, 4 receivers. On the back, there's 3 pins, 3 slots. So it kind of like slides in, I guess you can say, in the back. But in the front, we definitely got to get those 4 pieces in. Tricky little pieces here because I got some thin wood that they're connected to. And I'll start at the front, I think. Use this tool to not crush my own fingers. I mean, you can push it in with your fingers, but since I'm doing these like every night, I don't think I can do it every night. The tool will save my fingers. All right. Is everything lined up? Because when I push this back in, well, I push the back of the side in, it's probably going to drive the back in as well. All right, there we go. We got a floor, seats. You can see that's the windshield. It's got some glass in the middle. Is that gearbox? Probably, right? All right. There's the... well, it needs doors on the side, right? And that's what happens in the bottom part of instruction 16. We got 2 doors and then several other pieces, 13, 15. B4, I think the picture we got here is not complete. All right, let's take another look here. By the way, this 16 is going to continue on to the next page. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 really levels of this B16. Anyway, so right now we need B4, which is the door, and then 13, 14, 15, and 2 16s. So 13, 14, 15, and 2 16s. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pieces. Brings us to 247 pieces. All right, where is B4? There's 2 B4s, and they're the 2 doors. So there's 1 B4, and then we need 13, 14, 15, and 2 16s. I don't think any of them are on this sheet. 13, 14, 15, and 2 16s. Yeah, none of them are on this sheet. They're probably on that sheet that has multiple different letters. Yeah, 13, 14, 15, and 2 16s. Don't have any of those. All right, this sheet has A's, E's, H's. It's got multiple things. I see B9. I don't see the 13, 14, and 15 that we were looking for. I see another copy of B7. I do see B14 and 15. So let's check this sheet out. Okay. There's B15. There's B14. And we still need 13 and 2 16s. There's B9. There's B13. Do we just need one B13? Yeah, we probably need the other one for the other side. And we definitely need two B16s. Wherever those are. Alright, it's a 1-point game with 42 seconds to go. Saints fans don't look totally confident, but let's see what happens here. Niagara has the ball, 40 seconds left. Almost got a back court, but almost doesn't count. So I'm looking for two B16s, right? All right, it's a timeout. 28.9 left, 17 seconds on the shot clock. Where? Oh, there's... Oh, I don't need that piece. I need B16. Why am I not seeing B16? What happened to that other B sheet that I had? Is it possibly over there? They've lost so many games recently by 1 point. It's going to be... you would think that they would finally get one, but who knows? Maybe not. Where are those B16s hiding? B18. Let me check every piece on here. B2, B18, B17.
How's Sienna doing?
Well, it's they're down by 1 with 28 seconds to go.
Alright, I gotta watch this.
Yeah. I don't know if I can turn on the volume, if it'll like break copyright. But we can just watch it silently. I'm trying to find a piece known as B16, and I can't find it. I need two of them. I checked the B sheet. It definitely wasn't there. There's like a spare parts sheet, but I didn't see it there either. It could show up on the C or D sheet, though I'm not seeing it. Well, Sienna's going to get the ball back, down by either 1 or 3 or 4. Let's see.
What if they hit, like, get fouled and, like, hit one foul shot?
Yeah, right. Yeah, let's just wait and see. All right, while I'm looking for these B16s. Nick, can you narrate the game while I'm looking for the
Alright,
B16s?
he's bouncing the ball. He shot the ball.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
That was the worst possibility.
That was the worst possibility. They're down by 4.
Oh, no.
Air ball.
Oh, no.
They're out. It's over. They're out of the tournament. Oh, no. Gonna be a long, however many months until they're back. Wow, you can hear me even with the volume off. Wow. So Iona's got to walk to the tournament. Unbelievable. They're gonna play the 5 and then either the 10 or the 11. Well, Sienna had a chance to hire Patino. They didn't want to. Grandpa thought they should. I think they made the right pick because they got a guy who can stick around for a while, but we need to win. You know, we need to get in the tournament for that to make sense. Well, I have no idea where these B16 pieces are. Like, why can't I find them? I gotta look through every piece here. C14, B14, B7, D18. I don't know what this is, but it's not gonna change anything. All right, it's official. Niagara advanced. Yeah. Yep. Wasn't a fun ending to the season there, but almost every team across the country is going to end with a loss. There's only really one team that's going to end with a victory. All right. Now we really need to find these B16s. Enough fooling around here. D18. I don't know. You know, this camera that I use for camera 1, it's very noisy. I don't know what it's constantly doing, but it's constantly doing something. And I wonder if it shows up on the microphone. It's like so close to the boom mic. All right. Does anyone see on this sheet B16? Because I don't. It kind of looks like this, but a little smaller. Like that, but a little bigger. It's basically a locking pin. Which means, well, actually it doesn't mean that because we're going to need it. All right. I have to check every sheet for this B16 because it's not on the B sheet, or if it is, I somehow am not seeing it. So now I got to check. Here's the G sheet. Is somehow B16 hiding there? This kind of looks like it, but no, that's a G piece. All right, what's up next here? The D sheet. Is it somehow hiding on the D sheet? B16. I don't see it. All right. The F sheet. Are the B16s hiding on the F sheet? If they are, they're high. Oh, you know what? We have pieces that got punched out because they were in the middle of other things. I bet it's on one of those. B12. B12. Yes. We're going to need that B12, right? B15. There's the B16s. So they were on these sheets. Wow. It's exactly these sheets that got punched out because they were in the middle of, I think, those side walls. That's exactly what we need. All right. So do we finally have what we need? B4, B13, B15, two B16s, and I guess that's B7. That's B14. So 13, 14, 15, two 16s. Do we need B12 by any chance? Let me just check the book here. No, we don't need the 12. So 13. All right, the 14 goes like kind of separate. All right, this is the outside of the door. Are we building this stuff on the outside or the inside? I think we're building it on the inside. But why do we need this on the inside? Apparently we do. Can't get this piece in. This is, what piece is this? This is B14. Goes into the door. Actually, if you use this tool, it fits perfectly in this, like, slot here. It's like a slot between the two pieces, and the tool fits perfectly in there. But the pieces still aren't going in, even with that pressure from that tool. I feel like I'm going to break the door if I push any harder. I smashed the piece. All right, so we can't push any harder. At least not on the top of the piece. Let's try pushing at the middle. All right, it's not going to be as strong a connection if it even does make a connection. I'm not sure what this piece actually even does. All right, so holding at this orientation, we connect B13. I think this is going to somehow be part of connecting this door to the truck. We'll find out in a minute. All right, that's in. That does look like a door handle. I guess an interior door handle. Oh, and then this is going to be the hinge. And how is this going to connect? Yeah, there's no pieces left for that to connect to. Does it connect to this? Like, we're supposed to do this. Like this. And then I think it connects to this piece that we broke, which at least we can still get one piece to connect, the bottom part. Is that how it goes? Well, it goes there, but I think it faces the other. No, this is the direction. I think this isn't going to make sense. Oh, maybe the door's open. Yeah, that makes sense. So probably they connect to these two pieces, right? And let me just take a quick peek at the next instruction. I can't really see. Let's try it over here. Yeah, okay. It's a little bigger there. So it kind of goes on the other side of the truck. This side of the truck. Oh, and then it connects on the outside? Does that make sense? Let me get a zoom in here. Yeah, that is. That's it. That's exactly what it does. Okay. So they're just kind of hanging out there now. But when I connect them to the door, they're going to stay in place because these two pieces will be locked in. I think we need to wax. I think we need to wax these pieces. Otherwise, they're not going to turn. And the reason they need to turn is for the door to open. So wax these posts, and then they're going to go into these circle pieces. They still don't really turn that well, but, you know, I guess you can add more wax and they'll turn a little better. I don't think they're ever going to work like perfect. I mean, it's just a wooden model, but anyway. So it's just going to attach right here. And then that door is on. One side of the door is on. Come on. This thing. You know, this is day 4. Somehow my scoreboard still says day 3. Let me correct that while I'm thinking of it. So, apologies to anyone who is watching the assembled version, which doesn't exist yet, but when it does exist, there'll be like 40 minutes where it says day 3 when it's really day 4. But I imagine that you don't really care about the days if you're watching the assembled version, so who am I doing that scoreboard for? Anyway, for the record, the first 40 minutes of day 4 say day 3 on the scoreboard. Got to be aware of those in the future. All right, let's try again. You really got to get them both at once. Otherwise, they're going to slip out. And they turn, obviously. So they're like turning and slipping. They're tricky pieces to get in here. Okay, I got the top one in. Let's see if we can get the bottom one in. Bottom one's in. All right. Let's see if the door opens. It does. Let's see how those pins look after opening and closing the door. I gotta say, not super smooth action. I mean, it worked, but I don't know how much you can do that. If anyone saw the puzzle before this, that Game of Thrones, it was like a dragon that you could ride, and it was really good. Like when it was done, it was definitely a playable toy. It's not going to fall apart when you play it. All right, now we got to do the other door. So another B4, and then another 13, 14, 15, and 2 16s. So what's that, 6 more pieces? All right. So we're up to 253 now, pieces. Because we're doing the second door. Now I gotta find that B sheet again. I think it's on the bottom here. Yep. There's B4. God bless you. Alright, now 13, 14, 15, 2 16. So here's 14, 15, and 2 16s. All we need is a 13. I don't know what these 12s are for. I guess eventually we'll need the 12s. Yeah, this sheet is like everything we need, except for the 13, which is right here. And then there's some extra parts, it looks like, which is nice. If you break a piece, you got to back up. All right. Got that piece out. Let's see what's going on with this stream. All right, 45 minutes. It was saying like 17 minutes. It was like stuck at that. Now it says 45. All right. And the chat is not showing up. Let me look on... how do I do this? All right. I just brought it up on YOLO Box, just in case there were any comments that didn't show up. Look at that. The tool broke. Unbelievable. The tool broke. I mean, I was using the tool to not break my finger, and the tool broke. All right, that little piece is done. So this tool broke. Look at that. Busted. All right. It went in the garbage, but there was no bag there. Gotta add a bag. All right. So I think we did this door backwards. I didn't realize all the stuff was going to go on the ink side. So actually, all this work we did on the first door, we need to redo. Because I was thinking that the ink... I was thinking that the mechanics to open and close the door would go on the inside, but they go on the outside. Which means that basically I thought I was working on the passenger side door, and I was actually working on the driver's side door. So we need to kind of redo this door just to get everything on the ink side. Think I should use this tool to lift up the pieces or my fingers? Which one is less likely to break? Alright, I'm committed now. You know, I think the way is to push it out from this side. That's the real way to do it. Now, this was the piece that it was impossible to get in. So I guess it's going to be impossible to push it out as well. It is not moving. But we'll get it. Maybe we'll break another piece of the tool, but we'll get it. If I break the tool, it's not a big deal. I'll just use the golf tee. When a wooden model doesn't come with a tool, you use the golf tee. It does some good stuff. Alright, let's get this piece in. Alright, that went in so much easier. So it probably didn't go in the other side because I was working from the wrong side. I don't know how. I mean, if the wood goes all the way through, I don't know how it could be the wrong side, but I guess it was. Or maybe it was because it's already been pushed in and out once, so maybe it's like easier now. Okay, so it was the passenger side door. When I put the, by putting the pieces on backwards, it became the driver's side door. Now that I have the pieces on the right side of the ink, now it is the passenger side door, which I guess it always was. Alright, everything's going much easier. But now it doesn't fit. How is that possible? All the pieces went in, but somehow the door didn't. Well, I'm a little confused, but all the pieces are in, and now the door is in. I'm not going to try to open it. I'm just going to move on to the driver's side door, which I now know how to do, so it should go quicker. Alright, so this piece goes... What? Well, I'm going to look at the other one as reference. Alright, so yeah, it goes here. How many college basketball teams does their season end with a 1-point loss? It's probably a lot of them. Like, even the team... It often happens that the team that wins the national championship tournament has a game or sometimes 2 games where they won on a last-second shot. And if they hadn't gotten that shot off, or if that shot hadn't gone in, they would have lost. I mean, it's a weird sport, basketball. I know that, like, UCLA once won, like, 10 seasons in a row, which means, like, they completely changed players twice and still won. I mean, they must have been doing something right. But really, when you watch that tournament, there's so many like buzzer beaters and heartbreakers and 1-point losses and upsets. I mean, it really should be impossible to ever get a predictable result, but I guess it happens sometimes. All right. Almost got this door on. Okay, we got to wax the hinges, right? All right, hinges waxed up. Let's get this piece on. I mean, it's the easy part to get it on the door. Getting the whole door onto the truck frame is going to be the tougher part of this. In fact, I feel like I don't even need to put those pins on until I get this thing on, because they're not going to stay on really. Yeah, once I get this on, then I can pay attention to the pins, because now it's immediately time to line them up with the truck. I shouldn't say truck frame because that has a specific definition, but truck body, let's call it. Alright, these pieces start twisting and turning, but we'll get them. They're annoying, but they're not too bad. All right. We did it. We got the second door on. Are we done with instruction 16? Finally, yes, we are. We're moving on to instruction 17. All right, instruction 17. The first part of instruction 17 involves looks like we're going to use this thing, which we built, I don't know, on an earlier day and labeled piece 3. Did they actually label it piece 3 when we built it? I just want to flip through this book and see, because they're calling it 3. Yeah, here it is. Oh, okay, so a 3 was a reference to we built it during instruction 3. So that's why this piece is referred to later as piece 3. So we need 2 D1s and then 1. So this piece they call piece 1. We actually built 2 of them. So this piece is 1. Why does my YOLO box look frozen? Anyway, now it doesn't. This piece is 1. This piece is 3. Now my computer looks frozen. But that's probably just the 20-second delay of the YOLO box being frozen. I don't think I'm asking the YOLO box to do anything different tonight. I don't know why it's like freezing multiple times. Anyway, it's hooked up to the internet. What's the problem? I should do a speed test on the YOLO box. I don't know if I could do that while streaming. Let me go into the settings here. Recording limits, storage, replay, encoding. No, I don't think I could do the speed test while I'm actually running the live stream. Or maybe I can and I just don't know where the button is. What's going on here? Oh, that's the auto director. No comments, scoreboard. Yeah, I don't know. I can't figure out how to bring up the speed test on the YOLO box while I'm running the YOLO box. So I'm not going to bother doing that, but I am going to add 2 pieces to get us up to 255 for these 2 D1s. And these D1s, they're going to hold together pieces 1 and 3. Or I don't know if that's the correct way to describe what's going to happen. I guess you'll just see in a minute as it gets built. So we need 2 D1s. So where's the D board? Here it is. That's a big piece, a D1. There it is. It's the whole like... Is this the longest piece we've seen so far? Probably. I think there will be longer pieces. Just looking at the box, like that piece looks longer. But this is the longest piece we've done in these first 4 days of this puzzle. Actually, I think this model could have been assembled in 4 days if we did like 2-hour days, but I guess for whatever reason we weren't. All right, now we got our two D1s. Looks like you hold them like kind of like this, with these two like latch-on pieces on the bottom. In fact, kind of a dark picture here, but it looks like, yeah, I can't really see. I guess I didn't take a good picture tonight, or maybe I don't have the proper lighting turned on. I should shine a light when I take the picture, so let's just try to see this thing. Yeah, I still can't tell. I think the main thing is you just turn it like this, and it goes in here. The only question is, does it go inside or outside? Like if you put it outside, then it's going to lock in place. If you put it inside, it could slide around. But it's not about what I think is correct. It's what are the instructions asking for? And I can't tell from that zoom. Looking at these instructions, it looks like... Actually, there's a very obvious answer. I have this upside down. If you flip it this way, now you see these notches. Oh, sorry, you don't see what I'm saying. If you flip the piece this way, then you see these notches, and that's where they go. That's where these go. So that's like pretty obvious once you get the piece facing the right direction. Well, conceptually obvious doesn't mean it's going to go in smoothly. Is there a reason this isn't going in? Is it like something not lined up properly? It looks like it, right? Like it's like kind of slanted or something. But what does that mean? I'm not really sure. Anyway, I kind of like unslanted it a little bit, and then the piece went in, so I guess that was the answer. But while this piece was like sitting there pre-built for multiple days, it kind of got a little slanted, a little like parallelogram-ish, and I just put it back to right angles, and then it went in. A little wiggling doesn't hurt either. Top one not going on. It's weird because the back one is already in. Not sure whether to flip it over or push from the top. Let's reset and do the front first. Maybe that'll make it easier. Nope. Yep. Yep, yep, yep. Nope, nope, nope. Yes, yes. Nope, nope. All right. So now we need to somehow put piece 3 on there. And I believe that's, again, the same situation. You've got 2 slots here and 2 slots there. And you just kind of line them up, right? Let's see if that happens. Let's see if that works. All right. So you can see already that these pieces, these circles are going to go here, which means that these are going to like wrap around them. So then are these going to line up with these two tires? Is that it? Is that what we're looking at here? I don't know. Let's see. So that was instruction 17. We now need to move on to instruction 18. And I need to take a picture of instruction 18. But I need to get better lighting this time. So I have a stage light, which I'm going to spin and have it light up instead behind the iPad. Hopefully that's going to make it look a little better here. Alright. So if the stage got a little darker for a second, it's because I spun the light around. Alright. So 17, instruction 17 is going to continue again on the other side here. Alright, instruction 17. We still got some dark shadow at the bottom there. I think it's the iPad itself causing that shadow. Alright, I just put my iPhone behind the iPad and turned the flashlight on to counteract that. Alright. So I just took a picture of the instructions. So there's the instruction. Here's what it looks. So I don't know why it was so difficult to get light behind the iPad, but I probably didn't need to spin the stage light, which I'm now spinning back. And of course now I've loosened it. It's unbelievable. Alright, so now I have to tighten the stage light. I could have just used the flashlight from the iPhone. I think that would have been enough. Anyway, the stage light is fixed. Let's get back to work here. So we're still on instruction 17. So we're going to attach the cabin to the frame. But first, we're going to put on these two step ladders. So we're not using any pieces. So we're not adding any pieces. You know, this frame, this cabin is called 16. This frame would be called 17, except we're still on 17, and they probably didn't want to make it recursive. And then these ladders are called 8. So we stick the ladders on, and then we stick the cabin on. That's it. That's what we're doing right now. So these ladders go kind of low here. If you can see those receivers in there. It's actually kind of a tight fit. What's going on here? Am I wrong about where they go? No, they must go there, because what else would the point of those holes be? I think they go there, but I'm worried that trying to get them in there, I'm going to break that accordion piece below the step ladder. Like, how tight is this supposed to be? Definitely stressing that accordion piece below it. But if I try to go in above it, it doesn't fit. So it has to somehow get in there. It simply must. Trying to get in there close and make that happen without breaking the piece below it. You know, I feel like... No, there's no way. I was thinking maybe if you backed off the previous connection we made. But no, I think it just pushes this accordion piece down in the process. It just really gets tight in there. All right, there we go. Okay, it's in there. It's kind of a pain. I felt bad, like crushing this accordion piece to get it in there, but that's what it is. Yeah, so when you gotta get these two pins into those two holes, and in the process you crush the accordion piece below. And this is what it looks like on the other side. So it's actually not that bad, but you hear it like cracking and deforming, and it seems wrong, but that's what you got to do. All right. Just make sure everything's lined up before I put force onto it. Wow. Okay, one side is in. And the other side is going in. Alright, I think that's in. Not sure. Might not be perfect, but it's in there. Alright. Still on instruction 17, we attach the cabin. So you can see these four like pins here. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then there's like, should be 4 receivers here. I think probably these 4, like in the middle. So that's the connection we have to make. It's kind of blind. We can't really see what we're doing. But if we get the first 2 pins lined up, everything else should fall into place. Hopefully we don't break the cabin in the process. You know what? What if we do this from this angle? Then we can at least see what we're doing. That's much better. So you want to be looking at the bottom of the cabin. I somehow knocked this step out, which I just had put on. Oh no. Where did that come from? Here? Well, this you got to be careful. I've been in this situation where you start pushing pieces hard and then you start knocking them all off. So you don't want to push hard. You want to just find that spot where it actually works. And you also want to have the support on the piece you're pushing into. So you wouldn't support the roof, you would support the floor because that's what you're pushing into. So I got fingers on the back of these bars and on the back of the floor, And hopefully I can line everything up and make it go together without breaking any other pieces in the process. All right, there we go. I feel it. I feel it on. Why is it not going in? I got, come on. I got like 3 of the 4 of them lined up, but when I push, it doesn't go in. Do I need to like sand the pieces? Because if I make them too small, then when they go in, they'll fall right back out. All right, can I get the 2 front pieces on? And then I'll worry about the 2 back pieces. All right. I think I got the 2 front on. Now let's go for the 2 back. Hopefully without the 2 front falling off. We're so close. These back pins just not going in. All right, I'm going to use the tool to try to extend my reach here. All right, I think I popped the chairs out. No. You know what? I don't think those chairs are going anywhere. I might have popped them out, but I don't think they can go anywhere. I could fix them by opening the door. Should I give that one shot? Or you think that'll cause more problems than it fixes? I kind of feel that those chairs aren't going anywhere. But if I do have a problem, I'll open the door and reach in and fix the chairs. All right. I think we're going to start with 18 tomorrow. You know what? No. Look at 18. Oh, you can't see it. All right. Look at 18. We're going to put a lot of pieces together. I think we want to do this tonight. We are going to add a few pieces, but mostly we're going to put this with this, with these 2. And then we're going to add a few pieces. But this, these 2. All right, so we're going to do 18 tonight. Yeah, we're going to do 18 tonight. And then we can stop. We can do the dashboard, which is 19 tomorrow. We'll do 18 and then we'll be done for the night. So 18, how many new pieces are we adding in 18? It looks like just F8, D10, and D11, so just 3 pieces. So F8, D10, and D11. All right. F8, D10, and D11. All right. F8 is right here. And the D sheet is right here. So D10 and D11. All right, they're right here. D10, D11. These are interesting pieces. They look like the brake lights and some other, back in that area. What are these D12s? Are those lights as well? All right. So this piece, which is gonna move something when it's all assembled. You can sort of see how it works there. I don't know if that's gonna like raise and lower the crane or something. Yeah, you can see how that operates. So that's going to go on here. Okay, yeah, there's 4 pieces on the bottom, and there's 4 pieces here. So that's going to attach. I'll put that back on at the end. Let's just get the frame on here first. All right, we got it. All 4 are on, and then we'll stick this thing back in there. Really, we need something to go on top to lock that in. I don't know if it's already supposed to be locked in. I think something's supposed to go on top. That's going to lock it in. And something's supposed to go through here. Basically, this piece doesn't stand on its own. It needs some help. I don't know when we're going to get the help. Oh, the very next piece. That makes sense. It's that piece that we were adding. We just punched it out of the board. I don't know where it went after we punched it out. Okay, here it is. So this is F8. And there's the same groove. And here's 4 pinholes. And they're going to go on these 4 pins. So that's it. How we were saying, like, something needs to lock this in. Well, that's about to happen. Like, right now. It's going to get locked in. First, I need to just get it in there. All right. All right, it's in the saw teeth. Now I'm going to put this on top. Hopefully everything's going to stay in once this is on top. I'm not sure, but hopefully. It's sliding. Yeah, this does not seem like good. I have to get this into these saw teeth. All right. It's not. It's clearly not. Oh man, now it's stuck. I like got it stuck in the wrong position. Wow. Yeah. It like didn't stick on the saw teeth. And now I put it in the wrong position, and now it's stuck. Okay. I got this out. Maybe I can pull it. Yeah, there we go. All right. It doesn't seem like it really works great, but it works. I would define it as working. I don't think we're going to get that any tighter. All right. That's that. Now, these pieces, not this one, these 2 pieces, ink on the outside, pins on the inside, they're going to attach. Where are they going to attach? Oh, these pieces here, these pins here, and they're also going to groove into that, I think, which is going to really lock those pieces into place. So at least we're getting somewhere with the truck tonight. It's not just a pile of pieces. They're like starting to get snapped into their, their destinations. All right. right, there we go. They look a little slanted. Actually, it's the other one that looks slanted. Like, one looks slanted, but when I touched them, it bent the one that looked good. Anyway, I guess they just, it's just a wooden model. You can't really push it that hard. But I'll try to the extent I can to get it locked in. Alright. So, there you go. We still need to add 2 more pieces to be done with 18. And that's these 2 pieces. And they're going to kind of go on the back here. I guess those 2 pins probably go through like that. You can put them together. I mean, I'll put them on one at a time. But that's kind of how they're going to go onto these back pins here. And then that's it till tomorrow. We'll pick up with instruction 19 tomorrow. So we're through 258 pieces. We didn't get through a lot of pieces tonight. Due to tonight was a lot of clicking together stuff that we'd already built, which is good. It's starting to look like a truck now. Can we get this on? Come on. All right. Got that sort of on. All right. We're going to get the last piece on. And then we're done for the day. And that's this piece. All right. That's it. So, there's a lot to do, but it can be done. It's day 5. I don't think this model's supposed to take much more than 5 hours, but I also don't think we've been going at this like fantastic pace. So I have to see how it goes. It's Friday, which means tomorrow's Saturday, which means I don't have to get up early tomorrow, so I can stay a little longer. I don't think I'm going to stay too long, but I don't know. Maybe a little bit longer than usual, especially if we think we're making some progress. So here's where we got to yesterday. It feels like pretty good progress. There's obviously no hood on the car, truck, and there's no, the word escapes me, but there's no trailer. Flatbed, crane. Basically, we're probably not going to finish it tonight. But let's get something done. But, I am feeling like I can go long tonight, so maybe. All right, so it looks like we stopped on instruction 18. But I'm not sure exactly where we stopped. I think the last thing we did was these 2 pieces down here. And if that's the case, then it's time to move on to instruction 19. All right, so we'll move on to instruction 19. I'm going to bring that up on the screen here because I think maybe it's cut off a little bit on that picture I took. Look at that. Page 20 is a whole page. Let me see here. All right, so here's 19 in the picture that I took. So, it's a little delay there. I moved that thing and it didn't update for a while. Anyway, it's also kind of like cropped or something. It's like I can see, anyway, it's a little bit cut off. I bring it up here, you can see it, and then when I let go, it like goes off the screen again. Anyway, looks like we're making the dashboard, and that's going to take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pieces. B2, 2 B18s, and then 7, 9, and 10. So a lot of Bs. All right, so how many pieces? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 6 pieces, which brings us to 264 pieces total. All right, let's find those pieces. Need the B sheet. This first sheet is F. All right, F, G, H. I'll try to get them in order if I can. F, G, H. So there's A. Wait, how do we still have A? No, that's a mixed sheet. That's the spare parts sheet. A is, we're done with A. There's D, E, and C. How did I not find a sheet? Oh, this is B. Okay. So we're about to be done with B. So we needed 6 B pieces, and the B sheet has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pieces, which means one of the pieces we don't even have. So let's just start. We have some pieces that we punched out here. I guess that's where the piece is going to be. And we've got our little tool here. All right, so let's just start punching out the pieces that we need. I'll get these spare parts out of the way. All right, so B2, we need that. 2 B18s, we need those. And then B10, which is the dashboard. It's got the speedometer, odometer, those kind of things. And then the steering wheel, which is B7. And now the B sheet is done, but there's so that's like good news, but we don't have B9, which we need for this 19th instruction here. But we have some stuff that got punched out earlier. Yeah, and one of those pieces is B9. So there's like the grill, and there's some pieces that have been punched out, and one of them includes B9. So let's grab B9. Excuse me, sorry about that. All right. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's all our pieces. So B7 steering wheel goes on to B9, and then that goes into the dashboard. It looks like, should this piece spin? It's a steering wheel, or is there a specific way that it goes in? I think on the picture it's going in like this. I feel like I should put it in the dash first because that'll kind of tell us. Am I holding this dash upside down? It looks like they want it like this. And then that means that here, is that where the steering wheel goes? I'm going to super zoom for a second. I cannot tell. It's often hard to follow these lines. Let's bring up the book and see if it's any clearer there. All right, there's a red line. Where's that red line going? All right, the red line goes through the steering wheel, and then it goes somewhere in the dashboard. Okay. Okay, let's do it this way. These two pieces are the same size. This piece is different. The hole I'm talking about. And this dashboard is going to rest on these two B19s, so those are matching pieces. So even though we can't tell from the instructions where it goes, we know that it goes here because these two should be the same size and this one should be different. So it goes into the different spaced hole. Also, it's kind of like the right size hole. All right, next we attach the whole dashboard onto these B19s with the pins facing away, but the ink on it is upside down, which is a little weird. But that's what they want. That's what we're going to do. All right. There's one of them. Get the other one on there. I think that's in there. All right. Now, this whole thing has to go onto this B2 piece, which is another kind of mystery as to how this goes. Right, it's two pieces, and it should be high because it's the dashboard. So it's got to be those pieces, right? That's where it goes. Whoa, what the hell? Well, that's why you got to be careful where you put the pressure on the piece. Especially if the piece isn't going in. You put the... Damage this piece. It's not going to stay in as good. Alright, let me try again. Let me see if they're lined up here. Yeah, those are the right spots. I just got to do more, less brute force and more kind of wiggling it. That's like the way to do it without breaking the pieces. You got to wiggle them. Oh man, the other side came out. How does it go from you can't get it in to it pops right back out? All right. Well, this side is on and sturdy. The other side fell out from both ends. Unbelievable. I'm going to put it into the bigger piece first. As I recall, that was the tougher piece. Well, now they're both loose, which is a shame, but it is what it is. All right, that's on. Now this side's popping off. I put one side on, the other side pops off. Unbelievable. That snapping that one side, that was bad. Well, it is what it is. It's a shame, but it is what it is. So, there you go. That's instruction 19. Now, instruction 20 takes up a whole page. Let's see here. So, instruction 20. And then what pieces do we need? We're going to connect the piece we just built to the truck. And then we're going to start adding pieces. But for starters, we're just going to connect this to this. Like, that's the first thing to do. No pieces being added yet. Do we need to, like... Does this dashboard go... Do we need to get it under this... This is weird because the windshield is here. Something doesn't add up. Oh, does it attach very low? Is that what's going on here? Yeah, that's it. It attaches way down here. Yeah. Yeah, I see some pins lined up. Whoa, 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 whoa. We're losing the whole thing. Oh, no. All right, well, since that happened, we're just going to put the dashboard on first, and then we're going to get the whole thing lined up. Or is that a bad idea? I think it's okay idea. It's going on a little crooked. This thing was going good for days and days. Now all of a sudden today we're having problems. The starting late didn't help. Any hopes we had of finishing today are probably gone. Between the starting late and the pieces falling off. Tough to get this on. All right, I think it's on. Well, it's could be tighter for sure. This side's on. This side's good. One side's good. The other side could be tighter. Certainly could be tighter. It's like, I think 3 of the 4 are going on, and this top piece, passenger side top piece, is not going in for whatever reason. And if I force it, something's just going to break. Gotta get that in somehow. Well. Yeah. No. That'll break if I push that any harder. I'll try pushing this piece in. Pushing it like in towards the center while I push it down. That worked. It's on. Alright, so I just got that tool in there, kind of pushed it in a little bit. But now we have to attach it back here because it fell off. But it's kind of going to be easier now because we have like more connections to work with. So it was connected on 4 pins, but now with this on front, it's going to be connected on 6 pins. Hopefully that's going to go, a little better. I guess we'll find out in a second. This was a tough connection, I recall. But now we have the guide. And now, but where does it connect? Like these 2 pieces, what do they connect to? These 2 middle pieces? They have to, right? There's nothing else that they're lined up with. They're kind of on the front. But now I'm thinking I got to do the back, the top first, bottom, whatever you want to call it, because when I had that front first, I couldn't get the rest lined up. Okay, it's got to be those 4, right? No, you gotta... We're going backwards. Alright, that went back on fairly easily. Looks like we do need to get these front in first, because if we don't have the angle to get the rest on. Are they lined up? I really can't tell. Is the front lined up? The front looks good. Back, I think I gotta pull back and down at the same time and hold on to the frame. Let's see if we can do that. Back, down, hold on to the frame. Well, I'm pulling the whole cabin loose, and it's not going on. So that's no good. Shaking crap loose, like the seats and the wheel wells. And this thing is not going on. It's like oh no, I got it. All of a sudden. We got it. I don't know what I broke in the process, but all of a sudden got it. Oh, well, you know what? I think we could do a little better still. I think it's like one side is on. Keep trying. All right. Yeah. If you look in there. All right. How can we do this? There's the little seam there. This side doesn't look bad. This side, the back piece, is not quite on yet. If you can see in there. It's kind of sticking out. Gotta get that on still. Alright. Shake it a little bit. Back and forth. Till we get it in there. Alright. Okay. Now we have to add another piece. So we added this piece. We added the cabin to the frame. And now we need to add another piece. I think it's this piece. They're describing it as piece 13. And this piece is going to hold these front tires and the engine. You know, I don't know if we're building the engine or if it's just going to be empty. I think it's just going to be a hood wrapping around nothing. But anyway, this piece, I think you can push it in either direction. I think it's just going to connect to those two pieces. So we're making a lot of progress in instruction 20, but the piece counter is not advancing because we're like combining existing pieces. This is not a strong connection. Alright, I'm just going to get one side in and then I'm going to do the other side. Or maybe I'm going to do both at once. I don't know. Whatever will go in, that's what's going to go in first. Alright. They're both in. These are not good connections. I assume there's going to be more showing up in a minute to make that stronger, because the way it is now, I don't know. It looks crooked, honestly. Is it just the top part that's crooked? Is maybe one side on further than the other? No, they look pretty even. How do they look even at the bottom but not at the top? though they look like they have the same amount of pace above the wood. Maybe one piece of wood is slanted up and the other is flush. Let's check that theory. Yep, that was the answer. All right, still doesn't look great, but I think it's going to improve as we add more pieces. All right, we finally get to increase the piece counter. In the next step of instruction 20, we're going to add some pieces. We're going to add the hood and the grill. C17 and C16 and C17. So now we're up to 266 pieces. All right. So 16 and 17, I think they're both here already. They don't have labels on them, but I think I recognize them. These are not going to be easy pieces. And I'm not sure which one goes on first, and I'm not sure what direction these flames go in. Okay, we can just look at the picture here. All right, so that was not right. Okay, so that's the direction. I don't know if flames is the right description for what that is, but whatever. This part goes closest to the cabin. This part goes towards the front. So I just dropped the... Oh, that was the sandpaper that I dropped. All right, looking at this B2 piece, we have connectors. No, that's not it. Okay. This piece is going to go here. But then these pieces are going to go way down here. That's it. 3 connectors. That's it. I assume there's going to be more connections going to this grill, but for starters, let's just get this in here. And by the way, this top connection isn't even a full connection. It just kind of sits there, flapping its wings. I knocked it loose. Boing, 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 boing. All right, let's see if we can get this on. Not so easy. When you try to get this piece down to where it needs to go in, it hits against that wood. All right, let's try the other side. And anytime you work with big pieces and accordion pieces, they're both likely to break. So a big piece with an accordion, and such a crucial piece, the hood of the car, we really got to be careful. We cannot break this piece. Will be nothing to assemble. Well, I suppose you could, if there was an engine, you could live without a hood. But there's not an engine. It's just hollow inside of there. There's no engine going on in there. All right. I think we got this lined up. Just got to push it in. I was thinking to use the tool, but it's like a round, you know? The wheel well is round. I think fingers are going to work better. Wow, a door just came off. Let me put the door back on before I worry too much about the hood. Doing a lot of backtracking. I think still it's going back to when we were attaching that cabin to the base. We might have rattled a lot of stuff loose back then. Okay, I got the secret. You got to push the wheel well piece sort of down a little bit. And that gives you room to get this hood piece in. Still not easy to do. It's a big piece and your fingers are like far away. I don't think anything's breaking. I think it's just the this piece is untaching. You know what? I think it's easier to attach the hood first anyway. Because then you know how much room you have left to attach the other piece. That steps came out again. Wow. And that door. Need to lock that door shut. Otherwise it's going to keep coming open. Alright. The hood is on. Let's replace this axle. Restore the axle. Of course I knocked the hood off and oh my goodness. I knocked the hood off both sides in the process of putting the axle back on. They're like trying to exist in the same space. Like, what do I need to do to make this happen? It's like the axle. I'm putting it. So stupid. How come nobody told me in the chat? I was putting the axle on upside down. That's why. That's why they couldn't both exist at the same time. Alright, let's do the axle the correct direction. And maybe it'll work. Okay. Now the hood fits on. So I had the axle in the wrong spot. Now it's in the right spot. Oh my goodness. I just detached the cab. Well, the good news is the longer it was on the correct spot. Like the first time you attach the cab to the frame, it's very difficult. But if it pops out after it's already been there, it's like easy. It kind of like remembers where it's supposed to go. Like the first time you're doing it, it's like a fight. But to put it back on after it's been sitting there, it goes actually pretty easy. So there you go. There's a little truck. So we don't have any of the tires yet. Look at the vent back there. That's cool. We got the hood on. I think that's super cool. All right. All right. Yeah, that's cool. All right. We still got more of instruction 20. So we're going to put some wheels on and some wheel wells. And we're going to hang them on with D12s. So this side of the vehicle is going to get 3 tires. And a wheel well. This one. And so those have all been built. So we don't get to increment any counters for that. But the wheels are going to be held on with 3 D12s. So we do get to increment 3 pieces for that. That brings us to 269. So we need 3 D12s. You can see the same on the instructions here. All right, we're up to C. C is our lowest board because we, you know, the A and B boards are complete. So D12, which is what we're adding, has kind of this look to it. I don't know if you want to call that a hubcap. It's something. It's got some look to it. It's inked. It's an inked piece. Just trying to find the tool to pop those out. So 3 D12s. Because we're attaching 3 tires. So every time we add a tire, we need a D12. We put on the 3 tires, the 3 D12s, and then we add this wheel well. That looks pretty. Oh, this is cool. This piece is forked. Let me show you. The piece on the end of the tire is forked. And the D12 piece has a little like post in the middle. So that's going to go onto that fork and it's going to hold it in there. If we can do it, I think it's going to be pretty cool. Yeah, I think that went on. It felt like it did. So there you go. That is cool. I like it. All right. Anyway, do that 2 more times. Wow, this cabin became detached again. Well, as long as it's not, you know, I mean, it feels like it's going to stay on. If it feels like it's tilted or coming off, I'll really get in there and fix it, but it doesn't feel too bad right now. All right, so we're getting this, you know, the truck, really. We're building the truck. And then we're going to add the bed and the crane. Oh no, what did I just do? I popped the whole thing off. All right, let's fix that before we move on. Oh no. This thing's going to get worse. That's the problem with these structures is the further you go along with building them, the more careful you have to be with where you grab support pieces. Because if you try to support the wrong piece, you're just going to dislodge the piece. All right, I think we're going okay. We got the 3 tires on. Well, obviously we're not that okay. The whole 2 sections just separated. So this big job that we did, we need to do again. And this little job that we did, we need to do again. Any medium jobs need to be done again? Yeah. Yeah, this thing is sliding off. Wow. Okay. Okay. We got that back on. Now for the big one. Nope. Just gotta figure out where to clutch it, like hold it. Gotta find the right support pieces to push on. If you pick the wrong ones, you tear the thing apart. Alright. Why does that tire look like it's so far out? Well, maybe that's just how it looks. Alright. Wow. That was like stressing. We're not done yet. Okay, that's why this tire looks like it's so far out. Because we have to add this to it. And we have to add it to the hood, which is not even a strong piece. You know why it's not a strong piece, don't you? Because we skipped this. Let's add this. It's gonna add these 4 like sort of corner pieces, I guess you'd call them. And then is anything gonna connect here? Yeah, I think these inside pieces are gonna go to here. Probably should go for those first. Anyone watching the new Mandalorian? Oh my goodness. Just knocked that whole thing out. On Disney Plus, there's a new season of Mandalorian. Disney releases them 1 per week. I believe the Mandalorians come out on Wednesdays. So, if you want to start following that. Baby Yoda, Grogu, I believe he goes by these days. Grogu is prominent in the series. I think it was, what was it, season 2? He was kind of off training with Luke Skywalker or whatever, or something like that. Anyway, he's back. He speaks more. He takes more of an active role. It's kind of like a mini Yoda at this point, not just like a baby. He's aware of his force powers and how to use them. So it's definitely a different show, but it's still got all the stuff that you like, all the Mandalorian stuff. Not sure what to connect first here, the hood or the axle. Why does that axle feel like so far away? Because the hood is not lined up. So I guess we need to hook the grill to the hood first. Then we can get the axle to the frame. Otherwise it acts as like a repellent. I don't know if that's the word. It creates a force that you don't want in the wrong direction. You don't have it lined up first. Speaking of which, I didn't have the axle lined up while I was messing with the grill. So you need everything lined up, because there's these second set of pins next to the axle, and you don't want them to go in the wrong location. So in the front, it won't go in at all if you don't have it right. You'll break the piece. And in the back, it'll go in the wrong location, and you got to pull it apart to fix it. Yeah. Yep, we're in the thick of it now. There's nothing coming easy tonight. But we are making progress. It's not going, as I said, it's not going easy, but it is going. So we got to be happy about that. Again, careful what you use to provide support. Pick the wrong piece and you can snap this thing in half. I'm basically using the frame for support. I figure that's the strongest structure. It would be in a real car, truck, and I believe it is. Even on this fake car, the seats have popped out. I might as well go in and fix those right now. That's what I said, right? If they popped out, I'd reach in and fix them, and I did. Oh my goodness. Again, all right. Maybe they shouldn't have connected these two halves yet. Maybe that was premature. All right. Let's make this connection for the third time. Third time's a charm. All right. Let's see there. One side's on. So tricky to get both sides on. The front is not on. That's a huge issue. I know, a lot of movement in there. I'm not happy about it either. But it's tough, you know? Tough to get your fingers in these little positions. Wow, that really looks like not even close to being on. I feel like we were closer before. Oh, the front. I get the bottom on, the front pops off. And what are we losing back there? I think it was part of this. Yeah. Yeah, this piece came off. Gotta put that back on. That's an important piece. I had noticed that was having problems. Right. That piece from the back, I mean, it's a huge piece, but I don't think it's a scary one in terms of reassembling. I think we can just like drop it back on there. Maybe not. Did these stop things go in front or behind this thing here? I don't remember. All right. That was easy, yeah. I had a feeling that one would be easy. Okay. Wow. All right. Not, super easy to do. But, okay. Well, we got no tires on this side. But this side looks okay. All right. So that's as much instruction 20 as we have. So let's see here. I guess we're going to move on to instruction 21 then. Nope. Another page of 20. Another page and a half of 20. I don't know how they decide how to name these. How do they decide that this is page 20? We're up to the centerfold. So we made some progress, I guess. All right. Give me a second to get this thing photographed. Instruction book. Well, my thumb is in the image, but I think we basically got it. All right, so continuing here with, we basically need 3 D12s. We're just going to put the tires on the other side. And then I guess we're also going to put this thing. So 3 tires, wheel, some mud flaps, 3 D12s. That's going to bring us up to 272 on the piece counter. Alright, I need 3 tires. Wheel well. And 3 D12s. Let's get those 3 D12s. One, 2. It's harder to get out than you would think. Those D12s. Sorry. All right. Let's get these tires on. Oops, sorry, that was backwards. All right, 1, 2, 3 tires, and then we need 3 D12s, which is that little hubcap piece. There's a gripper that it's going to grip to. Can just go right to the other side of the wheel for the support. Right, like axle. Just go straight from one end to the other. Okay, there we go. And now the mud guard. All right, let's get that on there. You really can't support this piece. The hood. It's doesn't provide much anything really to support it. Just got to wiggle them in there, because if you push too hard, you're gonna break that hood. which is a huge wraparound piece. You really don't have the option of breaking that piece. You can't even really tape it because of the way it wraps around. Like if you break it, you're out of luck. There's no, unless they give you a spare hood piece, which I don't recall if they do or not. Yeah, I'm about to break that hood because I'm putting a ton of force here. I'll tell you what the problem is. The piece isn't going in. I think I got to get my finger in there, right behind where I'm going to put the piece in, and directly support it, because it's like I'm putting it in sideways through basically something that's barely thicker than a piece of paper. So, I almost popped the whole thing apart again. I don't like picking this up, because when you pick it up, everything starts shaking loose. For example, this wheel well I just put on. Okay, it's not the wheel well that's loose this time. It's the entire hood. The entire hood is coming off. And then if I fix the hood, the entire cab comes off the frame. I fix the hood to the cab, and then the cab comes off the frame. Yeah, everything just came apart. Alright, so let's get back onto the frame, and then we'll get the hood back on. You know what? As far as this thing is in tatters anyway, let me get the other wheel well on, and then after I get that on, then I can get the hood back. Alright, let's do that. Okay. There we go. Now, the other side, which we had on a minute ago. I don't know when it got detached, but it did, so we got to do it again. Man. Come on. All right. One more time. Let's attach this hood. You know, this shouldn't be that tricky of a piece. Yeah, there's 5 connectors, but I don't know. There's nothing really, shouldn't be anything too tricky about it, as long as you get them all lined up. And do we have them all lined up? Probably not, because they didn't all go in. Alright, let's get a look from underneath. That axle definitely was not lined up. Alright, neither is this one. Alright, I think the hood is back on. Door. I want to lock those doors shut. Okay. We're still not done with 20. Now we need C11, C15. We're going to need a lot of other pieces, but for starters, C11 and C15. So that brings us up to 274 on our, on our piece counter. So C11, C15. It's actually the front bumper. So that's pretty cool. We're getting closer and closer to getting this, the truck basically built. All right, so this is going to go on like this. And then this is going to wrap around it. So do we wrap it around first? I think so. Because my experience is that these things are going to pop apart anyway. So if you put them together first, that's sort of the best chance of them actually working. The only question is, did I put it on right? I think so, because you can read it. Like if I put it on upside down, the lettering would be upside down, I imagine. So I guess this is correct. We also got the little slots on top. Okay. I think that's right. All right. Let's get that on. Is it just one connector? This big piece goes into that slot. There's going to be more connectors later, I think. But for now, it's just that one, which is great. We needed that. Been a while since anything went right, so it was nice to get that kind of break there. Get something to go in for once. All right, let's see here. Yeah, that looks nice. We got the front bumper on. Nice, I like it. It's starting to look like a truck, isn't it? All right. Let's see. What do we got next? By the way, we're going to add 2 B12s in a minute. It's not yet. It's going to be another easy piece, but right now we have to like kind of build something here using like 2 C9s and 3 C10s. I'm not really sure what that is, but let's do it. So 2 C9s and 3 C10s. So we're up to 279 now. All right. 2 C9s and 3 C10s. It looks like we're back into like manageable territory. For a while there, we were like, we're working on some tough connections, but it looks like it's it's going to be smooth sailing here for at least a little while. I'm sure there'll be other tough sections. All right, 3 C9s it is. I'm just going to go check in case I'm missing any comments. I don't think I am, but I'm just going to try to load them. There's I'm in the what is this thing called? The live studio on YouTube, and I usually monitor just by opening and viewing the video myself. So I don't know if I'm seeing the comments or not. Maybe there just haven't been any comments. So then I just went now to the YOLO box because they have a comment section, and that takes usually like 30 seconds to load. Anyway, I've been on it for 30 seconds and I don't see anything. So I think there just haven't been any comments. All right. So how does this go? I just stick in one side, then stick in the other side, right? Can't go wrong. Well, you could, because these are long, skinny pieces, which means that they could break when we try to put in the second side, like if we put any pressure on them. So I think it's like the same way you catch a snake, you like pinch it by the head, right behind the head. I think that's how we're going to attach these pieces, sort of pinch them right behind the head. Because if you try to push them the length of that stick, and the connection isn't perfect, it's going to break. Well, look at that. We managed to pull one side off. Well, I think that's good, because we'll maybe make 2-3 connections at once. Or maybe I just think it's good because what choice do I have? But to think that, yeah, it's actually not good. it's tough. It forces us to do exactly what we were trying to avoid, which is spanning this distance and potentially breaking a piece. But at least if I can get them all started. All right, I got them all started, and we use the table as a support, and then we'll push them all in, right? There's one in. All right, the middle one's already in. Tough to grip them. Maybe this piece will help. All right. Almost. Almost got it. Okay. Now what do we do with this thing? We built it. Now what? Where do we attach it? I'm not crazy, right? These instructions don't say where to attach this thing. It looks like they attached it to the front. Like, you see the front of the truck here. I mean, I don't know why they're showing us this, like, weird side view of it, but I think that's it. So, if we look at the front of the truck, we should find a place to put this. Okay, yeah, I think I see it. So, there's some slits here. And I think you're going to put this on it. What I don't know is which direction it should face. I think this is maybe the way to go. It would be nice if the picture showed us. Well, the picture shows it sitting in front of it. It doesn't show it attaching. And it's facing the way I've got it now. But I don't know why it even would have this piece. Like, what part of the truck is this? Like, we already have the grill. Was this like a ladder or something? I'm probably everybody knows what this is but me, but I'll have to look into that tomorrow. I don't know what that is. And it's not really staying on. Don't want to break that piece. Alright, I think that's on. Alright, now the two B12s. Again, unclear where they go. Oh, they're the side mirrors. So they're going to go, you see those little hooks on the door? Side mirrors. Alright, that brings us up to 281. Side mirror is going to get us to 281. There's a little side mirror. So, there it is. It's going to attach like that. So the ink is on both sides. So I guess it doesn't matter which side I put it on. Let's put one on each side. All right. Okay. just knock that door off. But it's okay, because we'll attach this mirror, and then we'll put the whole door back on. I'm just going to pull this. No, that piece does not come out easily. But apparently the mirror does. So maybe the mirror has to go on after the door is already in place. I actually don't like dealing with this. I feel like I could break something on the door, on the truck. Not the door necessarily, but any of these pieces get dislodged. It's going to be a pain in the neck. Alright, I can see where it's got to go. Almost. Just got to get it lined up, then I give it some pressure. Alright, is that in? No, not yet. Come on, get in there. Alright, I got it. It's in. Alright, that's good. So we got the two mirrors now on the truck. They look cool. I like the angle that they sit at. Yeah. Yeah, it's coming right along. I like it. Alright. We're still on instruction 20. But all we need to do here is these two pieces, which I think we built on like page 1. We have to attach these two. They're kind of like, I'm not sure where they attach. Oh, okay, I see. Alright, so can you put either one? I think so, right? Just make sure they point backwards. So, yeah. Alright, I see exactly where they go. Oh no. I was trying to fix this piece, and looks like I knocked the two pieces apart again. Oh my goodness. Again, I gotta redo this. Wow. And the mirrors fell off. Unbelievable. Alright, let's get this together again. We should be experts by this point in how to do this. Alright, let's put the mirrors back on. And then finally we could do the piece we're supposed to be doing. I feel like they need some glue or something. Otherwise those mirrors are gonna fall out. So you see this little thing here? Right there? That's where it goes. That's where we put these two on. So that should be the easiest thing we do all night. Just drop that in there. There we go. And one for the other side. We don't get to increment the counter though, because it's, you know, it's pre-built piece. We're attaching two pre-built pieces, so we don't get to increment the counter, the piece counter. These pieces have already been accounted for, basically. Trying to push down, which means I need to support, which is kind of like pulling up. But when I pull up, I pull the cabin off of the base, which obviously we don't want to do. Okay. Alright. Have we finally built at least the front portion? I keep thinking like the front portion of this truck is done and we're ready to hook on the trailer, but I don't know. Every time we look at the instructions, they've got something else for us to do. And that could be the case again. Let's take a look here. All right. All right, at least we're moving on to 21. All right. Instruction 21, finally. We're not in the second half of the book yet, though. So I guess we're not going to finish tonight. All right, so we're going to use this piece, which we built. Apparently, this was the first thing we built on this whole structure. Oh, sorry, you don't see what I'm talking about. Okay. So this piece is labeled 1 in the instructions. That means that this was in the first instruction panel, this is what we built. But we're going to add 2 new pieces. Those are D9s. So we do get to increment the counter up to 283. And these 2 D9s, they're fairly big pieces. They might be the length of the trailer, I'm not sure. Or maybe part of it, maybe the length of the part that doesn't hang over the front. Basically the part that holds the crane and the lumber. Oh, I just broke something. Well, I'm going to need that. 2, what are those, D20s? Yep, 2 D20s, yeah. All right, right now we're adding 2 D9s. All right, so these 2 D9s are going to attach. By the way, we can put this truck aside for a second because we're actually building something. We're not immediately attaching it. We're building the trailer, and I guess we're not attaching it yet. So to build it, I mean, I don't think there's a piece that's yet designated as front and back, but we need to be consistent. Like whichever direction this one goes, this one has to go the same direction. And that will become the front and back based on how we position them. But as of now, you can pick either direction. As long as you put both D9s in the same direction, you're good. Okay. One of them's in. And we're going to put the other one in at the same orientation. Same direction, same spacing. Everything the same. Come on, get on there. I like hear the wood crumbling. Something wasn't going right there. Something don't look right. All right, yeah, it was definitely not right. Not nearly deep enough on this second one. What is going on? Yeah, it's not on. I'm going to take it off and try again because something didn't work there. Yeah, you can see where it's splintered. Something didn't work. I'll try again. The back piece went on. Front piece does not want to go on. Alright, let's see here. Alright. I assume that it will get stronger as we add more pieces, but for now, there you go. Okay, now, still in instruction 21, we're going to add E2 and D15. That brings us to 285 pieces. E2 and D15. Alright, let's get those on there. Well, first we gotta find them. By the way, those questions that I used to pull out and ask myself like questions, I had like 3 decks of them, and I finished all of them. And I could bring out another question deck, or I could do it right now. I have another deck of cards. It's based on the Cheers TV show. I think it's like a Trivial Pursuit or something. So I can pull that out and start pulling questions from it. Anyway, here's E2. And then we need D15. Which actually I haven't done this whole episode. I've just been narrating the pieces. Because I don't have the questions near me. But I can pull out the Cheers, as I've mentioned. It would take me a minute, to get to it. It's not far away, but it's inside a box. Alright. I'm not going to do it just yet, but I probably will at some point. Alright, so this structure is going to get the D15 and the E2. One goes on top, one goes on bottom. The one that goes on top, which is the E2, these pins go towards, how do I describe this? Towards the middle, I guess you would call it. You can see these curves here. They go far away from that. So there's, let me just put it on here. Basically, there's different size pins. And the ones in the back, you got to slide them all the way on. And then at the bottom, you're going to reach some new pins at the front. All right. So there's the bottom ones, they're slid all the way down. And then finally at the bottom, the top ones, they reach some pins as well, which need to go on. There we go. All right. Nice. Okay. And then the D15 goes at kind of the opposite end. I'm not sure if, is this like an ambidextrous piece? I don't think it is. So we got to be careful how we put this on. I think this is the way. Yeah. Because they line up in front now. If you do it the right way, they should reach the same location in front. All right, so looks like we're building the frame, the trailer frame, basically. And you can see there. Looks like it's going to be pretty sturdy. In fact, maybe the crane is even going to build off of that. Probably. Let's see. So now we need to attach 2 existing pieces so we don't get to increment our counter. So which way do these go on? Where this flat wood is, that's considered the back. So these like mud flaps, they're going to go towards the back. And they always ink out. So the ink on the outside. And then just slide these on, right? Looks easy enough. Let's see how it goes. Well, it's never quite as easy as it looks, right? But there you go. It's on there. Ink side out. Mud flaps to the back, of course. Slide it right on. Alright, I mean, we're building the trailer here. It looks not too bad. That's what it looks like from underneath. It's actually a very sturdy piece so far. Alright, let's take a look at the instructions. Oh, we're going to add tires. We're going to add tires to both sides. That's easy enough, right? So we're going to add 4 tires, which means we're also going to add 4 D12s. So that's it, right? 285 to 289. All right, you add 4 D12s. Yeah, that goes to 289. So here's the last 4 tires. Do you remember on the first night we built 10 tires? Well, we're about to attach the last 4 tires. So that's cool. Okay, D12, right? Why do I only see 3 D12s? There should be 4. That's weird. Is there another D12 on that spare parts board? I remember there was the spare parts board. Let's check that for another D12. Let's see here. Yeah, this is the spare parts board. I haven't spotted a D12 on it yet. There could be a D12 on the E-board, maybe? I mean, it could be anywhere, really. I just got to look for it. And it's an easy easy piece to spot. It's a circle with, like, spokes on it. Yeah, I don't see it. There's an extra mud flap. There's a bumper. I don't know if that's extra or if that's the back bumper. I'm not seeing D12. It could be hanging off the back of the board. Nope. Sometimes that happens. A piece will, like, hang off the back of the board. Alright, so we popped out 5 D12s. Because if you look, there's 4 missing here, and there's 1 D12 here. Actually, we've used 6 D12s. There's the 6th one. So that leaves 3 here. So I don't see another D12. It's not like we popped it out and we lost it. Did they not give us enough D12s? That's crazy. Alright. Let's go through these little broken pieces we have here. Nope, I don't see a D12 there. Alright, I'm going to pick up the B sheet, which we believe to have finished. The A sheet was definitely completely empty. I'm picking up the B sheet now. Yeah, that's empty. Let's go one more time through all of our sheets to see if we can find this D12. Alright. C sheet does not contain a D12. Alright. E sheet does not contain an E12. F sheet does not contain a D12. G sheet, what do you think? Does not contain a D12. Alright, it's got to be on this spare parts sheet. Alright, let's take a close look here. Well, I don't see a D12. So As far as I can tell, they shorted us a D12. One, two, three, four, five, six. There's 10 tires. 7, 8, 9. They shorted us a D12. I mean, come on. How do you not give all the D12s that are needed? I mean, that's just wrong. Well, we're going to put 3 of them on, and one tire is just going to be a little bit loose. There's a D16 here. I don't want to take that, but it looks like it might work. No, it might work, yeah. If at the end there's a D16 left, maybe I'll use it, but frankly, I'm disappointed that they shorted us on a D12. Well, like, what's that all about? And it's a locking pin for the tire. It functions as a locking pin. So it's messing up the tire, which is messing up the truck. Come on. I have to go on the reviews and see if other people mention that it's missing a D16. I'll tell you what, this last piece isn't going on either. Well, it's going to have to be what it is, you know? It's like, so there's 2, that one's got its D16s. But then if you spin it around, there's one missing. You know, the back tire's missing it. Hubcap, what are you going to do? And this is what it is. Alright, that was instruction 21. 1 a.m. What do you think? I'm willing to keep going. But there's a lot left to do. But let's do it, because I want to move on to something else tomorrow if possible. But at the same time, that was only halfway through the book. Like, are we really going to complete this book today? That was only the halfway mark. We're going to start building the crane in a second, and the cabin for the cab for the crane. Yeah, let's do it. Let's give it a shot. If nothing else, we're going to start moving up the instruction numbers a bit. Right, I'm just photographing the instruction book. I'll be back in a second. All right. Instruction 21. No, wait. We were already on instruction 21. How is this still instruction 21? Well, whatever. It's still instruction 21. So we need 6 times C18, 2 times E1. That's 8 pieces. 1 times E5, that's 9 pieces. 2 times D17, that's 11 pieces. D16 and D18, I believe that's 13 pieces. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Yeah. All right, 13 pieces. And then there's the 4 E4s. So that's 17 pieces. So when we're done with 21, it's going to be 17 pieces. So I'm going to mark those 17 right now. Brings us over the 300 mark. 306. All right, let's get to work here. So we got to collect the pieces first, and there's a lot of them. C18, we need 6 C18s. This is the D sheet. Here's the C sheet. Is that all that's all that's left on the C sheet, is these 6 C18s. C sheet is going to be done in a second. All right. 1, 2. All right, come on. There's a little like slit in the middle, and that's what's catching on. You can see it there. 3. I'll go for the slit first on the next one. 4. And then it catches at the back. 5. 6. There's a few splinters on this piece. Let me sand those off. Anyway, the C sheet is done. It's kicked. No more. Get the splinters off these pieces. All right. 6 C18s. Now, we'll move on to the E sheet. But do we need any Ds? Yeah, we do. 2 D17s, a 16 and an 18. 16, 2 17s, 18. So there's all the pieces right there. I'll just grab them before we move on. So $18. I need to work on the color. I see that these cameras are like totally different colors. I gotta work on that, sorry. Alright, that's the D's. And now we need 2 E1s, E5, and 4 E4s. This live view that YouTube gives you in the live like studio or whatever they call it, it's like so far behind, it's crazy. Here's E5. Good, that piece was falling out anyway. And here's E1. These are like huge pieces. Look at the size of those pieces. Oh, is that going to go around that like center? You know, in the back there? Maybe. I don't know. And then 4 E4s, which are right here. One, 2. Come on. Come on, I said. Oh my goodness. I can't get this piece out. All right. 3, 4. Boom. I gotta check on something, if you don't mind. Hopefully this will just take a minute. Definitely going to take a minute though. So, I'm going to have a glass of water too. So, if you need to take a break, go ahead, because I'm taking one. Alright, almost done. Okay. Halfway through the thing I'm doing. I think I'm halfway through. You know what? I think there's 2 things I need to do. So I'm going to need another minute. Alright, I'm still here. I just need a minute. Almost there. Apologies. Just going to take literally 1 more minute, and then I'm going to have a glass of water, which is going to take 30 seconds. And then I'm going to be back. This comes with live streaming. Can't always get everything. You know, edit it out later. I shouldn't promise that. Probably will. Actually, I just remembered another thing that I need to do. So it's going to take some more time. Hopefully I can do this like the quickest it's ever been done. But I can't promise that. Okay. It's going good so far. All right. That second thing is now done. But turns out there's a third thing. Basically, I'm just to let you in. I'm doing all the things I need to do before I could shut down my computer. Not the computer. Basically wrapping up something that needs to be done before I can shut down my computer. Session. Just to add one word to that, my computer session. But not the one that is running the live streaming. The live streaming is going to continue. I just got to get this other thing done really quickly. It's actually something I should have already done. Kind of like poor form of me to be doing it at this moment, but I got to get it done. Almost there. Okay. All right. Are we there now? Just barely. We'll take it. All right. The thing is done. I now will drink the water and then I'll get back to work. My YOLO box is plugged in tonight. Every other night it's been wireless, but I plugged it in tonight because that way we can go over 2 hours. Because that's about how long the battery would last if we didn't plug it in, 2 hours. Alright, I'm back. Now that I look at this thing on the screen, it doesn't look like we've really got that much done. Anyway, is what it is. So, looks like they want us to connect these two E1s, just stack them on top of each other, and then stick the pins through them. Is that what they want? I'm not sure where the E5 factors into all of this. So we're going to stack the E1s next to each other. And then does the E5 go through there too? Or what? Doesn't seem like it, right? Let's open the booklet here so we can like zoom in. So we're still on 21, which is crazy. All right, let's see here. I still can't tell. I mean, what is going on there with those lines? Okay. I don't think any of those lines are going through E5. And furthermore, I don't think E5 can even fit on those pins. So I don't know what the heck is going on. The only thing I know for sure is the thing that goes at the front of E5, which is like D18, D16, and 2 D17s. That's the only part I can really understand, so let's start with that. Alright. And I think these pieces, since they're circles, they need to be sanded and waxed, because I think maybe the whole trailer is going to rotate on this pin. Like, probably this pin is going to go in here, and the whole trailer is going to spin on that. Probably, that's my guess anyway. So those pieces need to be, those round pieces need to be sanded and waxed so that they'll spin. I like how there's a pre-made groove in the wax. That's handy. There's like a groove in the wax. It's useful. Alright, so there's the little pin. And that goes at the end of the E5. There we go. Wow. Kind of broke the wood getting it in there. So now how does E5 connect to the trailer? And how does it connect to these two E2s? It doesn't seem like it matches the width at all. Yeah, there's nothing here that looks like a hit. I'm just trying to slide it over the whole thing. You know what's the only thing? Let's try these middle pieces. No, those don't fit. Yeah, this is very odd, these E1 pieces. And the E5. Alright. Is it possible that they don't touch at all? Let me just kind of line them up and see how that would work. Okay. If you look at the picture at the end, it looks like maybe they don't line up at all. Because there's like the sets of holes, like if you look at this section where it's already assembled, so there's 3 pieces, and then 4, 5, and then 6, 7, and this before those, it's already connecting. You see those holes? I think those connect to here. Does that look like it lines up? Yeah, it does. So we gotta make that connection. Assuming we can do that. Uh-oh. What is going on here? I see something like glitched out. I see the iPad feed glitched out. I don't know when it's going to come back. I think I'm going to send it a new feed. Maybe the iPad needs to be plugged in. You know what? If we have to watch the instructions on the, on the paper, we'll do that. If I have to reboot the iPad, we'll do that. If I have to, whatever we need to do. Actually, it's kind of a good test. The iPad, does it need to be plugged in? I'm just checking the iPad right now. No, it's at 81%. The iPad does not need to be plugged in. All right. I'm unplugging the connections and plugging them back in. See if that helps. I could plug it straight in because I don't think we have this other connection and it's yeah, no, I don't think we can do it. I don't know if it might crash the YOLO box if I plug the iPad directly into it. So I'm not going to attempt that. Which means I need to get this thing working. Or just don't bother. And we'll just look at the instructions on paper, right? I mean, what's the problem? No problem. Well, the only problem is you can't see the instructions. Is it back? I think it's back. Yeah, it's back. Okay. I don't know what I did right or wrong, but the instructions are back. Right when I gave up, they came back on. All right. So it looks like all of these C18 pieces all go into here. So like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that's where they go, right? And they go, the barbed pin is going to go here. You see that same 6 circle formation. So there's 6 hashes are in a circle on the E1s, and there's 6 hashes in a circle on this board. The only thing is, it looked in the instructions like it was going this way. But, yeah, that does look right. Yeah, that's it. It goes this way. It's kind of, I don't know why it goes that way. Maybe that's going to hold the crane operator or something. All right, let's get this through one piece, and then we'll get it through the other piece. All right, line it up, put it in, and then all the others are going to have to go through 2 at once. 2 boards at once, but I think we now can put the boards on the ground, put the board on the ground, and kind of push it in from the top. Let's see if that works. There's like no angle where you can see how this is working or not working, as the case may be. Yeah, something's frozen, huh? What is going on? Alright, this camera angle is working, but this one is frozen. Alright, so there's something wrong with one of those cameras. Don't know what's going on. You know, I noticed the freezing the other night, so I guess it's innate to that one camera. We got a camera that's freezing. Alright. So that's not going to be our favorite camera. Basically, that worm's eye camera is freezing. It's frozen right now. It's the only camera not moving. Why though? Should I unplug that one too and plug it back in? Let's try that. Alright, I did it. I don't know if it's going to change anything. Yeah, it works now. So this camera 3 was frozen for a minute. Now it's back. Not that it's the best camera, but I just didn't like that it was frozen. I don't know. So that, I don't know if that's the camera or the cable. I unplugged the cable and plugged it back in, and then it started working again. But I don't know if that's really like the answer, like the problem. I don't know. So we saw a glitch on the instructions and a freeze on camera 3, and they both were fixed by taking the HDMI camera out, cable out, and putting it back in. So I learned how to reboot the other day. You put like a pin in while holding the power button for 8 seconds. And now I learned when cameras are frozen or iPads are glitched, you just unplug. So I feel like I need to do a video of like troubleshooting YOLO box issues. You know. Well, I've only got 2. I should at least get like 5, and then I could do like the first edition. Alright. So this is ready to be put onto here. And then, but so are these. Anyway, let's just do this one. So we got 6 connectors. That's going to be something. Got to get them all lined up. Or do you get a couple of them started while you line up the others? Definitely tricky when you've got 6 connections, because if you put them in wrong and you force them, they're going to start bending and twisting, and you're going to end up having to go back and reset them. Okay. Okay. Oh my goodness. I just like stabbed myself in the finger. It went through the board and stabbed me, but the other side like lifted out like a lot. Let's try again. Alright, front's in. Can we get the back in without getting all stabby? Alright, back is in. Is front still? Front came out. Front in. Back in. We did it. It's in. Yoo-hoo! Alright. Okay. Excessive celebration. I apologize. Alright. Now we got to get these 4 pieces on. And they're kind of like, they're all the same. We'll just drop them in. Move on with our lives. Alright. Get those in there. Okay. We'll do this one. Ah, come on. A little wiggle. Pieces flaking everywhere. Not a great sign, but let's keep forging ahead. Excuse me, sorry. You know, where's the cough button? When I was just streaming and when the only thing I had was a single iPad, there was a mute button. I don't know how I do the mute on this thing. Maybe I just turn off the 45V or whatever it's called. The 48V. There's like a 48V button. All right, I'm going to press that button, then cough. Let's see what happens. I think, well, unfortunately, I think it was still, you could still hear it. I pressed the 48V, but it wasn't the same as a mute. That was stupid. What was well, it wasn't stupid to press it if I'd pressed it and said check 1. But I pressed it and then coughed into the mic. And I saw the level. It didn't go as high as it is now, but it wasn't 0 either. I don't know how it sounded. Sorry about that. I'm still learning. I know that a normal person would practice offline and then only go live with the stuff that they knew worked, but whatever. Okay, so there is finally 21 is finished. We can finally move on to instruction 22, which is quite the doozy. Well, it's only one like sort of page or a third of a page. That's positive, but there's a lot going on here. And by the way, we're building the claw that like allows the crane to pick up the logs. That's what we're building. Let me just go back to this view for a second. They didn't tell us to attach these pieces, but I think you can kind of see what's going on here. I don't know exactly how that's going to attach. There's probably some piece that goes from like one to another, but you can see the length of the truck at this point. Again, they didn't tell us to do it, but there it is. Okay, so What they did tell us to do, instruction 22, we're going to start with, there's a lot going on here. So let's just start with the first section, which is like 2 F-22s, an F-23, and an F-24. Let's start with that. So those 4 pieces. So that brings us up to 310 pieces. It's really not that many pieces in this puzzle. I thought it would be more. Alright, so the F board, where is that? This is E, D, probably this next one should be F. Did I turn the mic back on? I think I did. I'm going to turn on YouTube volume for a second just to make sure I have mic. Alright, yeah, I got it. Okay. So 2 F-22s, an F-23, and an F-24. There's F-23. So let's grab that. There's the 2 F-22s. And the F-24 is this like weird looking piece here. I don't know why I decided it's weird looking. Boxy looking piece. Boxy looking piece. Alright, so what do we have to do with these pieces? I think we'll just do 22 and then we'll shut down for the night. So this, we got to get the orientation correct. I don't think, this boxy piece I think is symmetric. So the only thing we need to do is, actually, there is, the only piece of these 3 that's not symmetric is F-23. But because it's being attached to a symmetric piece, there's really nothing, we really can't mess up. And it looks like it slides up and down. It looks like that's how this works. I think they want to attach to the middle section. I'm not really sure. The pins aren't super clear. But I believe that's the case. Alright, there we go. How high or low on the pins should it go? I don't know. Honestly, not even sure if it goes on the pins. Let's see. Alright, now some more pieces. 2 H6s, 2 F-15s, but I think what they really want is 4 H6s and 4 F-15s. Like if you look at that picture, really they want 4 of each. Like 2 on each side, which is 4. So there's the F-15s. Those are tiny pieces. Let's grab those. 1, 2, 3, 4. Alright. Tiny little things. And they're going to need to be sanded because they're circles. And then 4 H6s. So where's the H board? Boards always get messed up over the night. There's the H6s. Some kind of gear work going on there. I think it's going to go in line with that previous... remember that thing we looked at that goes like up and down? Those pieces we did. They've got... This looks like a match for that. Yeah, definitely. Alright, so that's 8 pieces. 4 H6s and 4 F-15s. So let's add, we're up to 318 now. Now, how do we add these things? I think you put them right here on these 4 open slots. Man, they're so tiny. Tough to get those tiny little things on there. And then those grippers are going to go on once on top of these 4 circles. So we get the 4 circles on, and then the 4 grippers go over those, these being the 4 grippers. And then they're going to interact with that piece because it has the same sort of pattern. A serrated pattern, whatever you want to call that pattern. Okay. Now, how do these go on? Okay. They go, if you start like this, God, that's cool. I don't know what's going to keep them on, though. It's cool, but what's going to keep them on? They're like just sitting at the edge. They easily could fall off. There's nothing holding them on. All right, let's put the ones on the other side. So this is the claw. All right. It needs another piece, or it's gonna come off. I'm just trying to get them all lined up with like the bottom layer of that serrated thing, because they're not lined up. They don't look right. All right, that side's lined up. What about this side? So this side, I think, looks good. Both sides look good. All right, hopefully the next piece is going to lock them in. Yes. We need 2 F16s and an F17. But I don't want to let go of this. So I got to do this like one-handed. Where's my F board? Come on. This is not a time to be losing the boards. Alright, there's the F board. So we need the F16s. There they are. They're going to hold the claw on. So it goes sort of this direction. I need these things to stay on. Right, and this is going to lock them on, I think. Come on. All right. It's tricky because you got to hold those claw pieces in place. But it's tricky just until you get this piece on. Then it's everything's locked in. All right, I think one side is on. Let's get the other side on next. All right, I think I'm going to support it from underneath. All right, keep working one-handed. Get the other piece on there. Did it go on? It sounded good. I think it's only partially on though. All right. One more piece. Oh, it feels like it's good now. Okay, there's another piece, F17, that goes across the top. F17. I think it can go either direction. I don't think it matters. All right, let's get that in there. We did it. All right, I didn't increment this. It goes to 321. I was like, I couldn't let go of these pieces, so I was trying not to do too much for a second. So that's it. We did 22 like we said we were going to do. I just want to, like, it says that if you push this down, claw will open. I think inside, though, right? That's it, right? If the claw is opening. And now if I pull it, the claw closes. Open. Close. Ha ha! We built the claw. The claw. Alright. 22 instructions. Let's just bring the instructions up here. So, instruction 23. Let's get at it. Let's get the pieces out of the box. And let's just start building. I can't answer for you why this thing is giving me a bad bit rate. But YouTube is warning me that it's like below 2500, and that's not good. I have Ethernet plugged in, so I have plenty of internet. So I assume that the YOLO box is just not processing this all quick enough. I don't know what to do about that. Maybe that's why people use like a lead into the YOLO box, like an ATEM or something like that, just so they can. The YOLO box has less work to do. But then, like, what's the point? Why am I using it if it can't do the job? Anyway, so the pieces now. So we're up to instruction 23. Just remind ourselves what's there. We need, it looks like G4, 2 G4s, 2 G5s, 2 G16s, and then 3 G13s, a G14, and 2 F18s. That's a lot of pieces. That's 12 pieces, I believe. Let me just count again. 3, 6, 9, 10. Yeah, it's 12 pieces. So I'm just going to increment by 12 pieces. So that's that, 333. Oh, that's cool. So we're up to 333. How crazy is that? All right, so now we need to find those pieces that we were just talking about. So I did some different lighting on this overhead, so it doesn't match, but when it was like, when the lighting was the same from the overhead, it just was like too reflective. I wanted to change it, so I changed it. All right, we do need one piece from this F sheet, and that is 2 F18s. So here's the F18s, and everything else is going to come from the G sheet. There's our 2 F18s. Just dropped a piece, and I don't know what I dropped. I guess we'll see if it was something important later. This is like the one time I tried storing these boards off of the table. Yeah, this is bad. Pieces are falling out, so I guess I have to store these boards on the table so that we don't lose pieces, because I did drop a piece. I don't know how important the piece was. We'll just keep building, and we'll find it later on the floor if and when we need it. Though I will take one look right now. Yep, I don't know. I rolled back my chair. I looked underneath. I don't see what fell. I guess we'll find out when we're missing a piece. All right, so these pieces are huge, by the way. So what do we need here? G 4, 5, and 16, and 14. All right. So we don't need 2 and 3. But we need 4 and 5, which are these pieces in the middle here. Oh, now YouTube is telling me excellent connection. And if I look at the YOLO box, it's showing me the same bit rate as before. So I don't really know what that message was about. It's not up to 2500 like they said, but at least it's over 1500. So YouTube stopped complaining. All right, so there's the G4s. There's the G5s. What else do we need? We need 3 G13s. Here's another piece that's falling out. That's G1. Well, we're probably going to use these pieces tonight, so it's not too bad. All right, we need G16, which are like sawtooth pieces. So there's probably going to be some movement in those pieces. I don't know, maybe this thing is going to slide back and forth on it. Just a wild guess. I don't know if that's accurate. Let's see. Could be not. I guess we'll find out as we go. And then we need still the 3 G13s and the G14. All right, here's the G13s. Wow, that is really zoomed in. I just thought I'd give you a look at those pieces. Yeah, we're using this super zoom camera tonight so you can really see these pieces. Although I think I'm still missing one of them. And that's the G14. Here's G14. All right, so two G16s, 3 G13s, a G14, 2 F18s, 2 G5s, and 2 G4s. So those are the pieces we're going to be working with. We can put our G sheet away. How does this work? I'm just going to line these pieces up in order. That's going to help me. So, G5, G4 with the rounded edge this direction. Then G16, the teeth are going to go up. So that'll just remind myself. 3 G13s in the middle here. And then the 2 F18s are going to go down here. And for some reason this G14 only goes on one side. Not sure what that's all about. I think that is the G14 going to go through all the pieces? It doesn't look long enough. I don't know what they're talking about there. And also this G5 piece, it's not clear where the long and short go. I think the longer one goes, you see this? There's a longer piece here, and there's something in the middle. Basically, it's not a symmetric piece. These dots are up high. It's really hard to know if we're doing this right. I mean, you can look at this picture here. Actually, this picture might be a little better. Because in this picture, when it's assembled, you can see this. But it's still hard to tell with those. Well, one thing you know is that the saw teeth go up. So if the saw teeth go up and they match here, all right, is this how they're going to go? Because the other option is like this. Yeah, that's not going to work because the teeth are going to be shielded in there unless they're supposed to be. I don't know. Can you tell from this picture? Because I really can't tell. Maybe the saw teeth are shielded. I think that this spot where it shows that middle, that tells us the most. But it's really... All right, here. I think it is. I think the saw teeth are going to get buried in there. All right, so that's the way we're going to do it. It's going to be like this, and the saw teeth are going to be inside of there. I'm sure they've got their reason for why they want it like that. Alright. Enough chat. Let's build. Alright. Let's just get one of these pieces through. Alright. And then the round, yeah, that goes down like that. That makes sense. See the rounded? Well, I suppose you could flip that piece too, but I'm assuming they're all like this, you know. They're all going to be at the bottom. Once one is at the bottom. Alright, now the saw teeth go up. Now, yeah, look at that. It lines up. And then the second sawtooth, the teeth need to line up, right? Because they don't currently. I put it on and they were offset, so let me spin this around. Alright, now the teeth line up. But what I don't know is if I should spin both of them. Like, I could spin both of them around. Like, how do I know? I think this is correct because it's flush here. So that's probably correct. But I'm not sure. Let's continue. Or should we put some pins through? No, let's continue. Alright, so these go down. Alright, and then same with this. Down. Now, before I put all those pins through, do we need to get this in the middle? I think we got a problem here. Do we? Or did these stick out a little bit and that's the only thing this goes through? That might be the case. So we put this through here and then it's going to fit like, you know, I think that's the plan. So we're going to put this through here and then it's going to be like it's going to go inside of this piece. That's the plan. So let's get that in there. Not easy. Am I doing the right piece? Yeah, it's the smaller piece. Alright. Wow. Tough to get that in there. Trying to get the G14. Am I doing it wrong? Does it maybe not go in there? I'll tell you, it shows it. No, that's gotta be where it goes. But yet, oh, okay. It goes through the top. It goes through the top. And then it goes in there. Okay. Alright, let's do that. Wow. Kind of tough to do. Alright, how do we do this? Should we wait till the end, get the other pins in first? Is it lined up? It's through one end. Alright. Now I just got to get it through the other end, right? And we're good. I think that's in. Let's get the other pins in, you know, for good measure. And so we got that little connection made. But we need to sort of lock everything together by continuing to get these other pins in. Wow. Yeah. They're definitely going to help hold it together, but that's assuming I don't break it apart before it gets together. Alright. Not so easy. First one was easy because we could see what we were doing. Well, I think I gotta push it back. If it's flush at the back, yeah, then it should go through. Seems to be the way to do it. Alright, so if I push it against the floor, then I know they're all flush against the desk. And that did help, but it still has a ways to go. Alright, we got it. There's still a pin in the middle, but the fact that we got the pins in at the two ends helps keep this like locked in. So now that's pretty good. Alright, let's get one more piece in the middle, and then we go on to the next instruction. Oh, by the way, remember those cards, those question cards? I got new cards, but I'm not really sure what these are. They're from a game based on Cheers. I can't even read these cards, actually. So they're based on Cheers. Do you remember that old TV show Cheers? And then are those like trivia questions? They're so tiny, and they're written on oh, why are they showing us the answers? Oh, I should have put my thumb over the answers. All right, well, this is just a demonstration one. So what is the original name of the Boston bar which Cheers is based on? Well, it says it's Bull and Finch. I guess you would get that by process of elimination, because you know it's not Gary's Old Town Tavern. That's their rival bar. And you know it's not Cheers because they're asking original. All right, let's cover the answers and read the second question. In what state does Sam make most of his romantic getaways? Was it Vermont? Oh, it's not even on the list. Massachusetts. He lived in. The show was in Massachusetts. I don't know. We'll see that in a minute. We'll check the answer. So where did Norm supposedly sail away to in order to live on the beach with the natives? I think Bora Bora. All right, let's see. CAA. So Massachusetts. You know why that Massachusetts threw me off? Because the show is in Massachusetts. Like, what are they talking about? So anyway, next time we have like a boring stretch, I'll pull out some of those questions. But anyway, this is done. So let's go back to the instructions here. So instruction 24, this is the operator chair that's going to go into the cabin, the crane cabin, I think. All right, so let's update our scoreboard here. So we're moving on to instruction 24, and I see in the instruction panel 3 pieces. There's basically a seat, a backrest, and a structure that holds them. And those pieces are F12, F19, and F20. So they're all from the F sheet. 12, 19, and 20. All right, that's the spare part sheet. That's E. Of course, it's going to be the last one. Let me just reach for the back here. Yeah, there we go. There's F. So there's the seat. Okay. It's a small. There's all 3 pieces. 12, 19, and 20. So there's the 3 pieces. This is going to go very quickly. This little bit here. Because all we're doing is making a seat for the crane operator. This is a timber truck. If you've ever seen one of those shows on like Discovery Channel or something like that, where they're cutting timber, and then they use like the chain and the winch to pull them up the hill, and then they have this machine which with its claw, and it kind of grabs the logs and loads them on the trunk. I think I skipped. There's also, they get skinned. The logs go through this, like, I don't know the name of the machine, but it like basically skins them. All right, so the seat, the curves look like they go out. In the cabin, the curves went in on the seat. I don't know if this is like, you know, the instructions are wrong here. You probably can do it either way, but they clearly are showing the curves going out, even though the instructions for the inside the truck, the curves went in. Anyway, we'll follow the instructions. Though we already found an error, if you remember the D12 hubcap piece. There was only 9 of them on the sheet, and there were 10 of them in the instructions. So clearly this model is not perfect. All right, so there we go. That was very simple. All right, let's move on to instruction 25. This is not as simple. It's quite busy, as you can see. There's like 6 segments to instruction 25. So let's kind of take the segments one at a time. So we'll move on to instruction 25. The first segment has just one piece, which is G21. So we're up to 337 pieces now. Can you believe it? 337 pieces. All right. We need G21. Actually, it's not that many. There's a lot of, I've seen like smaller puzzles that have 700 pieces. The biggest one we've done so far, I think, is still the LSU Tiger Stadium, which was some 3,000 pieces. All right, G21. That's G12. There's G21. All right, G21. All right, what do we need to do with this? Stick the chair in there? Where, in the middle? I mean, can you make out what they're showing us here? Like, where are they saying to connect that? I'm going to connect it to the middle because the others look like they're in a grid. And it also looks like, well, yeah, it has to be because, you know, otherwise it would be connected sideways. So it's got to be this middle piece. And it looks like the way they're doing it in the instructions, it's at the front. Like the chair, like the way the legs on the chair are facing, they're at this end that the insertion point is closer to. So that's where I'm putting it, as opposed to spinning it around. All right, so now the chair stands up. All right, the next part, the next phase of instruction 25, we're going to add the walls of the, if you can see here, this little operator cabin for the crane. We're going to add the walls of that. So we get 2 pieces for that. Those 2 pieces are G6 and G7. That brings us up to 339 pieces. Back to the G. I probably shouldn't put this sheet away. We're going to need it a lot. There it is. There's the side walls of the crane operator cabin. They look pretty cool, actually. I think, anyway. Okay. I'm not going to put that G board too far this time. Although, where I put it, I put my hand right in front of the the camera, which is a little weird. All right, so ink out. The ink out already tells you which goes on which side, but this kind of whatever you call that, this part that sticks out goes towards the back. And it attaches right at the bottom here. You can see those little pins there. Tough to see, actually. Trying to find an angle where you can see them. Alright, so there you go. Connected there. Obviously, it shouldn't slant in like that. When we add like the roof or some support piece. Alright, so one side is blank. The other side has ink. Obviously, the ink side always goes back. There's this back connector that's going to line up with that one. So that's going to go like that. And there we go. We put the, they keep falling in. We put the walls on. When we add a roof, the pieces will stop falling in. There you go. That's cool, huh? I like it. I think it's pretty cool. All right. So What do we need next? Let's see here. There's a lot going on here in this next phase of 25. We're going to add the roof and some glass pieces and floorboard. So that's G22, 23, and 24, and G11. So we're adding 4 pieces. We're going to add 4 pieces. G24, no, 22, 23, 24, and 11. All from the G's. That brings us to 343 pieces. 343. Expansion of 7. What is that? 7 to the 4th or something? No, 7 to the 3rd. All right. Oh. I still grabbed the board from there, even though we put the G board over here. I don't understand why some instructions are like 3 pieces or even 1 piece, and then other instructions have like 6 panels of instructions. Maybe they're by like elements, like the cab, like the seat is in the cab is a structure, and then the outside is a structure. So they're really not instructions; they're structures. Like it's the 21st structure. Anyway, that piece was G11. That's going to need some sanding. We're going to need to sand that piece. And then 23, 24, 22, 23, and 24. So 22 and 23 are glass pieces. So he's got glass. It makes sense to see down. He's got to be able to look down. The operator's got to look down through glass. And then the roof piece. All right, that's cool. I'm going to put the board back on this side because it didn't work. To put it on the other side, nobody was like impressed with that. All right, so what do we got here? There's the cabin. Operator cabin. There's the roof. That's going to make everything stand together. And then we got top and bottom glass, and then front glass. I think it's going to need a little bit of sanding, these pieces. Let me just check them. Alright, only one of the pieces. Alright, so I think we want to add the roof, and that's going to give us a lot of like structure once the roof is added. These walls will stop closing in. Alright, there's the roof there on the little cabin, crane operator cabin. And now these other pieces, I'm calling them glass, but really they're like, you know, there's no glass involved. You have to use your imagination. They're just going to be these little pieces here. So let's do, we have to be a little careful with this piece. The pins are closer to one side than the other. The longer side goes towards the bottom. So the pins are closer to the top and further at the bottom. All right, there we go. And then we just pop one at the top and one at the bottom, and the cabin is done. Come on. You can do it. The crane operator cabin. Oh, this piece is offset too. Be careful. Okay. These little pieces also. Wait a minute. No, they're different. One is. Oh, we got to be careful here. I think this one goes on the bottom. There's be careful. There's 2 different pieces. Yeah. Okay, that's the bigger piece is the bottom piece, right? And then the one that is equidistant, the pins are equidistant, that's the top one. So there you go. There's the little cabin. Can sort of see it in perspective to the crane cabin compared to the size of the truck cabin. Even this, I think the seat is actually somehow bigger, but obviously the space is smaller. I've seen pictures of like 300-pound crane operators, and they're sitting in this little cabin, and they basically fill it up. There's like only a certain size you can be and use that cabin. All right, the next phase of instruction 25. Actually, these are weird instructions. They all of a sudden wrap around. If you follow those red arrows, like they don't read like left to right and then next line. The arrow goes down. So like we just did this instruction and then we follow the arrow and do this instruction. So we need 3 pieces for that. 18, 19, and 20. And then the next instruction is also going to be the back of the cabin, and then it's an inspection piece. So I think I'm going to grab all 4 pieces here, 12, 18, 19, and 20, and then we'll be done with instruction 25. So 4 pieces brings us up to 347. So 12, 18, 19, and 20, all from the G sheet. All right. There's 18, 19, and 20 are right here. 18, 19, and 20. Where's 12? It could be on the spare. There's 12. So nothing to debate. There is a spare sheet, spare part sheet. There are some pieces that we knocked out early, but it was right there. Sand them down, get them ready to go in there. All right, so they're labeled, by the way. You can still see the numbers. So 20 is going to go at the bottom. 19 is going to go above that. On this case, you would face probably the ink in, because all the ink says is the name of the piece. It's like the one exception to the ink out rule is if the only ink is the name of the piece. And then the 18 goes... Wait a minute, where does the 18 go? Oh, it makes like a box. So it makes a box with 18, 19, and 20. So there's kind of a box back there, probably some hydraulics in there or something. And then this goes on top. Anyway, let's do the box. Let's get that done there. So 20. 20 is the bottom piece, right? Yeah. 20. Then 19. It's a little bit offset, this 19. I think the longer piece goes to the bottom. That's how it looks in the picture. I'm not sure it looks right when I'm actually putting it in here, but I'm going to go with the instruction picture, even though my instincts tell me it goes the other way. Let's see what happens. And then G18 goes on top, and this one also following the instruction. Look at that. The instructions clearly show the longer piece. Yeah, maybe that's right. Okay, yeah. So it kind of creates a shelf. The longer piece does go towards the inside of the cabin. It just creates a little like shelf back there, which the driver probably likes. He probably keeps his coffee there. I don't know. Or his tools or something, or his hat or his coat. Maybe he starts in the morning with his coat on and the sun comes up and it gets hot and he takes his coat off or his hoodie off and he puts it on this little shelf back here. Or maybe the shelf will be inaccessible when we add G12. Definitely with G12, the screened part is the higher part. if I can get it in there. Okay. There we go. It's there. So there's the little operator cabin. One second. Just grabbing a glass of water. Have I only been going 44 minutes? Okay, I guess I started really late. Okay. Alright. Just checking on something. Yeah, there it is. This cabin. I just want to take a look at that. This new, like, super close-up view. It's the first night we have this. And I think I like it. Yeah. You know, looking at this on camera, because I have a monitor here, so I can see. This is actually as close as I'll ever get. Like, for example, I just see this pin here is a little out. Like, I can't inspect this with my eyes, looking at the pieces as well as I can on this new super close-up camera. So I'm going to be using it. Whether it's fun for you or not, it's helpful for me. So that's going to be a popular camera. I can't believe I only did it. I only set it up because I was having problems with some of the cameras, and I just sort of thought, well, I'll just throw it there, because the stand that holds camera 1, it has a second, like, sort of attachment. I don't know if it's for lights or another camera, but I threw a camera on there and zoomed it in, and I think that's working out. All right, back to the instructions. So that inspection of the cabin, that was the end of instruction 26. Sorry, that was the end of instruction 25. We're now moving on to instruction 26, which has 2 sort of sections. So let's just take one section at a time. So move on to instruction 26, and the first section has an F13 and F14, 2 F21s, 2 E15s, and actually we need to build that little section in the middle, which has 2 E14s and an E13. So we actually need a lot of pieces just to get to that first, like, red arrow. We need 4, 6, we need 9 pieces. Yeah, we need 9 pieces just to get through there. So that's going to bring us to 356 pieces, 356 pieces thus far. So let's start collecting those pieces. Are they all from the E sheet? No, the F and the E sheets. I need 2 sheets right now. I'm going to make a second sort of location to stack these sheets, so I don't... Oh, that failed. Alright, I'm just going to put it on the floor here. I'm going to grab... What did I say I needed? E and F? Yeah, there's E and F. Those are the 2 I need. So I'll just put G back there. Alright, so F we only need 2 pieces from. And there are 2 copies of F21, which is a fairly big piece. Here it is, F21. Oh my goodness, I'm not breaking pieces, but I'm popping out pieces that I'm not meaning to. Just because I grabbed the board at the wrong place. Alright, so those are the only two. No, that's not true. We also need F13 and F14. And then we move on to the E sheet. And these are two more huge pieces, 13 and 14. I think we're building the arm that holds the, I don't know. Definitely this is part of the arm that holds the crane, and we don't have that piece yet. But I believe we're going to get to that piece in the very next, the second half of instruction 26 is going to involve this piece. But for now, we got these 4 pieces, and now we move on to the E sheet. So we need E13 and 2 E14s, which are right here in the middle. All right. Well, I'm snapping out pieces. Let's set up the next one of these cheers playing cards. It's too bad the instruction is visible. Anyway, and the lighting is making that tough to read, huh? I'll put the instruction book behind it. Block out some of the extra light. What was the alias of the man claiming to be a secret agent at Cheers? Royce Buckingham, Blair Bond, or Eric Finch? None of those sound familiar. I don't know. It's to what episode? I watched them all. I forget if it was on Netflix or where, but I watched every episode of Cheers, and I don't remember anyone pretending to be a secret agent. All right. Anyway, we need two. Two E15s. So I'll grab the two E15s while we look at the next question. So anyway, the answer was Eric Finch, but I don't remember that. The next question: what was the real name of the man who came into Cheers claiming to be a secret agent? So they're basically the same question twice. The real name and the agent name. And I don't remember either of them. So William Johnson, Thomas Hillard III, and David Sotheby. And apparently the Thomas Hillard is the answer. Alright. So we got the F13, F14, two F21s. We got the E13, two E14s, two E15s. Are we ready to start building? Is that 9 pieces? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, that's all 9 pieces. So I guess we'll just read this last question really quickly. What is the name of Sam's brother? Thad, Derek, or Mark? And apparently it's Derek. I think I would have guessed Mark. I don't know why, but anyway, apparently Sam had a brother, Derek. I don't remember Sam having a brother. Do you? Was that not like a famous episode or something? Because I don't remember that at all. But apparently Sam had a brother named Derek. I don't know. Alright. So F13 is the one with more pieces. I'm just going to kind of line these up in the way that they're going to go. So F13 and F14, those are the sort of pillars. And then the two E15s are going to go on the outside. And then the F21s are going to go in the middle. And then sort of above them is going to go the E13 and two E14s. So we should build that first. And the way this works It's kind of like they're the same piece, but we're going to put them in like, you know, like upside down. And that's going to make them like fit better in here. So let's do that. Let's get those pieces in there. So the first one's easy to get in. The second one might be a challenge. But let's see. Maybe not. There we go. We got it in. Alright, so we built this little structure here. Now, what do we do next? Do we put these in, the F21s, or do we hook this on top? I think we definitely don't put these bolts on yet, but I think it's fine if we put this through. I don't like that it's a plus sign, because I don't know if I'm supposed to spin it, if I've got it the right way or not. I think I've got it the right way, but I'm not sure. And then this piece is also tricky. It has a big, like, sort of hole at top. So that's the top side. And then the two dashes are at bottom. So something doesn't really fit here, though, because if you look at this piece, like, there's three pieces here. Does it go in front? Does it go in back? Does one of them go in front and one of them go in back? That's probably how it goes. So there's two F21s, so I guess one goes in front and one goes in back. That's the way they go. All right. So same thing here. All right, this went together quite easily, this first part of 26. I guess because we're starting a new structure. When we start attaching multiple pieces together, that's when it tends to get tricky. Alright, do you think we should put the one pin on first? I'm going to do that. Not sure that it makes sense, but I'm going to do it. I'm also thinking that this needs to go in further, because when I put this on, it's going to block this hole. So that makes me think that this piece needs to go in further. But I think if I put it in any further, I feel like I'll break it. What do you think? There's 3 levels there. Do you think it goes up to this level? Can't really tell from the picture. Let me go look ahead to the next picture. Yeah, it's totally different. And then we move on from the 26. What is going on here? Oh, okay. No, there it is. It's so the structure is here, but the angle they're giving us, I can't really tell anything. So I'm just going to push it in as far as I can. And whether or not that's correct, I don't know. Whether or not this piece goes, like which direction this piece even goes, I don't know. Like which way did the pins go, like top or bottom? Like do the holes go like this, or do the holes go like this? We got to zoom in here because it's not clear. All right, clear enough? I don't see the answer. It doesn't tell me anything. Okay, the only thing that tells me is that the longest part is vertical. So, even though I can't see the hole, it must go this way. It must go this way because the longer part is vertical. So now, how far can we push that in? Yeah, we can push it in further. And now if we put the locking pin on, we'll still be able to get to that hole, which I assume we're going to need to lock this piece in somewhere else at some other point. So, oh man, the colors on that. Wow, that's so bad. It's so bad that I think I'm going to fix it midstream. Why did it look good before I started this like stream, but now it looks like terrible? Alright. Alright, that's... I don't know how correct or incorrect that is, but that's what we're going to go with. Because it just looked terrible otherwise. Alright, so we got that circle on. You know, it still doesn't look super great, but we'll go with that. Alright, now we got to put the other side on, which is going to involve 6 pins in the plus side, and then we got to put the bolt on the outside. Basically, it's going to be tricky, I assume. Who knows? Sometimes you think it's going to be tough and you get it on the first attempt. Not usually, though. Usually you think it's going to be tough, and it is in fact tough. But let's see. Is this going on or not? Something's stopping it. Not sure what is stopping it, but something is. Yeah, that top camera is definitely too dark tonight. You know, I felt like it was too bright yesterday, so I tried to darken it, and I definitely went too dark on the overhead camera. I'm still learning. I've been watching videos trying to do lighting and camera settings, but I'm far from being an expert. All right, we built this. Well, we still need to put that extra ring on, that last ring on. So I have this open, but for some reason when I go into the sort of behind the scenes look, it doesn't show anything going on here. Anyway, let's keep building. Okay, now it's done. There we go. So, instruction, we're not done yet. We're not done with instruction 26 yet. We're going to add 3 pieces now. G1, G2, and G3. Oh man, what am I doing? Just forget about it. Alright, G1, G2, and G3. So G1 we had, it just had fallen out. G2 and G3. There they are. They're huge pieces. There you go. What's different about them? They look the same, mostly. Well, actually, no, there's a very big difference. G2 has a much longer hole in it than G3. Alright. Now, how are we supposed to do this? So, we're going to take the thing we just built, and it's going to go through the hole in this piece, and then G2 and G3 are also going to connect. I got to tell you, it's doesn't look really like obvious. I'm going to zoom in here to increase the chances of doing it right, but I don't know. All right. Alright, so G2 is connected at the top, right? And then what does this do? It's really unclear which way this faces because the two sides are different. Okay, it faces this way. Probably should have greased those circles. Alright, it's not too late. Let's grease them right now. A little bag of wax here. Gonna help with making these pieces move. And circle, small circle goes inside big circle, and then it and then the piece can move. All right, waxed up. Now this one side has a bunch of pins and the other has 6, 7 counting the big one. So the side with a lot of pins goes in there. So there you go. I don't know what's going to keep it in there, though. Right? Like, nothing so far is going to keep it in there. And then G3 goes sort of opposite. Like, G2 has that long hole and has it at the top. G3, the hole is going to be... Okay. G2 has the hole near these two circles. G3 has the hole near the... I hesitate to call it front or back, but farther away from those two circles. Okay. Okay. Did we get it in? I think so. Alright, now back to this piece. There's nothing holding it in. Like, hopefully whatever the next oh, there's going to be a locking pin here. Well, how come they haven't told us about that locking pin yet? We need that locking pin. But they didn't tell us yet. Alright, let's move on in the instructions to instruction. Oh, we're still on instruction 26. How about that? So it's the next page, but it's still instruction 26. And as you can see, there's a lot going on here. But I think we have to do it because, like, we can't stop with this piece, like, falling apart. And with this thing in, like, 3 pieces. So we gotta move on there. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. There's 14 more panels just to get through 26, which we have to do. But then if you move on, there's only 27 and 28, and then it's done. And 27 and 28 are not a lot of work. 26 is a lot of work, but I don't think we have any choice. We're basically going to finish this tonight, whatever that means. I don't know how much more time it's going to take, but we're in a position where we basically need to finish this. So there's only 2 more instructions, but there's like 20 more panels. And there's a lot of doozies. We're basically building the gears of the crane right now. So let's start with this little inset. E8, 9, and 10. E8, E9, and E10. So 3 pieces. We're up to 359 pieces. E8, E9, and E10. That's what we're looking for. All right. Okay. There's the 3 pieces right there. E8, E9, and E10. I'm going to create a little board here. Goodness, the board's getting messed up over there. Okay, I'm gonna take another sip of water. Just give me a second. Okay. So, the way these go together, it's similar. Actually, it's not that similar. One of them is like longer than the other. So the longer one goes on this side, and the shorter one goes on this side. Actually, they're the same length. When I'm saying longer and shorter, I'm talking about the distance of that pin. So it's really more like higher and lower. But really they're the same. Whoops. That piece just went flying. Gotta retrieve it. Got it. Let's try that again. Hopefully without the piece going flying this time. Wow. So there you go. Some little plunger piece. I don't know what you want to call that. Something. Alright, the next instruction here. So this is all going to attach to that like sort of superstructure that we just built here. That's what it's going to attach to. But the next little mini section, we're going to take this pin that we just built, and then we're going to add 3 D19s, 2 H3s, and 3 more D19s while threading it through this thing here. So 3 D19s, 2 H3s, and 3 more D19s. So that's 8 pieces. You know, those Cheers questions, they're not like I'll put them up for you to do the trivia questions, but I'm just going to try to think of something else because they like take too much attention and they don't give me enough to talk about while I'm like playing with 8 pieces. So here's the next question from Cheers. Wow, that is not focused. Okay, which patron has a key to Cheers? Got to be Norm, right? All right, what is Carla's favorite place to make love? In the galley on Old Ironside? On the baggage carousel at LaGuardia? Okay. What is Vera's maiden name? It's something like that Cruikshank, right? No, it's Kreitzer. Yeah, I remember that. Okay, that's a good one. Kreitzer. So, do you remember the episode with Kreitzer? So Norm had this paint shop, paint business, and he was like running his own business, but you know Norm, he didn't really want, he was like too nice a guy and people were taking advantage of him, so he needed some way to stop that without like doing it himself, so he would put Kreitzer on the phone, and then Kreitzer would like yell at people. And Norm would say, like, oh, I can't do it. You know, Kreitzer's not going to allow it. Kreitzer won't take the job. Kreitzer doesn't do this. Kreitzer is only that day. And he would just, whenever he would yell on the phone, he would pretend to be this Kreitzer character. And someone asked him, like, oh, that name, Kreitzer, it's like, it sounds great. It's like really scary. Where did you get that from? And Norm's answer was, well, it was Vera's maiden name, Kreitzer. So Norm was Vera's wife. They never showed her on the show. And then, as you know, after Cheers, there was this show, Frasier, with Frasier and his brother in Seattle. And Frasier's brother had, they never showed his wife. I think her name was Maris. Oh, by the way, did we add the 8 for these pieces? No, we didn't do it yet. So this is going to go up. Okay, so we're adding 6 D19s and 2 HE, so that's 8. So this is going to go up to 367, the counter, the piece counter. All right. So yeah, so Norm basically was Norm's alter ego was Kreitzer. Kreitzer would get on the phone and yell and scream about payments, about schedules, about anything else. But basically Norm just wanted to go to the bar and drink. It actually was a very demotivating show. I mean, I know that it was a good show and people loved it and I liked it too. And I watched the reruns of it. But really it was a demotivating show. I mean, they were just sitting around the bar every day. They weren't really doing anything. Sam was... I mean, what did Sam ever do? You know, Norm, he didn't do anything. Cliff was a mailman. I mean, Cliff was probably the most, like, successful person on that show. I mean, what does that tell you? What was going on in that bar? And then there was the Diane replaced by Rebecca. They were more motivated people. You know what? I'm not sure in this instructions. I see where the D19s go, but I'm not sure where those H3s come into play. Oh, I think I know where those H3s go. Ooh, that's... yeah, okay, they go through here. So it's like a saw blade in there, or at least a gear. So there's two H3s, and they're going to... The pin is going to go through them. It's going to go through this hole, and then the gears are going to sit in that, like, box. So let's find our... What is it? Two H3s? Alright, where's the H3s? Where's the H's? Alright, here's a lot of... Yep, there's a lot of gears on the H sheet. So, two H3s. They look exactly like they do in the instructions. Come on. There you go. Gears also should be waxed. Anytime you see a gear, wax it. I don't know if I'm doing the standard waxing technique. I'm probably destroying my board here. It's going to be full of wax and wood chips when I'm done, but anyway. That's waxed up. Alright, I wish we would add the pins to lock this in. I wish they would let us do that, because that's going to help a lot. But not yet. So anyway, the sort of furthest to this end circle piece, we're going to put this through. But we got to kind of line up these two gears first. First of all, they need to line up with each other. I assume they need to line up. Yeah, they must line up with each other. And then second, they have to be in this box. And they have to stay lined up when we get this plus sign to go through it. Alright. And then once we get it through it, and we keep this in the box. There we go. We got it. I thought it was going to be scarier than that. Alright, and then we're going to lock it on with 3 more of these plus signs. Let's sand them before we put them on and wax them after we put them on. If you can see my board here, it's already a mess. But I think we can finish this tonight. It's a Saturday night. We could sleep in on Sunday. Why not get this done? I say yes. What say you? You mind if I turn my volume on for a second? I just want to make sure I'm talking. Alright, I checked it. It was there. It was low, though, I gotta tell you. I'm going to do more gain tomorrow. I'm not going to change it mid-episode because I think that's unfair to people who might be playing this while sleeping, but definitely tomorrow, voice is going to be louder. It's probably going to be a different puzzle tomorrow. Different model. Alright, so we went through 2 more phases of... No, we went through 1 more phase that was sort of a multi-phase. And now check out this next part. Now, and also the arrows, it's going to snake around. But this next part of instruction 26 is really something. Well, actually, it might be pretty easy, but it's a lot of pieces. 3 G8s, 2 H2s. I don't understand. Are those 3 more G8s? They're kind of like, I think it's, yeah. So 6 G8s, 2 H2s, 2 H11s. By the way, 3. It's actually 7 G8s. So 7 G8s, 2 H2s, and 2 H11s, and an E12. So what's that, 12 pieces? I'm just going to count them off right now. 3, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, it's 12 pieces. Alright, so we're going to go up to, what, 379. 379 now. Alright, 379 it is. 26, instruction 26, pieces 379. Let's talk some more cheers while I grab all those pieces. So, let's see here. Oh, sorry. What camera are we on? All right. You know what? That camera's tough to focus. I don't know why. And this one's tough to get the color right, but it's not too bad. So, oh no, Frasier recognizes the stripper at his bachelor party. Go join the activity and pool room. Oh, I guess that's something to do with the game. What did Sam give Rebecca for Christmas by mistake? An ear, a car, a diamond engagement ring, diamond earrings. Got to be the engagement ring, right? I don't know. What is the name of the restaurant directly above Cheers? It's Melville's. I know that. All right, so the diamond earrings was what Sam gave Rebecca. So, Melville's. So, Cheers was a bar in the basement. Melville's was the restaurant upstairs, so people would go there and they would wait in Cheers while they're waiting for their table at Melville's. Was like a common thing to do. That's common, actually. I don't know if you ever spent time. I didn't spend time in Boston, but I spent time in Manhattan. I was just talking to someone yesterday. I'm actually in the 28th year. I started in 1995. I guess until about June, it's not officially a complete 28 years. But basically, I'm in my 28th year of working in Manhattan, though lately there's a lot of telecommuting involved. But in the beginning, I did spend time in Manhattan, and that definitely was a thing. There would be bars in the basement, and there would be a restaurant upstairs. They showed Melville's a few times in Cheers. Didn't seem like an amazing place, but I guess it helped Cheers, stay in business. I mean, it was a fake show. It's as all TV shows are. It was a fun show, though. If you ever watch the first 2 or 3 seasons, they're kind of terrible. It definitely gets better as you go along, as it goes along, especially as you're start to think of the characters as your friends. I think that's even why they had that theme song, you want to go where people are the same, they know your name. I don't remember the song, but basically the song was almost like brainwashing you to love the show, because it was very much in line with you're going to go to Cheers, everyone's going to say your name, you're going to be happy there, something like that. And the show, over the years, it's the people stayed there. I know that some joined, Woody wasn't there the first couple of seasons. Obviously, Woody Harrelson, very famous actor beyond Cheers, but I think that's the first place that a lot of people know him from was Cheers. Diane was she left Cheers to do movies, but what movies did she? She did The Money Pit and with Tom Hanks, and she did a few others, but she didn't have an amazing film career. So how many of these G8s do we need? I think it's 7 of them, but there's 9 of them here. I guess we need 7 of them for right now. And then Sam, Ted Danson. It didn't seem like he was doing anything that amazing. When Cheers was on, you thought Norm was funny, or Woody was funny. You somehow thought that, that's the impression you got. Obviously Ted Danson got paid a lot of money, so obviously the people who ran the show recognized his value, but as a viewer, I'm not sure that everybody did. But over the time, they surely have, because Ted Danson's been in a lot of stuff since then, and he's always funny. Curb Your Enthusiasm, The Good Place. There was some show, I forget the other show. Oh my goodness. I just launched a piece under the table. I'm just going to grab a new piece and hope there's an extra, because I'm not digging for that one. I heard it. It went pretty far. Anyway, Ted Danson's had a career that's mostly TV shows, but I don't know, he's really funny on them. He's like funnier than you realize, I think. All right, so this next piece that we build is going to go in this hole here. And the piece that it's all kind of built on is this E12. So for starters, it goes through these two H11s and gets capped with a G8. So this is obviously a knob that a human is going to operate. Like, it's not a human in the fictional sort of model universe. It's like you, the person who builds this thing, you turn the knob. That's how this one works. Oh, YouTube is giving me warnings that the stream is taking too many, not enough bit rate, which is crazy because it's 1 a.m. Who else is using the internet? It has to be that the YOLO box is just not doing a good job of streaming this. I don't think it's a problem with my internet connection. I'll test the speed afterward, but I don't think so. I think it's YOLO box's problem. Wow, this H11 really doesn't want to go in. Is it possible I grabbed the H2s? No, this is the H11. It's just not going in there. Well, like I said, it's going to be a knob that gets operated. So it probably needs to be really strong. Alright, the wiggle method usually goes better than the brute force method. Sort of put one side, then the other side, then the other side. Alright, so let's get the second piece on. Second piece going on much easier. And now one of these G8s is going to hold it all in place, I guess. Wow, the G8 went on too loose. That's not going to hold anything. But luckily, I don't think it needs to hold anything. I don't think that knob is going anywhere regardless. Alright, so another G8 on this side. And then they show it going through here. But, okay, yes, it goes through there. But before it gets the H2 gear, it gets two more of these like G8 pieces. So since those G8s fit through the circle, we don't need to put it through yet. We can put the G8s on and then we put it through the circle. It's only when we add the gears that it becomes really important to have this piece in place, because the gears don't fit through the circle and they need to line up with the other gear. Alright, so we're at that point now. So let's wax this thing. And let's get it through there. And then let's put the next two gears on. Which is going to be tricky because they need to go on, in, like right next to existing gears. Well, I thought it would be tricky. Turns out it was quite simple. Alright. So there we go. That gear is in place. Alright. And then 3 more of these G8s. The G8s are these little circle pieces here. They're just kind of locking pins is all they are. Okay. How did I end up with an extra G8? Oh, you know what? I was supposed to have 3 of them before that gear. And I only put 2. But you know what? It's lined up perfectly with the other gear. Oh, no, I did put 3. I don't know how I ended up with an extra gear. Especially considering I hit one under the table. You You know what? I punched out 8 of them. I'm just looking at this thing and I punched 8 of them out. Yeah, but I lost one under the table. Yeah, I'm confused as to how I have an extra gear. Oh, it fell off of this end. Yeah, I knew that gear was loose. That bolt was loose. Anyway, it doesn't matter at all. So there you go. There's the knob. And as you can see, it turns the other gear. It'll turn better when everything's like locked into place, but it does work. Oh man. The D8 doesn't stay on. Oh, G8. Sorry, that G8 doesn't stay on. I just dropped it again. Alright. I gotta find that piece that I dropped. I don't think it's gonna stay on anyway. I'll put it on, but it's gonna keep falling off. It's just not tight. Alright. The instructions. Let's go back and take a look. That was a tough one. And alright, this next one is a good one. 2 pieces. G1 and E16. That's good. So 2 pieces brings us up to 381. And then the pieces, they're easy. It's the other side of this. That's G1. And then E16 is just a locking pin or a bolt, really. No, not a bolt, a nut. Locking nut. Went flying, but I see where it went flying too. Alright, so this is going to help keep this structure together, I think. Let's see. Alright. Yeah, it's definitely going to help. Not sure quite where that E16 goes. Zoom it in there. I guess it'll make sense once we put this all through. Alright, there's a lot of pins here, at least 6 of them. It's going to take a minute. Alright. I feel those pins going in. Not all of them, obviously. But we got some of them in. And we're going to get the others in. Almost there. That's it. Now we need to put the E16 on. We still haven't put the locking pin out here. I wish we would. Like, why are they not giving us a locking pin? And this 16 goes on here, which is like, I don't know. That's just going to make it tougher to close that. I don't know what that's going to attach to. It's not a locking piece, though it's going to work like one because it's a tight fit, apparently. I'm having trouble getting it in. Alright, one side on, yeah. I don't want to break the piece. I gotta get that in there somehow. Alright, we got it on. See here? There's that needs a pin. You can tell there's going to be a pin going through there. I don't know why they haven't given us the pin yet. Anyway, moving on. Following the red arrow, here's the next part of 26. It's 4 pieces. 3 E11s. I just heard a piece hit the ground. It's not a real piece, though. It's one of these, like, broken nothings. Just throw it in the garbage. Alright, so 3 E11s and F28. Alright, there's the E11s. Got them kind of upside down. They look like, I don't know, mushrooms or aliens or something. Let's see here. 3 E11s. It's getting crowded on this table, and it's getting messy. All this, like, sawdust. 3 E11s and an F28. What are these pieces here? Oh, D20s. Alright, where is the F board? I think this is it. So, F28. Here's F28. It looks like a good piece. Like it's going to lock some stuff in. But where does it go? Honestly, I can't see where any of this stuff goes. This, let me open this book here. It looks this, I scanned it, so I don't think it's going to look any better in the book, but wow, so we're basically on the last page, second to last page. What do you think? Can you see this any better here? How is this scanning? Why does that scanning look so bad? I thought I did a good job scanning this, but now when I look at the book on camera, I feel like the scanning was not that good. Anyway, let's see here. Yeah, I still can't tell where that F28 goes. I don't think this is any better. Okay, I do. I can tell where it goes. I see where the F28 goes. It goes here. Remember this piece we just did? And it had those like kind of pins sticking out? Ooh, what am I doing here? Oh, okay. The G8, yeah, that's garbage, that piece. We knew that was going to fall off. And it's gone. I dropped it by accident, but I'm not going to chase after it because it's going to keep falling anyway. Alright, so it goes, that F28 piece goes on the end here. But we got to get this to like come through enough that it actually can attach to it. Right now it's barely through. Alright, that's a little bit further. Let me try getting this on. Alright, I think that's pretty good. Yeah, that gear moves. That's nice. Still don't have a locking pin here. Is one of these pieces go there? I really can't tell. Maybe yes, because it's saying this piece now, and this has the same locking pins. So let's get that in there. Yeah, I think we're finally putting the locking pins in. Unfortunately, we closed this up without this being in the middle, which means we're going to have to kind of take it apart a little bit to get it in there. I don't know what we're going to break in the process, but it's got to be done because we closed it up without putting it in there. Alright, so I kind of taken the bottom apart to get it in there, and then I'll put it back together, and then I'll put the locking pins on. Alright, let's get those circles through. Alright, let's relock the stuff we pushed apart a minute ago. Alright, that's in, and now we can add our locking pins. I don't think there's any particular way they go in, just if you get them in, you're good. They're barbed, so once you do get them in, they're not coming back out. But they're tough to get in. That's the drawback. The positive, once they get in, they're not coming out. The negative, good luck getting them in the first time. Alright, let's try. Put some pressure on this. Come on. Get in there. It's like flatten. The wood on the back is flattening, like rather than this pin going in. Is there some trick to it? Do I like squeeze them with pliers and then push them through? How about the wiggle trick? That often works. Wiggle it a little bit. Get it in there. Come on. You can do it. No. Apparently cannot do it. Let's try the other side. See if we have any better luck. So close, right? It's not going in there. Come on. That looks like it's gonna work. Oops, nope, didn't work. You gotta be careful not to cover the hole on the other end. And then it should work, right? But I also might chip the piece, and that would be really bad. Yeah, I think I just did that. Can't get that in either side. Okay, I got another idea. I'm gonna squeeze it together and then push it in. That looks like that's gonna work. Alright, that worked. So that's the answer. You squeeze it together, squeeze those sort of legs together and push it in. Nope, broke that one. That one's broke. The one that I pushed with the pliers, I broke. So, should we push it through? What do you think? I think so. Alright, it's in. It's broken, but it's in. Alright, this one. This is the most important one. So we'll get it started. Then we'll squeeze it with the needle nose, and then we'll push it in. Right. It's kind of half in. Oh man, dude, it seems like it got a little twisted on the way in. Just not good. It's in there, but it's a little like bent. Let's test the gear. Oh, the gear still works. I'm not gonna worry about it. I think it's pretty good. Yeah. Yeah, we're on the last page, if you can believe it. We just gotta hook it. Here's the crane, cabin for the crane, the claw, the trailer, the truck. We just gotta put it all together.
This is like Vin Duty's truck.
A little bit, yeah. It's actually a timber truck. It's got the crane on the back. But yeah, something like it.
Does this color thing work?
What's that? It probably works. I didn't do a great job with it, but it probably works. Okay. So the next part of the instruction is the two D20s, if you remember the D20s that have been popped out since day one, and then H4 and two H8s. So that's 5 pieces. All right, so let's increment our counter up to 386. So we're going to probably be over 400 pieces when this finishes. How long has this stream been going? It's been going a while. Not even 2 hours yet. We're good. We're good. We're totally good. All right. So, picture-in-picture video. You can see how messy this board is getting. So, 2 D20s. There they are. And then an H4, which is a gear. All the gears seem to be H's. And 2 H8s. H4 and 2 H8s. I'll be right back. Nick. Yeah? I added a super zoom camera. Stop back when you get a chance. I'll show you it.
Alright, I'll do a quick rinse.
All right. Okay. All right. I told my son about the super zoom camera. I want to show that off. All right. So H4 and two H8s. Well, there's the gear sheet, the H sheet. It's the sheet with all the gears. All right. Let me start priming that super zoom camera. So I'm going to go back to... it's a long story. Basically, I'm trying to get that super zoom ready, but it might need to be refreshed before it can go online. As I said, I've got this new system, but it's not totally working yet. Alright, I don't see the H4 or the H8. Is it possible that they're on the odds and ends? Okay, I see the H8. This is H8, it's huge. So the H4 is, oh, there's the H4. Okay, so H4 is even bigger. So that I do need to reboot that thing because he's going to be here in a minute and it wasn't working yet. Alright, it's working now. I'll show you the super zoom. I want to show that to my son Nick when he's ready. The accidentally invented super zoom camera, which could end up being important part of this podcast or YouTube channel, whatever you want to call it. Actually, my YouTube channel is just my personal channel, so I don't. That's why it's just named after me. It's not named like Puzzle Mania or something. It's just, you know, I'm doing some puzzles right now. I'm not promising what I'm going to be doing a year from now. I could be doing something else. All right, so this post here is where all these pieces are going to stack up. I think they want us to put the pins in first. These pins in first, like on the side here. Alright, you ready to see this super zoom? Alright, check out this camera. You can see it on the monitor.
Ooh.
That's really zoomed in, huh?
Yeah.
So you can see these pieces there. Well, actually, you see my hands until the pieces are in. Anyway, that's super zoomed. Let me...
chairs to like wash.
Yeah, we should keep the... don't you have the 10-pound med ball in your room? You could bring that, yeah. Here, Nick, look at the monitor. I got the gear. Actually, the super zoom is tough to focus. So you can see the gear on the super zoom. That's pretty cool.
It's like I don't even have to lean in to see it.
Yeah, it works for me too because it looks bigger on the monitor than in real life. Alright, let's put this other pin in. And then we slide on these three wheels. Alright. You want to work for a while? You want to take this chair?
Nah, I'm good.
Okay. Because I don't know. I mean, I'm saying we're at the end, but I don't know how close we are to the end. It could be a while. But maybe I'll go quicker now that you're here.
YOLO box.
Oh, okay, nice. Yeah, you're in charge of the camera angles then. So, do you want me to... I should put the instruction back on. All right. So, I'll go to this camera just to get the instruction back in. So, this thing... Basically, HDMI 3 is got on the first post, it's got the instructions, and then on the second one, it's got this spinning wheel, and then on the third one, it's got the super zoom. So you got to toggle them here. I'm going to get a better switcher at some point. And then in here, you've got HDMI 1, HDMI 2, USB is this camera, and then picture-in-picture 1 is HDMI 1 with the instructions, or really with the switch box. And then picture-in-picture 2 is the overhead It's got some weird lighting tonight with the instructions. And then HDMI 3 is the switch box, which in this case is the instructions. So we're going to, anyway, so you can work the YOLO box. I've now taught you how to do it.
I didn't really get all that.
Use this ribbon to pick whatever video you want to show.
They're so tiny, I can't see what's going on.
All right. Well, you just have to kind of know what they are. If you want, what I can do is here. Let me do this.
You know what?
No,
You're
no.
in arm's reach of it. How about you do it? I'll just watch.
I can do it, but let me just show you one thing. All right, now look at the monitor. Does that help? Now you can see what's on those screens.
Nah, that does.
Okay, that didn't help. All right, then I'm going to go back to the program out. No, I think you can see that. No, you can't see that? All right, it's your call. You can do it if you want. Just try it at least. Try to change the camera angle a few times. Use the ribbon. Oh, okay, you're doing it. Well, that's some quick camera angle change. Some quick cuts. All right. Why
This is
did?
the bad one.
Yeah, the colors messed up.
The side
Well,
view, let's stick with the side view.
I'll tell you what. You can work on the colors for the bad one. Like you can look at this tiny picture here. Here, HDMI 2. You don't have to go to the big picture. Yeah, you can go to the big picture if you want. But yeah, okay. Now try to hit the menu and try to see if you can fix the lighting.
It might be exposure. It looks kind of bright.
Okay.
How do I? This remote won't move.
Use this menu thing.
I did.
All right. Tell me what you want to do.
I want to move down.
Yeah, move down on the thing.
It doesn't listen.
It listens.
Oh wait, I missed it because it's so overly bright. All right.
Yeah. It's
Turn it down. Turn it. Dial it back.
okay.
Is that better?
Yeah, that's better. All right, so I gotta do the instructions. So we're gonna connect this piece to this piece, but I don't know how they're gonna connect. It doesn't show a connection piece. Am I just supposed to stick it in there? Yeah, I am, because there's saw teeth on here. I kind of wish we still had the super zoom active. I'll just bring it close to the camera. See the saw teeth in there? And then see the gear in here? So we're going to slide the saw teeth onto the gear. And then I guess it's going to like move? Right? Can we... No, that sends it back out. Oh no. Did you hear that snapping sound? That's the problem with these Gears puzzles. They don't always work, but this one works.
You like how it looks now?
Oh yeah, that looks good. Here, watch this. Look at this. You see what's happening?
Yeah, I see.
You see that post going in and out?
Yes.
Here, you do it for a minute. I'll try to fix the camera. Oh, by the way, this has Bluetooth. I don't know why we would need that.
So you can like sync other things and like play videos from your like iPad here.
Yeah.
If I spin this long enough, we'll fall out.
Alright, default. Yeah, it will. Don't. Yeah, stop. It'll fall out, and then we'll have to get it back in again.
Oh, okay.
You know what though? The YOLO box should have a remote. That would be useful.
What? Oh, this is the. Is it?
Yeah, it slides that sawtooth in and out.
It doesn't want to.
No.
It does. Wasn't working.
But it's working. What is it that you don't perceive as working?
It was jammed up for a little bit.
Oh, okay. I think it's working pretty cool. Here, get it on camera though.
Oh, okay.
Alright, turn it, spin the wheel. Yeah. And spin it the other way. There you go. That's how it works. Not too far, it'll go off camera.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Alright. So we didn't get to increment the scoreboard because we were combining two already built pieces, but now we get to. I don't know why we took a break to feed that in before we put these two. Basically, we're going to put in two D20s. So we're going to add the scoreboard up. We're now up to 388 pieces. So two D20s.
You're using a sports game scoreboard?
Yeah, yeah,
Like these are the two teams, instruction and peace.
yeah. I should have gave
Peace
you.
is winning by 388.
Well, really, they're just two counters. I should have gave you these sheets so you could prep the pieces and get them ready. Anyway, all right, two D20s. And these are just going to be pins. They're just going to hold other things in place. If I can get them out. They're jammed in there. All right. So down at the bottom here, we're just going to slide the two D20s in. It's a tough angle to get this piece in from, but I think we got it. Oh my goodness. It's a really tough angle. All right, one of them's in. What? This piece fell off. Needs to be replaced. Check out this cabin. That's the cabin of the crane operator. If you look at this picture here.
This is a crane truck? Is this
Yeah.
a cherry picker?
Yeah, no, it's a timber truck. You can see here on the picture.
Okay.
All right, I got those two pins in, but somehow this one fell off. I think it went here. Gotta put that back on. All right. It's gonna fall off again. It's a little loose. All right. What's the next instruction? All right. Two G17s and an E17. So we're up to 391. All right. Two, what did I say? Two G17s and an E17. You know, maybe I misled you as to how close we are. We are on the last page, but look at this board. It's filled in. But that board is called spare parts, so maybe those are all doubles. All right, G17 and two G17s and an E17. I spend half the time just finding the boards, the pieces. All right, there's the E17. And there's the two G17s. I just popped off. I don't know what that piece is, but it just popped out. All right, where do these go? They go in different places. This one goes, no, we skipped something. This is not correct. We were supposed to go, where were we supposed to go? After here, something's not right here. Can you see what I'm looking at here? Why does that not look like? I should show them the instructions. Doesn't it look like we skipped something? Oh, I know what it is. I have to turn it upside down like this. Now it looks right.
Yeah, it's an arm.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, it kind of looks like one of those robot arms, but this is human operated, not AI. All right, I don't know. You know what? This piece is not important at all. That is not an important piece. All right, and I bet you these two G17s are also not important. It looks like they go in here. Seriously, what would be the point of even that piece?
Support? Like a supporting piece?
I think I'm putting it in the wrong spot. Can you tell where we're supposed to put it?
Just put it the same way. Turn around, spin it around.
This way?
Put it like that way.
Okay. All right. Oh, okay. So we had it on the wrong side. But it's showing putting it on both sides.
Well, maybe it only works if you put that one in first.
Are you sure this is the G17? Let me double check here. G17. Where
I'm
is it?
holding it.
Yeah, yeah.
Wait, no, that's G7. No,
I'm just looking for it on the sheet here. Doesn't say it on the piece. We gotta look where it said G17. Oh, right there. Yeah. So these are definitely G17s, but there's just no way that this goes here. I don't see anywhere to put it. This is crazy. Alright, I gotta zoom in on the instructions.
it looks like it's going in a little higher up.
Where though?
Maybe.
Oh, I got it. Does it go in here? Oh, I lost the piece. I stuck it in there.
That's not good.
Yeah, I'd have to take that. Oh no, I could send it out the back. There we go. Is it? I think it goes in here. Look inside of there. You see that gap?
Yeah.
That's it. Oh, I should show the camera. So, sorry, this one. If you look inside of this arm, you can see that little like slot inside of there. I think that's where it goes. Maybe I'm wrong though. I think that's where it goes. It looks like the right size. And it makes sense, like it'll go in along this track. Yeah. I think that's correct. That's where it goes. That was a tricky piece. That was like probably the trickiest one. Alright, so now when we turn this knob, look at that. That piece moves with it. That's cool.
Yeah.
I think it's cool. Alright, so, oh, look at this. We're attaching the crane. We're attaching the grabber. It's going to need a locking pin, though. Alright, how does it attach? Like, which goes in front? Alright. I don't think it really matters a lot. This goes like this, but obviously there needs to be some locking pin, which they haven't told us to do yet. Let's see the next instruction is the locking pin, G15.
There's a piece of the wood.
Oh yeah, I've definitely dropped many pieces as we're going along. Alright, G15 is a locking pin. There it is, G15. Whoops, almost dropped my crane. Doesn't want to stand on its own. Yeah, because that crane is supposed to be attached. You see that circle there? That's probably where it's supposed to attach. But they haven't told us to do it yet. I can't get my fingers in there. This is crazy. So all of a sudden we're getting tough instructions. It's like such an important piece, but I can't get the angle.
You have a warning.
Yeah, I see that. It doesn't like my kilobytes per second, but I don't understand why, because I'll watch the video when I'm done. Maybe it like looks terrible and keeps having mistakes, but it shouldn't be like I have the Ethernet plugged into the YOLO box. Like, I don't understand why we're not getting good stream.
I'm not using the internet right now.
Maybe neighbors, maybe it's just Verizon.
Well, I play online. I don't have any internet connection problems.
This is the first night that it's given me that warning. It didn't give me it any other night.
Probably Verizon thing then.
Yeah. I don't know how to get to this angle here. You know what? I could take this piece off. Yeah, if I can't get this done, then that's what I gotta do. Let me try the needle nose pliers. Yeah, I think that's gonna work.
I'm done.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, this is a tough piece. Thank you. And you want me to call you if it gets to the end?
Sure.
Okay. So, this was a tough piece, and it still is a tough piece. It's not going in. I feel like I'm bending the piece trying to get it in there. It's important though. It's gonna hold the crane. I see that you can't see from this camera angle. Go to this one. All right. So, sorry. Basically, we're trying to get the crane arm attached, and we can't get the angle to push that piece in. So I was doing that all off camera because I didn't realize it was off camera. Well, I've got it started now, so I should be able to finish it, right? If you can start it, you can finish it. Got in. It went in. Well, I just broke that side piece. So we got a little something done, and then we broke the piece we were using. Well, if it's already broken, I might as well use it some more. But no, I'll use the tool to not break any more important pieces. All right. It seems like it went in a bit. Get a bit further, and then we'll stop playing with this one piece. That's it. It's through. Oh, this crane like opened while we were doing that. All right. The claw, I should say, opened. Wow, that was some piece. Did we increment? That was one piece, G15. Yeah, we implemented. We're at 392. All right, so next it's two H5s. Two H5s. So 394 pieces. I'm going to turn that trailer on its head because I keep crashing into the boards. What am I looking for? H5. D. Alright, H. No, only some of the H's are here. Where are the rest of the H's? G. E. D. Spare parts. And F. Where's the H board? What the hell? I lost a board. How is that possible? No. I don't know what I did with the board. F. Alright, the H5s are on here. Was there never an H board? And it just was spare parts the whole time, and I was calling it the H board? Maybe that's the case. All right, because here's the two H5s. All right. Now these need to connect to this crane, kind of on this side. And they go kind of up. They're barbed, so they're going to be tricky to get in. These middle pieces is where they go. Wow. We were cruising along for a while there. Now nothing's going in. It's like once they started giving us those barbed pieces, that's really slowed us down. I guess they're going to be strong connections once they're made, but they're tough to make. All right. This is probably going to hold the cabin, right? The crane cabin. So, yeah, these need to be very strong pieces. They're going to support the cabin. I mean, cabin made of popsicle sticks, but still. They are going to support a cabin. All right. There we go. Why do they look slanted? What's that all about? All right. What's next? All right. Attach the cabin. Is that what's next? Attach the cabin, yes. We don't get to increment anything, but we do get to attach the cabin. Alright, which way does it face? It faces, obviously, the crane. That makes sense, right? Alright, let's get this on there. Tricky, tricky, tricky. Right. Just kind of fell into place. I was like feeling around in the dark, and then all of a sudden it fell into place. And now it's completely back out. Trying to get that cabin on there. I think I got it. There we go. Cabin is on. Nice, right? I think it's nice. Oh man. Doesn't stand up yet. Alright. What's next? Alright. F25 times 2. But they don't show it like attaching. But F25 times 2. And then the next, it says be careful. Alright. It says be careful when applying force to lift the crane up, as the holder might break. Alright, so we got to be careful. So it's two F25s. And to attach them, we need an F26 and an F27. So we're up to piece 398. When we do these two things here, F25 and then 26 and 27, and that's going to kind of give some structure to the crane. It's going to, you know, kind of hold it together in a way. All right, so we need the F sheet. I think this is this the F sheet. Apparently not. That's the E sheet. So 6 must be the F sheet. Yeah, there we go. There's two 25s. There's 26. No, there's 27. So where's 26? Oh, it's this little fishbone piece, or whatever you want to call it. Looks like a piece of chewing gum or something. All right, let's get out there. The F26s. You know, it was nice that Nick was producing from the YOLO box for like 10 minutes, because earlier this morning we did a Temple of Iron live, and that was using Mevo Start, and he was producing that. So he did 2 production, you know, live streaming production applications today. Oh, sorry, I still got the menu on the camera. Hopefully it's gone now. Okay. I'm not sure where these exactly attach. Where do these attach? I guess I gotta zoom in here and take a close look. I still can't tell. Are they in the middle? Ah, yes. There they go. So they go in there. I think there's sort of a fat side and a skinny side. The skinny side goes on the bottom, goes through the bottom, and the fat side is, I believe, going to jam into the top here. So there you go. That's it. That's how it goes. Oh, this is cool. Alright, now what are these other 2 pieces? How do they go? Alright, so the piece that looks like a piece of gum just goes on the back here. That's the easy one. Now the other one, I think, is going to be tricky. Oh no, the other one is cool. It goes through the middle here, and this is kind of holds this crane in place, so we can pick like what height we want it at using this piece. I think it's got to come out the other end, right? Now, how are we going to do this without breaking it? That's why there's a caution on this instruction. There we go. It's in there. Wow, we did it. We made the crane. I just knocked a piece out. Oh, okay. All right. This came from the thing that was holding the crane. So it's not as strong as you would think. I think I'm going to lower this so that it's going to be resting also on the wood. That'll just make it like it doesn't have to be as strong. Alright, what's next? Are we up to 27 yet? We are up to 27. Alright, 27. Alright, 27 it is. Alright, let's adjust our scoreboard to 27. And then, now what do we have to do here for 27? The first part, we just drop it in there. And then the second part, we kind of fix it. We kind of make it stick there. Not using locking pins, but using boards that go across the top. So, 2 D14s and a D13. So we're now over 400 pieces. We have 402 pieces. once we put in the two D14s and a D13. Two D14s, two D13s. Where are those pieces? Alright. Right here. We're done with the D sheet, by the way. Well, we're going to be done with this whole puzzle in a minute. That's it. D sheet is done. Now, let's sand these pieces first before we do anything. Alright. Now we have to attach this crane to this trailer. And then obviously this moves, but it's going to be kind of locked in by these other pieces. One in front, one in back. There's probably also going to be locking pins on the bottom. No, not necessarily. This is just going to be held in by these four pieces that go on top of it. So we have to do a good job with these four pieces. It looks like they kind of lock into each other. You see the holes in those pieces. So the second set of pieces lock into the first set of pieces. Good shit. I don't know if that makes it stronger or weaker. I guess if they lock into multiple places, then it's stronger. Anyway, you cannot break these pieces or this is going to be a fail. They're not all the way in yet. And the tighter they're in, the more that crane is going to stay in place. But at the same time, I want to get them all kind of, all four pieces in before I go super tight on anything. Alright, maybe we can take the weight off the crane by putting it on the roof of the truck. That worked. I'm having trouble with this back piece. It's not fitting on. It's like breaking instead of going in. Alright. It went in, by the way. So it's the first of the four that's all the way in. Now the front one feels like it's got a long way to go. Alright. This front one is definitely failing at this point. Why though? Alright, it's making some slow progress. Maybe use this to not break my finger. Alright, I'm going to call that in. 3 of the pieces are in. No, the back 2 are in completely. The front 2 could be better. But that's what it is. Alright, now these pieces go with the bumps down. They go into the other pieces. And it looks like there's going to be more pieces on the side. Yeah. But for now, we just put these pieces into the other pieces. Which is tricky to do. Can't get the angle. And then once you get the angle, this piece, it's like, am I going to break it by pushing this in here? Alright, let me get the other one started. Where is the other one? There it is. I'm going to get the other one started, and then I'm going to finish them both. again. It's a tough piece to get. I feel like I should have built the structure and then pushed them all in. Because by putting these pieces in first, I now have to push them apart to get these others in. If I had built the 4 pieces together first, then I just have to push them in. It would be easy. So, for next time, maybe for your turn, build the 4 pieces, then pin them in. I'm breaking pieces here because I grabbed the wrong piece for support. Alright, I got it. Got it in. Alright. Good to go. Nice, nice, nice. We're done with that. Wasn't easy, but it's done. Alright, what's next? Is that it? Are we done with 27? 28? Yeah, we're on the last instruction. 28's the last instruction. But we're not done with 27. There's a part 2 to 27. I'm not sure what that part 2 is, though. Like, okay, attach, look, and then this. We have to build some little gadget or something. I'm not sure what's going on there. So we got a gear. We got a knob. So it's a very important thing we're building.
There's still streaming in here?
Yeah, but let's check. No, look at this. We're about to finish 27, and then 28 is the last instruction. So
Where it's 3 a.m.?
we're literally on the last page. Look, we got to build this little knob, and then we're done. I mean, you don't have to stay and watch. I wasn't aware it's 3 a.m. How long have I been streaming for?
I don't know.
2 hours and 24 minutes. All right, well, we're almost done.
That's another midday nap for you, right?
Yeah, I mean, we're too close to the end to stop, I think. G8. All right, 2 G8. Let me count how many pieces here. 2 G8s. 2 H. No, that's an. Yeah, 2 H. Is that an H11 or an H1? Anyway, I think it's supposed to be 2 H11s. All right. So 2, 4, 6. What's that? 7 pieces, right? Yeah. So 7 pieces. All right. Let's increment this to 409. All right. And now we got to collect those pieces and build this thing. So G10, yeah, we need that piece. Pretty much any piece you see we need. And then we're going to be done with the G sheet. All right, G9. We just finished another sheet a minute ago. G8. Remember those G8s we were dropping before?
No.
Well, there's 2 G8s on the floor and we need one of them, but I'm going to take this G8 because it keeps falling off the back of the other knob anyway. No, don't worry about it. I had another one on the table and I just took that. Alright, so now I need H9, H1, and H11. So I need 3. Look at this. The G sheet is done. We just finished the G sheet. H9. It shows H9, H1, and H11, but I think it's actually 2 H11s because it's a knob and the knob pieces have to match. I broke one of these pieces. Look, there's more G8s. So we have plenty of G8s, the spare parts. All right, they're actually 2 H1s, not 2 H11s. And there's the H9. So we're building some little knob, and then I guess we're going to attach it. So, you know what's weird? There's nothing that's keeping these together. Oh, this little piece is keeping them together?
That'll work fine.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So the H1s go here. So the instruction said H11 and H1, but they're actually 2 H1s. And the instructions, you see these hubcaps? You need 10 of them, and there were only 9. So this puzzle was not perfect. Alright, that's on. Next, it gets this thing. Wait a minute, that doesn't look right. Well, I should build at least one of these circles first, because it's going to go over the circle. Circle, gear, circle, that's built. Now, what do we do with this piece? It was never clear to me where this piece was actually going. If you look at this instructions here, I don't see where this piece goes.
Mom, 3 a.m. streaming time.
I'm on the last part of it. But here's the thing, I don't know where this goes. I'm on the last page. Anyone know where this goes?
Somewhere near that wheel.
Somewhere near the wheel. I know what to do. Look up at this picture here. Okay, I found it. If you look at this picture here, you can see it goes underneath
What?
this.
How?
It actually goes on this side. Ah, we got a problem. I don't know if it can be fixed. The cabin is on a different side of this.
You put on the wrong side.
I don't know if I did or not. I don't know if
the
it's.
wrong side and facing the opposite direction.
I don't know if it's a problem or not. I actually think it'll work either direction. But let me just fix this.
Dad, the cabin's on the wrong side and facing the wrong direction.
Well, we can move the cabin. They have 4 pins there. I could easily move that cabin. I could just take, basically, I can fix that thing. I can very easily fix it. I don't know about very easily, but see these 4 pins here? I can just move it from one side to another, and it'll be on the right side facing the right direction. I don't know why they built it that way, that you can like easily move this cabin, but you can. The only problem is those pieces were tough to get in. So I'm actually think I'm just gonna.
Just leave it like that?
No, I'm gonna spin it without moving. I can move all 4 pins to the other side, but I think what I'd rather do is just turn the cabin around. I don't remember if these were tough pieces to get in or out. I do recall they weren't super easy, but I think these ones were really tough because they were barbed. These ones, the cabin ones, are not barbed, so I think I can do those more easily.
Free, it looks.
I think there's 1 pin in the back that's not free yet. Alright, now it's free. So yeah, it was facing the wrong direction. Unbelievable. It was on the wrong side, facing the wrong direction. And something's falling out there. But that's just the thing that determines the level of the crane. So basically that piece comes out. Alright, see this thing here? This determines the height of the crane. Like where you put that piece. There you go. So you can just put that back in. Alright, we got it facing the right direction at least. And did we get this on yet? Not fully, right? Can go in a little further, deeper. Alright. Now, if we turn this, does it turn the crane? Not yet.
What?
Like, it's got gears, right? So if we turn this, it's supposed to turn the crane.
Is it turning it?
It's not. It's not touching. I think this gear is too small. Did I put the wrong gear?
I see it. Another one. Right there. There's 2 in that, like, column.
You think this is bigger?
Yeah.
I think it's the same size.
Compare it.
Alright. Well, it might help even if it's the same size because it'll make it thicker. I just think this thing just needs to go in further. You see how it's like way on top there? We got to push that in. And then the gears will touch. Should switch to this camera. Alright, let's see if it's in far enough yet. Yeah, it's kind of touching, but not. It can go in further, I think. Just a little bit further. Dang it. Why won't this thing go in? Oh, there we go. The front's in. The back's in. Alright, it's going to turn now, I think. So, yeah.
There we go.
Well, I think it's still not really perfect. It's not, the action isn't smooth. Let's say, I don't know. Maybe I need to wax the gears more. This one definitely works good. The one that does the length of the crane, let me just show that. Oh, let me show it from this camera. Oh, sorry, I didn't hit the button. Alright, so this gear does the length of the crane, and that definitely works. This gear is supposed to rotate this thing, and it moves around too much. If I hold this, yeah, I don't know what's going on here. This gear is not very good. It just slides all around. Maybe it needs to be locked in somehow. Alright, maybe, okay. Maybe it's going to lock into this, and then it's going to work well. Let me not speculate. Let me just get back to building. Alright, so now we're officially on 28, which is the last instruction we have. We're on the last page.
Better be just like connecting stuff.
It should be, yeah. Let's see here. So first we're going to connect the trailer. We're connecting the trailer to the truck. There it is. There's the connection. I mean, this is the same as you would do like in real life. You would connect the trailer to the truck, because that's how they work. They're not one piece. Do we need to slide it under here? Yes. Oh my goodness, that worked. I knocked off the wheel well in the process, but I can fix that. Oh my goodness, so you have to slide it under there. So
How it works in real life?
that's how it works in real life, yeah. But I took it apart. I got it in, and then I think I'm supposed to maybe turn this to like lock it in. Okay, alright. So it's basically, oh my goodness, nobody was watching. We had on the wrong camera angle.
That was just the instructions.
I was broadcasting instructions. We just attached the trailer to the truck, but we did it off camera. I think I'm gonna raise this crane a little bit. So you can raise the crane, you can spin the crane, you can extend the arm. We connected the trailer to the truck. I think all that's left is the side posts. Is that the only thing left?
There's so many side posts.
There's 8 side posts. This is done. This is done. That's the last thing. Those 8 side posts are the last thing. So this is going to go to 417. Too bad it didn't go to 420. Okay, so 417. We're going to attach 8 side posts, and then it's done. By the way, I broke one of the side posts, so unless they give us an
Oh,
extra.
that's what that piece was.
Yeah. Alright. Alright, Nick, do you want to be the official one to finish this?
Sure, yeah, I got it.
Alright, 3, 6, 7. Alright, so one of them's going to be broken. You attach those 8 side posts, and the puzzle's done. Speak into the mic.
Alright, yeah.
You sit there.
So, I'm, getting the side posts. Alright, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That one's 8. Which way are they supposed to be facing?
Which way? Looks like the fat part faces the truck.
Okay, yeah. I want to do the far side first, so nothing's blocking me.
Okay.
Oh, this is easy.
Yeah.
I'll put the snub in the back.
Oh, can you? Oh, never mind. I'm gonna fix it. I have the super zoom, but I need to. I'm gonna actually physically move it. Yeah, I'm gonna super zoom when you connect those. Then when you get them connected, I'll pull back to show the truck.
All right, I finished it. That's
Okay.
it. That's the finished thing.
Okay. I missed. Yeah, this YOLO box is kind of small. The iPad's easier to work with.
Is that why you need the like painting canvas size yellow box?
Yeah. Some people have like a 17 by 14 YOLO box. It's insane. No, it's larger than that. It's 32-inch YOLO box. I don't have it. Some people have it. I think it's like 32 by 14 or something like that. So that's it. We finished the YOLO box. No, we finished the timber truck.
Okay.
Amazing. At 3 a.m.
Finished making a yellow box. Homemade.
Homemade YOLO box. That would be amazing. Okay, that's the timber truck. It's been a 3 hour and 23 minute stream. No, that's the time. 3 hours and 23 minutes. 3:23 a.m. It's been a 2 hour and 38 minute stream. I think we have to close for tonight. So good night. See you tomorrow.